the regulation, recognizing the urgent need that we have for collaboration between the policymakers, between the industry leaders, and the stakeholders to shape the responsible development of technology. In this dynamic landscape, Palo also Networks presents the CNBC TV 18 and Moneycontrol Global AI Conclave will be a compass guiding us through the uncharted territories of unprecedented area, the efficiency and the innovation of it. Now, this exclusive event assembles global and Indian thought leaders, innovators, investors, founders, and disruptors in this field for insightful discussions of profound impact on AI across industries and societies. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a perfect note for me to invite onto the stage, and please join me with a thunderous round of applause to deliver the welcome address, MD and VP of Palo Alto Networks, Mr. Anil Valluri.
Good morning. Wow, this is a lot of excitement on a Saturday in Bangalore. It is unheard of. Unless it is AI, I don't think we can get this kind of audience on a Saturday. Good morning and warm welcome to all of you. We have people coming from all over the world, not just Bangalore, but different cities in India as well as from abroad. Great speakers, great set of luminaries and thought leaders that we should all be taking advantage of in this session. Um, I'm very, very proud as a representative of Palo Alto Networks to welcome you all for the Palo Alto Networks CNBC TV 18 Money Control AI Conclave, Global Conclave, and hope you have a great day today. And we have some of the best minds in artificial intelligence perspectives going to be shared. We're going to share insights. We're going to have debate use cases and also policies that will shape the future of AI. And they represent not just from tech field, but people from academia, from startups, from investors, from scientists, from government. All of them are here. So it'll be great, a great day for us to look at how things are. And it's all about doing AI with responsible guardrails around how the society will be impacted, how we're going to protect ourselves, and also leverage at the same time the benefits of AI. At Palo Alto Networks, we are seeing both sides of the coin. From a front row perspective, we see opportunities and threats being used, being available because of use of AI. And that's what we do, AI-powered cybersecurity for customers and the nations and for people. And the best way to fight AI-based threats is to use AI for defense. And that's what we do. The theme, disruption, security, and sovereignty is absolutely apt for this session and for this day. And it perfectly fits and the balance of rapid technology progress with public interest safeguards. That's the whole theme of the evening and the whole day. So you have great set of speakers, great panel discussions. Make use of it. We are highly invested in India with our engineering teams here. They're all here. We'll be able to share some of our insights as well, how we're doing AI based cybersecurity defense. And that will be good takeaways for some of you. And the stage is set. We'll have riveting discussions. So my heartfelt thanks to CNBC TV 18 and Moneycontrol to allow us to be the title sponsor for this event. And hope you have a great takeaway from today's sessions. And all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Valluri. We already have some of our speakers here. Good morning, Sridhar. Good morning, Sharad. Hello, Shireen. Welcome to Global AI Conclave. Good morning, everyone. I'm Chandrasekhar from Moneycontrol. Thank you so much for that stimulating welcome address, Mr. Valluri. Indeed, let the riveting sessions begin. It gives me great pleasure to bring up our first global guest all the way from Silicon Valley, rather Cerebral Valley, as they call it these days. Named in Time magazine as one of the most influential people in AI globally, Dr. Andrew Ng is the founder and CEO of Landing AI, co-founder of Google Brain, former chief scientist at Baidu, co-founder of Coursera, and adjunct professor at Stanford University. He's widely regarded as a pioneer in AI. And Andrew, welcome. We're so happy to have you. He's joining us live. Can you please give him a huge round of applause? Andrew, we would have loved to have you in person. I know that couldn't work out, but we're very, very happy you joining us live because it gives our audience a chance to ask you questions. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to take about 10 minutes with you and make this interactive, give them a chance to interact with you because I think that's what they want. They have many questions on AI, deep learning, machine learning, how they should relearn, unlearn. So I'm going to give them a chance to listen to that. Andrew, any opening comments you have on AI? How are you seeing it shaping up? As we said, 2023 was the year of artificial intelligence. It's both fascinating and scary at the same time.
I was actually really looking forward to this meeting, so thank you for permitting me to join remotely. And there are a few reasons why I'm specifically excited about the rise of generative AI in India. So I think when there's a new technology like generative AI, it shakes up the global world order, and there are new opportunities for everyone, for small companies to become larger, for big companies to do even better. And I want to tell you a couple of reasons why I'm excited about India specifically. First, when we launched Generative AI for Everyone on Coursera, it became the fastest growing course on Coursera this year with 90,000 enrollments in the first 1 month. And it turns out that the fastest growing enrollments were the US, second fastest was India with 20,000 enrollments out of the 90,000. So I think the amount of interest and buzz and excitement shows this high concentration of AI interest in India. Second reason I want to share, in the recent Stanford University AI Index report, it reporting results, statistics from LinkedIn, that India has the highest AI skill penetration rates in the world, even higher than the United States. LinkedIn uses somewhat complex methodology for calculating AI skill penetration, but I think this is reflective of the amount of AI talent and the amount of AI interest in India. So with generative AI creating a new technology layer that's really shaking everything up, India has as good a chance as any other country, and I think much better than most, based on the AI skill penetration, the sheer amount of enthusiasm we're seeing at Coursera, as well as some other things. So it turns out my team AI Fund has some active India activities as well. That makes me very bullish about the future of AI in India. So that's what I was looking forward, especially to speaking with all of you today.
Right. Andrew, you have said that big tech is using the specter of an AI apocalypse to bring about regulation that would stifle any prospective newcomers in the market. In fact, your student, Sam Altman, who's one of the most powerful executives in AI, has been asking governments for regulations. So, do you think we need regulation? How do we balance it with innovation? Are the fears overblown? Because I remember reading Jan LeCun saying that, we are only at cat and dog level AI. We don't have to worry yet. What's your perspective?
I think the fears are overblown. I've been tracking how India has approached regulation. I think to India's credit, it's taken a relatively light touch, which is superior, in my opinion, to some of the things going on in the United States and in the European Union. I think that having good regulation on AI applications is a very positive step forward. So if you're building a medical device or building an underwriting piece of software to decide whether to make a loan or not, or building a self-driving car, we want regulations to demand that such applications be safe and reasonably unbiased and so on. Because when we talk about applications, we can reason about the risk, and we do want regulators to give people clarity on what to do, what not to do, and to protect citizens. Where both the US and the European Union have gone wrong is proposing regulations that regulate the technology rather than the applications. One tricky thing about AI is it's a general purpose technology, meaning it's useful not just for one application, it's useful for a lot of different applications. And if you regulate the core technology, you wind up usually slowing down all the progress in all of the applications. And also, is very difficult to protect consumers by regulating the technology layer. So I think in the European Union, I was seeing somewhat naive statements like large AI models, large language models are systemically more dangerous. And sentences like that, they just don't make sense to me. It makes about sense to me as saying, electric motors, the more than 100 horsepower, are systemically more dangerous. The sentence just doesn't make sense. It is true that a very powerful electric motor is more dangerous than a very small electric motor. But what really matters is what application you're using the electric motor for. So I think attempts by lobbyists and sometimes others to put in place burdensome reporting requirements, which go, if you want to build a large AI model, you have to do these things, report to the government, maybe even in a horror scenario would be even apply for a license before you're allowed to use such a model. I think such regulations would be pretty tragic and would slow down innovation, and most damagingly, it will slow down the release of open source. And it turns out that there are some in the US that I think have a misguided view that if we slow down open source, it might be good for the US, because a lot of cutting edge AI technology is in the US, led by US companies now. So there is one view that I think is wrong, that if we slow down open source, it might be good for the US. But it turns out that if we slow down open source, it's definitely bad for almost anyone else, because frankly, all the countries that do not currently have a Google and an OpenAI in them, all the other countries will be the ones left behind if open source is stifled. So I really hope that that does not happen. But I'm happy that there are many people in Silicon Valley and elsewhere fighting against these sorts of stifling regulations. So hopefully we can beat back some of these bad regulatory proposals that have been going around.
Right. In fact, we're talking just days after India, with 27 other countries, adopted a Delhi Declaration on Artificial Intelligence. They hope to work together to come up with a governing framework. Do you think that is the best step forward? Can there be consensus at all between different countries?
It would be great to have consensus around different countries. I guess self-driving cars have been going on for a long time. They haven't quite yet worked, but I think if there's a regulatory coherence, it makes it much easier for tech companies, including startup companies, to build and scale and to go global. One of the barriers to startups, going global is that there's a very complex patchwork regulatory framework, which big tech companies can afford to pay for compliance to deal with, but that smaller businesses just don't have the bandwidth to figure out what are all the different laws in all the different jurisdictions and, have lobbyists in all of these different places to deal with it. So I think having some sort of regulatory coherence would be beneficial. The thing that worries me is that we all collectively settle on regulations to stifle innovation and stifle open source, as opposed to regulations to, say, regulate applications based on a properly thought through, tiered approach to risk. I think some things are more risky. Medical devices, hey, that seems risky. Let's regulate that. But this notion that's been floating around that bigger AI models are inherently more risky, that's just a very strange idea that doesn't make sense to me. So I hope we can steer governments away from that.
Right. So regulate at the level of applications, but not the models themselves. Andrew, what's your view on which country is ahead in this global AI race? I think Sundar Pichai said recently that he's astounded by China's progress in AI. In fact, he called for US and China to collaborate more when it comes to AI regulation and innovation. UAE has also, been doing things. They've bought supercomputers. They're testing their own LLMs. Which countries are doing very well when it comes to AI, staying ahead of the game?
Yeah, I think that at this moment in time, the US is clearly ahead of all other nations. But there are also wonderful pockets of innovation and talent in the UK. Mistral in France is doing interesting things. China certainly has a very compelling pocket of talent. UAE has pocket of talent. And what happened was a lot of the early innovation work was really done by two teams, OpenAI and Google Brain, my former team. And then I think in the past several years, sometimes people left these two teams and started other companies. But this is why, at least at this moment in time, the skill set in deep tech generative AI is actually very concentrated just in Silicon Valley, unfortunately. Mainly because of people, leaving Google Brain and OpenAI and kind of circulating around this region. But the good news is the knowledge is being disseminated very quickly, which is why there are these other pockets of rapidly rising talent. Whenever the technology landscape shifts under our feet, as it did with generative AI, it's a new technology platform that significantly changes what we can do with AI. It's sort of the rules of the road are being changed, and so this creates a lot of new opportunities for anyone to build on top of the new technology infrastructure. And because of the reasons I gave at the start, I think India really has a lot of the infrastructure and talent and know-how to have, as good a shot as almost anyone at being one of the leaders in the future in generative AI.
Right. I want you to wear your hat as, an investor, as an AI pioneer, someone who co-founded Google Brain, and tell us if an entrepreneur today were to start up in AI, or someone who has already started up in AI, what would your advice be to them?
So I would say, I think there's so many opportunities, but just to share where I think the opportunities are, a lot of the media attention right now is on the technology or the infrastructure layer. So companies like, Google, Gemini, Microsoft, AWS, OpenAI, these are companies that build tools. And whenever there's a technology wave, media and people's attention tends to be on the technology or the infrastructure layer. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But it turns out that for the infrastructure and tooling layer to be successful, almost by mathematical definition, the applications built on top of them have to be even more successful, because we all need the applications to make even more money so that they can pay the infrastructure builders. So there's one huge sector that I think the media gives less attention to, and there's much less competition intensity, is the application layer. So, and in fact, I can't share any details right now, but my team AI Fund, which is Venture Studio, we have active activities right now in India, exploring one specific application, and I think that there'll be many of those opportunities in India and around the world in the future.
I can't help asking you a follow-up question. Did you say AI Fund is evaluating investing opportunities in India? Can you tell us more about that?
I don't want to say things before my team is ready to announce them, but I will say that AI Fund is actively working on something in India. I can't say more than that. But AI Fund is a venture studio that partners with entrepreneurs to build companies. And there's one active opportunity. We're blessed to find some fantastic partners, and we wouldn't be doing it if not for the fantastic partners that we found. But was really privileged to have met a fantastic partner and then a fantastic CEO that we're privileged to be supporting. But we'll see how that goes. But if it goes well, hopefully I can say more about it in the future.
Right. Andrew, it's been a few weeks since the drama we saw at OpenAI. But as someone, who taught Sam Altman at some point, he was also an intern in your lab at Stanford, I believe. How did you view this, the whole saga, and what lessons can entrepreneurs, investors take away from it?
Sam's a good guy, and I was texting him over that weekend as well, and he replied some stuff. And I think it was all a very unfortunate event. Part of me wonders if OpenAI would be better off just being a normal for-profit organization. I feel like I have many friends in the OpenAI team. Many of my friends in the OpenAI team are just passionate, hardworking, want to do the right thing, want to ship product features, just build things that's useful for people. So I feel like I actually spent time with people at OpenAI and this pretty much university, good, hardworking, ethical people. And I think the very strange corporate structure that OpenAI has set up led to serious governance problems, which led to this, very unfortunate blow up of Sam getting fired and then being reinstated. So I hope that the new board of OpenAI manages to steer it to a new, more stable structure. I think on the plus side, having people like Larry and Brett on the board, those are serious powerhouses. So hopefully OpenAI will come out even stronger than how they had entered this episode.
Right. I'll just take one more question before I throw it open to the audience. People are scared that AI will take their jobs away. For those who can't code, how do you think they should upskill to stay relevant in the age of AI?
So I find that I don't want to say that AI won't take any jobs away, but the number of people whose jobs will completely go away is probably less than most people think. And here's why. People think about AI automating jobs, but jobs are comprised of many different tasks. And I find it more useful to think of AI as automating tasks rather than jobs. So when my team talks to businesses about AI automation, the framework I like to use is to look at what people are doing in their jobs and then break down the jobs into tasks and then look at the task level to identify AI augmentation or automation opportunities. To take one concrete example, take a radiologist. People have thought about will AI make radiologists go out of a job? But it turns out that radiologists do many tasks. They read x-rays, but that's just one thing. They also do patient intakes. They also consult with patients. They also have to manage the machines. They also have to mentor younger doctors and on and on and on. So radiologists do many different tasks, only a subset of which, maybe reading x-rays, AI is quite suitable for. And what will happen, my friend at Stanford, Kurt Langlotz, I think said it well, AI won't replace radiologists, but radiologists that use AI will replace radiologists that don't. And we'll see the same thing to hold true for a lot of different professions. So many professions, AI will be able to make you more efficient for, 20, 30% of your work and maybe let you completely not do, another 20% or something of your work, especially for knowledge workers. And what that means is the challenge ahead of us is actually training and education one, because I feel like we have to get people of all walks of life and all sorts of professions to learn enough about AI to use it for their jobs so they can be more productive in it, whether, whatever non-technical or technical role they are in. And in fact, when I worked on generative AI for everyone, a large part of my motivation was to help people, including non-technical non-coders, learn enough about generative AI so they can use it in your daily job and therefore navigate your career, even as AI starts to automate or augment away a subset of the tasks involved in many people's jobs.
All right. On that note, I'm going to request if anyone from the audience, sure, if we can pass a mic, please. Please introduce yourselves if you're running a startup or if you're investing or if you're working in the tech industry.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Andrew, can you hear him?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning, Andrew, and it's a great pleasure to see you virtually, even not in flesh. It's a disappointment that we could not see you in flesh. But anyhow, my name is Uttam Naidu. I represent a hospital in Florida. I was here and I thought I will attend this conference seeing your name as well. I have a question. My question is quite simple. With so many LLMs being released, right, and every company coming up with the different LLM models, how do we keep it up? And what's the reality of those LLM models? Because Google says it's having its own LLM models, Amazon says, and then we have Hugging Face and so many things happening out there. How does any company which would like to really steer towards an LLM model fix that up?
Sure. Thank you. Andrew?
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I know. And I haven't had a chance to visit India since before the pandemic. So I hope that I'll have a chance to visit at some point in the future as well. Thank you, Zutam, for your question. I feel like there is a tendency to want to chase after the latest LLM that was just released last week. But I find that at AI Fund, as we're building different businesses, there's no need to do that. In fact, I think the Hugging Face evaluation leaderboards are actually pretty good. They give an indicative sense of the performance of different LLMs. And then I think if you pick a few LLMs, based on that, and maybe pay attention to the model size, because a 3 or 7 billion parameter model is much easier to deploy than a 70 billion parameter model. And if you try a few different versions of LLMs and kind of try to pick one reasonable one, that's probably good enough for most applications. I think that sometimes you see a new LLM published that does 0.5% or 0.2% better on some metric than the last one. And for most applications, you won't see a hugely noticeable difference. And it's fine if you use something that was released 2 months ago. Although I would say if you're using something released 9 months ago, probably there are better models by now, because the world is changing quickly. But I think that there is a pressure to keep up the latest thing released just last week that probably is not necessary for most businesses.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello, Professor Andrew. This is Gopalan from Intel. Glad to meet you virtually. So I have a question. This is related to the cultural biases we see when we interact with an LLM. How do you foresee this being addressed in the coming years by the big LLM creators like OpenAI or Anthropic or any of these companies?
Yeah, actually, this is a great question. I've spoken with a few national governments or representatives of them that were interested in training national LLMs because of exactly this. So maybe some example. Around the world, there are many disputed territories. And so someone asks an LLM, what nation does this territory belong to? Many nations would like an LLM to kind of reflect their views. And I think that there are many different aspects of history, culture, that many places want to make sure that their views or their point of view is fairly accurate in an LLM. So what I'm seeing is that different places are actually investing in training local LLMs, and so that's been an interesting trend. And probably one of the countries that has this really far along is probably Korea, which is Korean language LLMs. And then maybe just one other strange fact. It turns out that if you ask an LLM to process a topic in English, because so much of the training data was in English, the size of the input, the technical term is the number of tokens. So because LLMs are much better at compressing English than pretty much, I think, probably most other languages, and it is called the tokenizer. It turns out that having an LLM process a concept in English is cheaper than most other languages. And this feels unfair, maybe that it's cheaper to process English than some other language. But if you retrain a local LLM with your own tokenizer, I think that could be a way around this. And one last thing that's been interesting, it turns out that the same LLM, if you ask it a question in one language versus a different language, it may well answer differently because the training data reflects that someone may talk about that concept differently in one language versus another language. So that's been another concept. I think the global LLM providers are, actually OpenAI has a very nice system instruction kind of framework where you can customize the responses. I could see that type of technology being used to reflect regional views as well. So I think, but will that happen with a small number of global providers customize their models to everyone versus different nations or different regions training their own models? I think that kind of dynamic is still being, is still playing out.
This is like a live masterclass right here. Yeah, we have so many questions.
Yeah,
Please,
hello.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Rakesh Goyal from Capgemini. So I have a question. So I agree, first of all, with you that the industries and the skilled workers, they are not getting impacted with the AI, but it is transforming the industries. At the same time, it is enhancing the skills of the skilled workers. However, the one set of people who is getting impacted, which I would believe that you would also agree, is the creative people, where generative AI is kind of diminishing the creativity requirement or the creativity expectation from people. So generative AI is some sort of taking over that kind of jobs or that kind of a skill. So what is your view on the creative part of it?
Yeah, it's been interesting. So I think there are some jobs that, fortunately or unfortunately, AI can almost automate all of their tasks, and those jobs will be more heavily impacted. How generative will affect the creative arts, I honestly don't know. I feel like I've been playing around with the latest version of Photoshop, which is generative infilling. You can remove something, have it type a prompt, have it create something, and I don't know. As a non-artist, I feel like, I think I'm a decent machine learning engineer, but my design sense is one of my weaknesses. I think my design sense is just not one of my strengths. And I feel like as a complete non-artist, even using, the latest version of Adobe Photoshop with generative this and that, what I can create is still far lower than what a real artist could create. And it's true that, I can prompt DALL-E or Stable Diffusion or Midjourney and get something pretty good, but at least right now, those tools don't offer me enough control. So I don't know. I could see, actually, there's a second set of jobs I think could be more impacted, which is there were the Hollywood strikes in movie and film production. I actually suspect that of the tasks done, there could be more routine tasks done in the movie industry that'll make it possible, to create content at much lower costs, with, I don't know, AI generated avatars and so on, and AI generated special effects that could have a bigger impact there. I think the creative industry, there could be opportunities, because if the cost of generating art goes down dramatically, maybe demand will skyrocket.
Yes, please keep your questions short so that he can take more questions.
Hello, Andrew.
Please
Good
stand
to
up
meet
and
you
introduce yourself.
virtually.
Yes, please start with the
Oh,
question.
sorry, did the audio cut out?
No. Yeah, good to meet you, even if virtually. I'm Chandan from GE Healthcare. I just wanted to understand, according to you, what are the biggest roadblocks? I know to develop the potential of AI, right? To realize the full potential of AI in, assisting all the different activities that we do. Is it data? Is it compute? Is it regulation? Is it trust? Is it the different geographies regulating it in different ways?
Yeah, let
yeah.
him start. Yeah, Andrew.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's a great question. So I'm hoping that regulation won't be the biggest roadblock, but we get bad regulations passed, it may turn into the biggest roadblock. But I think the biggest roadblock will be just the time and effort needed to identify and build all the valuable use cases. Deep learning, good at labeling things as supervised learning, started to work well maybe about 10 years ago. And in the past decade, it's taken us so much time to identify the use cases and how to use it for driver assistance, or online advertising, or email spam filtering, or credit card anti-fraud, or medical diagnosis, and on and on and on. And now, 10, 15 years later, we're still not yet done identifying all the valuable use cases of deep learning. We now have generative AI, and there's so many use cases in healthcare and financial services and contact center automation and some of the creative arts automation and on and on and on. And I think that, unfortunately, it will take us longer than we want. It'll take us years to go to all the different places in the economy where AI can have an impact, and to go and build those use cases one at a time. I hope we'll get this done faster with generative AI than we did with deep learning, but because we need to find the right people in all of these industries and brainstorm and find the right project, I think that realistically, this would be many years of exciting work ahead of us.
Yeah, we'll take 2-3 more questions. Yeah, you can go.
Hi, Dr. Andrew. Thank you so much for talking to us today. So my name is Ronak, and I'm currently studying data science at Georgetown University. So as you mentioned, AI has several use cases in various industries. So on the other hand, there's several trade-offs with that, wherein you spend a lot of compute power, GPUs, and technical skills, which can be super expensive. So here's my question. How can people who are trying to incorporate AI into their job or business identify valid use cases before investing in those resources? Because at least in my personal experience, I spend a lot of time in my own work waiting for a model to train or fine-tuning the model, but then finding out that the model actually yields non-significant results. So any insights on that would be appreciated.
Oh, that's interesting. It's great that you're training and fine-tuning models. And I find that developing applications using generative AI is actually easier than developing applications using supervised learning or using deep learning. If you stick to prompting, one of the wonderful things about generative AI, tools offered by OpenAI's developer interface, by the Gemini developer interface, and AWS's and so on, is that you can just write a piece of text to tell the AI system what you want, and then suddenly in minutes you have a working AI system. So in the Coursera course, generative AI, everyone talk about the framework, analyzing jobs and tasks and finding automation opportunities. And my experience has actually been that for certain classes of application, mostly relating to processing text, the cost of prototyping is much lower than ever before. It's true that if you want to train a large foundation model, train a large language model, you should budget for $50 million and lots of compute and lots of skilled engineers. But if you have an idea for, say, routing emails within your organization, or even if you want to build a chatbot for contact center automation, the cost to building a prototype is actually much lower. In fact, one thing I'm seeing corporations do, when machine learning models used to take 6 months to train, well, you better get a product manager, make sure it's valuable, make sure it's worth all that work before you put in 6 months to build it and then ship it and hopefully it pays off. But for a lot of generative AI applications, it takes only days and 1 or 2 engineers to prototype. So I'm actually seeing teams go, you know what? We don't know what's going to work. Let's just build 10 prototypes and then see what sticks. And so long as you can do that in a responsible way, you're not shipping code that harms people, but you can do that in a responsible way. This idea of prototype lots of things, ship them all and see what sticks. This has been an interesting shift in how people build AI systems, mainly because using prompting, calling, I should explain. OpenAI and Google have a web user interface, which is a fantastic tool. I use those tools myself, and it makes me more productive. But they also have a programming developer interface that lets software engineers write software by calling their APIs. And so the second category of AI applications, where you write a few lines of code, call the API, and then suddenly you have a pretty cool prototype. That model has been leading to lots of creativity and lots of ideas being tried.
Okay, I think we have time for 2 questions. I'm really sorry. We need to start the next session. The speakers are here. Yes, you can go.
Hi, Andrew. My name is Chandan. I'm representing LTI Mindtree. And my question is, see, at this point, I see we are too fixed at ChatGPT kind of solutions. But considering the progress on different areas of AI, that's your computer vision, GPTs, your diffusion models, what is the super large picture that you see when all these neuro skills coming together and the true sense of AI coming to the power? What would be that large picture for you?
Yeah, so I was just at the Neuros conference earlier this week, and it was nice to see a lot of the latest AI innovation progress presented at one conference in New Orleans, where a bunch of us were. So it is true that large language models is the thing of the hour. Looking a little bit further into the future, I'm excited about large vision models, where AI systems are becoming much better at understanding images. And this will have implications for a lot of applications, including, I think, self-driving cars. Maybe they'll finally work thanks to large vision models, but really anything where computers can analyze, not as opposed to just synthesize vision. And then also putting text and languages together. More and more teams are working on large multimodal models. GPT-4V is an example of that. And then beyond that, some of the things on the horizon that I find exciting is autonomous agents. So to me, an autonomous agent is sort of like an LM-based tool that can not just you prompt it and it responds, but you can prompt it and will decide and execute on a complex sequence of actions. So if you tell it, hey, please do competitive research for this company, maybe the AI will decide to do a web search to find a list of competitors, then visit the competitor's website, then summarize them, then write a report. But to decide on the sequence of steps and to take that sequence of steps is an autonomous agent. And 2 months ago, I was saying this autonomous agent stuff is exciting, they're cool demos. I can't make any of it work for real because it's just too flaky. But now, 2 months later, I think we're just on the cusp of these ideas working reliably enough that serious companies are willing to put them into production. I think AI today is so big, we don't collectively as a community, we don't make progress just in one direction. There's so many people working on it that are exciting vectors, of progress in many directions. And I think this is very much reflected at Neuros, at the Neuros conference earlier this week as well, where there were so many different ideas and so many different things. And so what I was summarizing is just some of the trends I was seeing and that I'm excited about. But there is a lot going on, a lot of new things being invented in AI right now.
Right. Time for one last question. I'm really sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Professor Andrew. My name is Ramakrishna Prasad. I work in a startup in the area of signal processing plus large language models. My specific question is, Meta has opened up Llama 2 for fine-tuning models. Quantization as a technique, has it been done just because there is a trade-off between quality of output versus, space using compute. Is quantization a great technique for long term to train some of these models so that we get a specific output?
Oh, yeah.
the quantization as a
Sorry.
technique.
Yeah, sorry, not sure I fully understand, but what I'm seeing is quantization is a great technique, and I think to take a training model, to make it easy to download, or even to make a store, make it much cheaper to store and transmit over the internet or to run locally on your laptop, I think it is a great technique. We wouldn't be where we are today with LLMs if not for quantization. Or maybe just one fun thing. Many people don't realize that many of you can probably run an LM on your laptop. So I find that many days of the week I will use GPT-4 and sometimes Bard, but pretty much every day I run an LM on my laptop as well when I have data that's too sensitive that I don't really want to transmit it over the internet, to a third-party company. And I find that using tools like GPT-4All or Llama or LM Studio, or I guess MLC is more for developers, harder to use. But there are these tools, they're actually becoming quite consumer friendly. And for the simple tasks, sometimes you don't need a giant 175 billion parameter model that knows so much about history and philosophy and ancient literature and physics and so on and so on. But sometimes I would just run a 7 billion parameter model on my laptop if I'm on an airplane or if I just have something too sensitive to send over the internet. So if y'all have not yet tried it, you may be surprised at what using some of these tools. LM Studio has a really good user interface, but I actually probably use Llama the most. They're actually really great tools, and I think quantization has absolutely been a key part of the technology needed to make this possible for so many people to now run LMs on their own laptop.
Right. On that note, thank you all very much for being such a great audience. This can happen only in Bengaluru, that we have a full house at 9:30 and everyone's asking such superb, relevant questions on AI. So I have no doubt that this is going to be the AI hub of India. If we have Andrew, I'd just like to thank him. Andrew, are you there?
Yes, yeah. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, Andrew, just one last question, if I may. Between ChatGPT and Bard and Claude, anything that you really like when you've been testing all these chatbots?
I mean, I try not to be biased to any company, but I mean, candidly, GPT-4 is the best model at this moment. So I do use GPT-4 more than the others. I've probably used GPT-4 and Bard the most, but I think Claude is also a very good model.
But as the co-founder of Google Brain, do you think Google's back in the game?
Oh, Google's definitely in the game. I think Gemini's launch marketing video has some issues with it. That kind of gave people a certain impression. But if you ignore the marketing and look what the engineers did, I think the Google Brain and the Google DeepMind engineers, right, under Gemini, actually made very good progress strengthening Google's LLM. So I would say cheers to the Google engineering team, even if they're marketing. Well, I would say cheers to the Google engineering team, and I hope that.
Okay, if there are Googlers here, you have reasons to cheer about. Cheers to the Google engineering team. On that note, thank you very, very much for joining us live. A huge round of applause for Dr. Andrew. And we hope to see you in person soon. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, now that you got a sense of the global AI playbook, how is the Bharat AI playbook going to look like? How can India chart a course to sovereignty in technology? Well, to answer these questions and more, please welcome on stage Zoho's founder and CEO, Sridhar Vembu. And to drive and moderate the session, I'm delighted to welcome Sharad Sharma, founder iSPIRT and member United Nations Advisory Body on Artificial Intelligence. Sridhar and Sharad, well, they don't show it, but they are among the two most influential voices in India when it comes to technology and, more importantly, technology policy. So what they say will give you clues about how the government is thinking. Sharad, I hope you have some tough questions for Sridhar ready. Take it away. Can we get Sharad's audio, please? Can we get a mic to Sharad?
you hear me? Yeah. So Sridhar, we'll start by kind of putting this problem on a scale. How much should we be worried about AI leading to digital colonization of India?
But it's not goes well beyond AI.
Hmm?
So,
Say that
I'll
again?
be more. No, it goes
Yeah.
well beyond AI. We talk
Mhm.
about digital colonization. We talk about semiconductors. We talk about take any advanced technology, aircraft engines. You talk about some traditional technology like that. So in any of these, in an adverse situation, we could be affected. I mean, WhatsApp can be turned off in 1 second. Let's be very clear on this, right? So that's the risk for us. And in some countries, it has been turned off like that.
So, one of our challenges as a country is that, we've fended off, you could say, the first wave of digital colonization. We own our own identity. If tomorrow, people's phones are switched off, uh, or the US government instructs Apple and Google to not use authentication, most of the world will shut down. Now we are on the race to about 2 billion people who will have a way to legitimately identify themselves in their own ecosystem. Some of them on Aadhaar, some of them on MOSIP, as you know, 11 countries, 100 million people are already there. And I'm not going to be surprised if we raise to about 3 billion in relatively quick time. Payments, we managed to claw back payments, and today I think we'll do 57, 58% of the global digital payments in the world, right? We are already the third largest payment system, racing to become the second. I think we have infrastructure that's been put in place for sharing data, and that's already the biggest. It's bigger than what Europe is using, and I think it will become significant. But it seems to me that while we managed to do all this, we didn't do a good job with the second phase. All our social media applications, TikTok has been banned for how long? 3.5 years. It hasn't led to a major TikTok replacement. We've had Coup here, competing with Twitter or X hasn't really taken off. So in some sense, we've not done well with this second generation of stuff that is coming. The question is, what will it take to win back this third generation?
So in AI, Dr. Andrew mentioned a few things. One, the smaller models are quite good for specific domains. That we are also seeing. I think everybody is seeing that now with approximately the 7 billion parameter kind of space, you can do a lot. And those models you can run on a laptop. And specific areas, you can make a lot of progress with that. So in other words, you can do as well in a specific domain with a small model as a big model will do in that domain. Because a big model is a know-it-all. So with just a small model, you can do specific domains. That would be a low-hanging fruit. That also keeps us, that means that, like he mentioned a very critical point, the sensitive stuff I won't go to the cloud with, I'll run it in my laptop, which I think most companies then this kind of running small models for themselves would be a good strategy. And what we are doing is running these kinds of models for customer-specific scenarios or their own custom data. That means nothing gets commingled. There's no training, like leak involved through training, all of that. So that would be one way to, at least selectively in many areas that we could be assert our own dependence. And these small models are widely available. That's the first one. The second, we have to take some specific domains and specialize. And for us, I mean, I'll tell you what I am specializing in. We are specializing in the software development itself. There, I believe there's a lot of low-hanging fruit. We can actually raise the productivity massively. There was a question here about the creative professions and AI. And I include software development in the creative profession. And if you actually look at the act of software development, there's maybe 20% creative and there's 80% a lot of grunt work, or I call it bookkeeping of data. You're shuffling data around between systems or APIs. That's not very creative work. That 80% could actually be considerably automated. So which means you can raise the productivity of the average programmer substantially. That is a low-hanging fruit that I think, like I myself personally would right now focused on. But similarly, there could be, in medical or any specific domain, there could be easy low-hanging fruit that we can pick.
Yeah, especially in health, I think there's a very big opportunity, largely because of HIPAA in the US. The health data hasn't been unlocked, even in the US, because of privacy considerations and the legal arrangement that is there. And obviously, India has access to large health data sets. You know, in the pre-meeting, I was telling somebody I have a friend who is a famous liver transplant surgeon, and he is complaining that one hospital in India, Gangaram Hospital in Delhi, does more liver transplants in a year than all of the US East Coast. So more papers are coming out, more data is available. So health is definitely an area where it is possible for us to have the corpus of data that is needed to develop models, which would be important for us and also for the rest of the world.
Speaking of health, Arvind Aikar, a Harvard Business School professor, was visiting a couple of days ago. I think he was in Bangalore yesterday too. He mentioned that Arvind Aikar is not just the best in India, it's the best in the world. Best in the world. He said he's been a Harvard Business School prof for 40 years. He has studied these questions. So in healthcare, particularly delivery, we have an intrinsic edge because of the volumes involved, the variety of patients our doctors see, all of that. That could actually lead to, again, domain-specific models. Maybe the 7 billion parameter model applied to eye care and applied to cardio, all of these problems could yield faster dividends for us. That's why I mentioned that.
I was, in a meeting in New York last week, Thursday, Friday, where Meera from OpenAI was also there. And an interesting conversation is that in the US, there is a peculiar way of unlocking the data sets from, let's say, a hospital to a modeler. Let's say one of you here is Vivek and Bala sitting here, so I'll pick on Vivek. And Vivek wishes to develop a model. He goes to Tata Memorial Hospital. They're willing to give him an anonymized data set. Now, it's very important that Vivek or his team members keep it anonymized, because if it de-anonymized, there's a reputational damage to Tata Memorial Hospital and, of course, a financial damage because they have to pay very big fines. So there is a mechanism that you need to ensure good behavior. In the US, that is done by a legal system, and that legal system basically has very large indemnity payout if there was bad behavior on the hands of the training data consumer, the person who's received that data. Those contracts are easily enforceable in the US, not in all parts of the US, but certainly in New York law. And so that allows them to allow for this collaboration to happen easily. Now, when you go to Canada, you are not able to do that, right? So Canadian companies, you hear this screeching sound. Every week you hear one more Canadian company re-domiciling itself to the US, because that is their only way to be able to access the continental size data sets that are available in the US. You can't do it in Europe. Anglo-Saxon law generally doesn't allow it. French law doesn't allow it. In India, it's not just a legal problem, it's also the efficacy of the legal system in being able to implement that. So we need a techno-legal approach to be able to do that. The question here is, while we can't reform the legal system, do you think a techno-legal approach can be an answer for unlocking these frozen data sets that we have at scale available, let's say for health or other areas?
No, I mean that just like how RBI does this in fintech, to get for example, an NBFC license or a banking license, they make you pass through a lot of hurdles. And I, having applied for one and obtained an NBFC license recently, can tell you it's a good thing, because that's where you can do harm if you just hand out these things liberally. So that is a good thing in general. So maybe there could be a similar thing where with the hospital chains you can have some tech players working, but there will be a regulatory framework to say you can only do this with the data, you cannot do these things with the data, all of that. There's no advertising involved, all of that. So with that, some protection framework, it's actually a good thing to do. And this can unlock that hidden data you mentioned. it can actually give us a competitive edge in the global markets.
So if you pick, as you suggested, the right use case, which is relevant to India, where there is some local advantage, the use case is local, we are able to unlock the right data. Third, we are able to attract people coming back. An example would again be Vivek, who's come back from the US. There are AI, the deep AI researchers, a large proportion of them are people of Indian origin. And we have a red carpet for them to come back. Then do you think we will be able to mobilize the capital that we need to sort out the compute deficit that would still exist?
There's two forms of capital. The brain capital is the bigger one. And that I think we can solve. If we solve that, the actual financial capital needed to run, you mentioned 50 million, 100 million. That's not a large sum of money for lots of players in Bangalore itself. And it's not a very large sum of money for Zoho either now. So it's not like $100 million cannot be found if that's what is the critical problem. But it's not just 100 million. Right now, there is a shortage of these chips. There is an allocation. That means that even if you're willing to spend 100 million, you will have to wait months to get the supply. That I think will get resolved. AMD is coming out with very good chips, and actually we have been working on AMD chips too now. So just to train alternative models to run on AMD, and they have very competitive silicon now. So with that, I think the supply situation should resolve. Then it's a matter of getting the talent capital. So, thank you. So that's the more important part, I'll say, because the financial capital, I mean, from IT services companies to many companies, it's not like $50 million is hard to muster in Bengaluru or any of our tech hubs.
So what are mindset shifts that we need as a country to be not just remain as a consumer of AI? There's little or no doubt we'll be a large consumer of AI, right? The question is that we are also a creator of AI. Because, otherwise, of course, that's not a good outcome to be. So what are mindset shifts that you think all of us have to embrace for that to happen? What our policymakers have to embrace? Give us your thoughts on that.
Good. It comes down to technology pride, fundamentally. A degree of nationalist pride is required. I don't know a country in the world that developed without that, honestly. You cannot quote Hong Kong. These are not countries. That's like a hub city. But take Japan, or you take Korea, or you take China, Taiwan. Taiwan has a lot of local pride, made in Taiwan. We have to have that. And we have to have that in the engineering side, production. We have to also have it in the consumers. The Japanese will prefer Japanese products first. That's true to this day. So that must be necessary. And sometimes we get this indoctrination, subtle, not so subtle, that to be global means you don't have to have that. You should not have that. I call bullshit on it. We wouldn't have produced this company if we didn't have that pride. Our engineers didn't have this pride. I challenge our guys, we have to show the world that we can do this here. And they do it, we do it. So that is necessary first and foremost, beyond anything else. That we have to do it, we will do it. And that raises our standing in the world. That's the most important part.
So what, maybe if we have time, I don't see Chandra here, we can take a couple of questions. So Chandra, why don't you pick the people? So there's somebody, yeah. Let's take a lady who raised her hand. Yeah.
Hello, Sridhar sir, Sharad sir. I am Ankita. I work as a business analyst for RTS Corp, a software company for air cargo, ferry cargo. So you had mentioned that healthcare uses large volumes of data sets and all of that, just like finance and healthcare. Even aviation, air cargo uses large volumes of data. So where do you think we can start automating certain tasks in this industry? So how do you think we can kickstart it?
Well, I can tell you what I am looking personally to automate. There is the programming I mentioned. That 80% I said is stuff that in programming can be automated, I believe. It doesn't mean eliminating every person. It just means that you average programmer will be able to produce 5 times more output. That I think is very much possible. So that's where I am focused on. I'm not an expert in exactly what is right now going on in healthcare or other industries, so I can't really speak to that. And part of working in R&D is you have to remain very hyper focused. You can't spread yourself too thin. So I am too narrowly focused right now to be able to answer the other domain questions. Maybe Sharad can respond.
Yeah, so build good AI models, having more data is helpful. Having more diverse data is helpful. So I'll give you an example of what could happen. Almost every bank in the world today uses a payment anomaly detector. FATF requires you to identify suspicious transactions. So they have very simple, BRE kind of systems to identify payment anomalies. There are 6 big payment systems in the world, right? There's Visa, MasterCard, there is Alipay, WeChat Pay, there is now UPI, and there is Swift. If you were to combine 2 of them, you will build a better payment anomaly model than anybody else. And Visa, MasterCard are not diverse. Alipay, WeChat Pay are not diverse. UPI and Swift are diverse. I'll just leave it here that it is quite possible you will find that the world's best payment anomaly model may be coming from India, because we may be able to combine with another data set at a global basis and then generate a model in that area. So this is ultimately the thinking that we need to be able to go after sectors, where we can be leaders in the future. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Hi, Sriram this side. Thank you for the opportunity. So you mentioned about techno-legal approach for data sharing. Hi, I'm here. So techno-legal approach for data sharing. So I'm just wondering, even if we do that in health, where we get data source from multiple people for disease surveillance or whatnot. So how, I'm just worried, just top of my head, that that anonymized data set becomes de-anonymized somehow. So yeah. How does that work out?
May I take that? Because so in India, Bapat.world is where you can see this. There's something called training cycle, inference cycle. So remember, data in AI, you are building the AI model and using the AI model. So when you're using the AI model, the interaction that you have is that you give some personal data, let's say to ChatGPT, and it recommends where should you go this weekend, right? That is the inference cycle. In India, that approach is now well established. It is account aggregator in the case of finance, and now that will be extended to all sectors. So that system, the public technology there is called DEPA inference. The one that you are talking about is about building the models, and that is called DEPA training. Essentially, the Indian approach is around a confidential clean room where both the model and the data set actually meet. And that confidential clean room then ensures that the model doesn't memorize private data when it's going out. And it ensures that the business secrecy of the model is not compromised by the person who's providing the data. So this secure enclave that is created, which allows for the sangam of or a samyog of model and data in a safe environment. So you have computational guarantees for privacy and computational guarantees for secrecy. So India's developed this approach. It's out there. There are many open house sessions. You can learn more about that. And that approach is also likely to be taken up by a major European country. And since you mentioned Japan, I can also mention them as well. So it will have a global kind of outlook as we go forward.
Hi, sir. I'm Sridhar. I represent Versa Innovation. We build Daisy Hunt and Josh, which are in the Indian local language space. Having worked on Indian local language, tech, and AI very actively, one question that I have is how can Indian startups that are working on generative AI space specifically compete with tech giants which have so much might of compute or whatever? So, for example, if they launch Indian language models, what is the edge that you see that or the opportunity that you see we have?
Sridhar, I'm going to direct this question to a later session a fascinating session that Vivek and Bala will do. This is exactly the question that you should ask them. And, and full disclosure, till a couple of years ago, I used to be on the board of your company. So I have a good sense, and congratulations for the good work that you've done. So, sure.
Hello. Hi, Sharad sir. Hi, Sridhar Vembu sir. I'm Sundar, and I'm working as data scientist in Jaguar Land Rover. And Sridhar sir, I'm a fan of your work. So from my side, it's more of a, asking for an opinion than a question. So as an automotive, as I'm working in automotive industry, there is huge data, big data, which is being generated, just like healthcare, and like people are asking about aviation. So when it comes to vehicles, how do you see is the importance on cybersecurity when it comes to Indian ecosystem compared to any other countries? Because they have a lot of establishments on cybersecurity, rather than in Indian ecosystem, it's not that great. So what is your opinion on the steps that we should take on cybersecurity? And that's it.
Cybersecurity as it specifically to automotive industry, or okay. But first, automotive, I'll talk a broader thing because we are investors in ultraviolet, so I learned a little bit about the space. We have to catch up on a lot of the fundamental technology, that the instrumentation, the panels, to all of the basic technologies from the battery, of course, cell chemistry, to all of that. So it's not just the AI side, it's not just the security, it's not just that layer, but we have a lot of catching up to do on even the foundational technologies. So I look at AI as part of that. Security specifically, that is really how well the embedded software stack is. And today, the prevailing coding standards in that area, I mean, you look at, you still write C code, you still have all the bugs, and the tooling is kind of primitive. I think we can leapfrog all this. In fact, that's a lot of my own focus is how do you leapfrog all that in the embedded space. Because we are today, if you look at how a medical instrument is coded, how automotive instruments are coded, they're still in very, very fairly primitive tools. The language is still, we are using C mostly, and fundamentally unsafe. You cannot actually guarantee safety no matter what you do. And the prevailing wisdom is you cannot achieve efficiencies without going down to C kind of thing. Those are the kinds of things that we have to challenge, and that's why security has to come from some intrinsically built into the languages, built into the frameworks we use, all of that. Not just, it cannot just be tested into the code. So that's where I would say a lot of the focus should be. This is broader cybersecurity for example, our infrastructure, our clouds, our financial networks, all of it. It has to be, security has to be more built into the way that we write code completely. So, thank you.
Hear me here. Yeah, thank you so much, Sridhar, for coming all the way from Tenkasi for the Global AI Conclave. Pleasure as always to listen to you.
I'm glad to be in Bangalore always, sir.
Huge round of
Today,
applause.
beautiful weather too, sir. Thank you.
Otherwise, Sridhar avoids Bangalore's traffic and Delhi's pollution, but so happy to see you.
I come only in the night. I leave late at night, so I never see Bangalore traffic. By the time I arrive here, the traffic hasn't started yet. I leave only after the traffic hits.
That's a good strategy. We'll do something similar. Sridhar, I remember reading that, you also had a chip making startup. Tell us about that. Do you have plans to get into chips? And also give us an update on Zoho's LLM. As journalists, we are always hunting for headlines. So give us a couple of headlines.
No, we are working on those 7 billion, 10 billion parameter models. 20 billion is the largest we are working on. We are not doing the 500 trillion parameter models yet. It's because, there's a 100 million cost involved. That's not the primary reason. We are also waiting for the dust to settle a little bit so that more GPU capacity is available. And our own preference is to own the infrastructure, that we won't go to superscalers because it's long term, it is cheaper anyway. So we are just waiting for the dust to settle a little bit. Meanwhile, we are doing a lot of the smaller models for very specific domains, whether our financial products, CRM, all of that are benefiting from it. For example, our Zoho Writer type of thing. The grammar checking is now laying on a good model that's doing quite well. So those are the types of models we are investing heavily in. That we are also along the way in parallel developing some foundational technologies. I mentioned the software development, all that, but those are somewhat longer term already. Intrinsically, you cannot say when that will arrive. I mean, I'm working on it personally. I cannot give you a date because, like, every week I'll come into
It's
a new
good that you
problem.
don't have to give anyone a date because you don't have investors to answer.
No, but actually, even our engineers have the same freedom here. That's why they stay here. That I go and understand what the problem is. Then I know that they are stuck here. It is going to be a month, 2 months. People who work with me closely, all our engineers know this. Like when you are stuck on a very deep problem, it's like being a scientist. You cannot predict when you will get out of it. If you don't understand it, you cannot be a really good engineer because that's the nature of it, nature of the beast. So that's why we are able to make progress in an average sense. We accept that on a particular problem we may be stuck. So sometimes stuck forever. I mean, for example, take self-driving cars. How many times have you heard predictions that by now they should be all there, right? They had to cancel the experiment in San Francisco. This is not to blame the engineers. This is to tell you how intrinsically hard all these problems are. That the mistake they make is not that they failed in this timely delivery. The mistake is they promised a date. That's why I never make the mistake of promising any date.
On that
So,
note,
Sridhar, thank you so much. And
Yeah.
we need India to become an AI nation, and a lot of it will depend on this jugalbandi between whatever is the public infrastructure that comes up and the innovation that you and Zoho will do, and what you inspire others to do.
There's a
So
lot of
thank you
innovation
so
going
much.
on, and
Yeah.
I see a lot of interesting ideas coming up. We are actually looking at, in fact, not just AI. I recently met companies, small companies, like 5% startups. I'm blown away by the level of innovation that is happening right now. Very tiny companies that are well below the radar. They have not raised any money. They're kind of bootstrapping on their own, but I see significant innovation happening there. So I'm very optimistic that way.
Thank you so much.
great. Thank you so much, Ritika.
Thank you, Sridhar. Thank you, Sharad, for sharing such deep insights on navigating the ever-evolving landscape of artificial intelligence. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the big question, which is on everyone's mind. And that is, while the conversations around the groundbreaking innovation in artificial intelligence are fascinating, what about its safety and its security? We will try and find the answer to this question in our forthcoming session. To take this forward, please, with a generous applause, me as a welcome onto the stage, Vice President, Product Management, Network Security at Palo Alto Networks, Swapna Bapat. Swapna has played a pivotal role in conceptualizing products and leading global teams and navigating diverse technologies, including optical networking, cellular networks, data analytics, and AI. Thank you so much for joining us. And to take the session forward, please join me as I welcome CNBC TV 18's Ritu Singh on stage. Over to you, Ritu.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. Thanks very much for that introduction again. And there's no denying that artificial intelligence, as we know it today, has completely changed the nature of the game when it comes to cybersecurities, whether it's the opportunities or the pitfalls, because the nature of cyber attacks is getting more sophisticated, but your ability to defend is also improving with AI. So Swapna, to answer all of these questions, I'm going to welcome you again. And if you could start by laying the context for the audience. How has the landscape of cybersecurity evolved, with the advent of artificial intelligence? Because that's been in play for several years. But what's changed in the last couple of years is how easy it has become for everyone to use. What kind of new challenges does that pose?
Thanks, Ritu. And first of all, good morning to everyone. It's still morning, right? With the 412. So lovely to see such a big and engaged audience. And yes, every time technology evolves. So for example, when cloud came or when cellular networks started, cybersecurity is always something that has to keep pace. And when you look at the landscape today, especially with the use of AI, cybersecurity has to be studied from the two sides, right? There are two sides. So let's look at the adversarial side first. Understand your enemy, as they say, right? Keep your enemies close. So from the adversarial side, three things really come out at a very high level, right? Obviously. One is the sophistication of attacks. And I want to give you an example. Phishing. Phishing today still 85% of breaches are caused by human error. And that human error ranges from doing some activity wrong while they're running an environment to literally clicking on a wrong link. Now, previously, these phishing emails were very obviously wrong. So someone who's aware knew there was a grammatical error, there was punctuation mistakes. But thanks to very sophisticated LLMs, these phishing emails are seemingly very, very good. Even the domain name are very, very genuine. So we did an experiment within our company. Our InfoSec team used an LLM and created a phishing email. The hit rate was up by 25%.
Goodness.
So it's easier now to create more sophisticated attacks.
Sure.
Second is the scale of the attacks. So what I can do is actually train a model to create malware. And every time I find that this malware can be blocked, I find a better malware to create from the same model.
Yeah.
So remember, models, we have foundational models. It's become ubiquitous, as you said. You take the foundational model, train it. It's much more easier. You don't have to have a master's in computer science or a PhD.
You just need to know English or perhaps whatever new language is going to be.
Exactly. And you need to know where to go to, right? So the scale of attacks are going to be massive. You just have to be prepared. And third, very importantly, is the attack surface. You saw the previous session, they were talking about access to data. So now think about it. There are non-developers. Usually in companies, there's a development team. They've been using AI for the last 10 odd years. So it's not new. Now, with all due respect, anyone in the company from marketing to HR to finance can be using AI. It's become so much easier. So that entire attack surface of who's using AI, what data they have access to, is now helping our attackers get a much broader space to go after, right?
You know, Swapna, before we go on, I have to ask you, have you been a victim recently of any sort of cybersecurity attacks? Have you clicked on any of these links sent to you by someone?
No. I'm very careful.
Or you're not telling us yet. How would you chart out some of the milestones in how cybersecurity itself has evolved? You spoke about how technology has existed for all of these years, but in the last 2 years itself, we've seen significant leaps in how everyone's able to use it. So, could you outline for us what some of the milestones have been before we get to some of the opportunities that presents?
Sure. So the defense side of the landscape, but that's where the milestones make a lot of sense, right? So AI has been used for a while now. I mean, I will take our own evolution at Palo Alto Networks, where there are technologies such as image recognition, right? When you want to prevent sensitive data from being shared, let's take an example of driver's license. The driver's license in Karnataka is different from the driver's license in Maharashtra. So you need to have the ability to recognize the image. You need to have the ability to extract text from the image and prevent this data from being leaked. We are using AI in doing that, right? So consider it one of the quite few years old things that have been used, where we have been using AI. Second example I would give is fingerprinting or behavioral analytics. So now in cloud, one of the big things that you really have to be worried about is identity breach, right? So can you fingerprint how a user typically uses his or her access to the cloud, right? So identity breaches are one way of using AI again. So understanding whether an identity has been breached, right, using fingerprinting. Another very interesting use of AI that has been there is device fingerprinting. And I want to give you an example, which is just 2 days back, someone in my team was telling me we were doing some work with a cement manufacturer, right? Cement manufacturer, we have plenty, and I won't mention the country purposely. And the cement manufacturer, after using an IoT solution of ours, figured out that they had medical equipment in their environment, in their IT environment. Now, first of all, AI is used to find medical equipment. And why is a cement manufacturer having medical equipment sending data to 2,000 external IP addresses, right? So fingerprinting is one very good use of AI that has been done for a while. And third is dealing with big data, right? So the extent at which, for example, let's take SOC. Anyone here who works in the SOC, the Security Operations Center? Okay. So that gentleman, sir, you will understand the pain of dealing with millions of events every day. Then having probably 30, 35 vendors in your environment, having all their logs coming into your SIEM. So analyzing this amount of data and being able to intelligently come out with recommendations, reducing your mean time to respond, reducing your mean time to detect to minutes. Seconds for detection, minutes for response. AI is being used there. So really, cybersecurity has been using AI very effectively to keep folks safe.
How do you assess, because we've seen instances of cybersecurity attacks, whether it is government agencies here, whether it's private agencies, how swiftly do you assess India's being able to respond? If you look at some of the recent instances, how do you assess that, say, versus what you're seeing globally? You mentioned that cement manufacturer. I don't know how long it took to solve that issue.
No, so the issue was observed within minutes. Obviously, to find that device, even sometimes the physical location. You see, this has nothing to do with India. Unfortunately, as companies grow and evolve, people move in and out. There are servers in the cloud. There are databases in the cloud. There are IT devices in the data center that people tend to, over time, lose track of.
But rather the time of detection and then solution, how has that come down over the years?
Oh, that has come down significantly. And without mentioning customers, I'll give our own example. Palo Alto SOC. We were dealing with millions of events per hour because people love to attack us, right? It's a cybersecurity company. Having attacked Palo Alto is a good thing. So we were able to bring down our mean time to detect to 10 seconds. Right. So detecting a breach came down to 10 seconds. Mean time to respond came down to a minute, right? Because we honestly, we are very, very strict about precision when it comes to using AI. In the world of cybersecurity, we get used in hospitals. We get used, and I gave you the IoT example. Think about a hospital where a heart monitor is connected to a patient, and the cybersecurity vendor's product says that this monitor has been breached. You need to isolate it. If you're not precise, you might be causing a lot of damage. So getting the mean time to detect and respond, but not at the cost of precision. So precision AI is extremely important as cybersecurity vendors develop their products.
So, like precision AI is something that you brought up, but what are some of the technologies that you're using to counter these more sophisticated attacks? And, what sort of opportunities that artificial intelligence present, to be able to counter these phishing attacks and so on and so forth in the last couple of years that you've seen emerge?
So I gave you a number of examples when it came to the milestones of how cybersecurity vendors have been using AI. Obviously, I took our journey in Palo Alto, but there are other vendors out there where this technology has been used. Now, the opportunity of using AI is, especially when I'll talk about neural networks, like deep learning AI models. The opportunity is going to be, for example, in how users interact with cybersecurity products. The gentleman again there, my friend from the SOC, he will know. when you're dealing with 30, 35 vendors, you have to understand each product differently. You have to go and make changes across. There is a whole element of knowledge base that has to be developed in the company. These deep models are going to create an opportunity for these cybersecurity vendors to make interacting with products very easy. That's going to be a key differentiator for cybersecurity companies. Now, how they develop this, we can talk a little bit about that as well.
Okay, so for our friend here and for some of the others that may be around, we will get to a question in a bit. But how should companies and chief information security officer CISOs respond to these emerging challenges? If you could quickly list out 3 or 4 top things to keep in mind.
Absolutely, and having an AI policy, I would say, is the first thing. You remember the day when cloud was something people didn't want to use, right? And I know the gentleman, Sridhar, said that they will be deploying all their AMD devices on-prem. But there's a lot that's happening in the cloud. There's your SaaS applications that are being used in the cloud, right? So just like you have a cloud policy, you should have an AI policy as a CISO. And why that's important is, I would say, for 2 reasons. One is the fact that the ubiquitous nature of AI today. There are multiple teams now who are going to be using AI. It's not only that sequestered development team that's going to be using AI. So you need to understand, and you need to perhaps create a workflow and approval process for them to be able to use, not just download foundational models and start working with them, but really an approval process of how they can use, what data they can use for that, right? So that's one thing as part of the AI policy. And the second is, today, when you use applications in your environment, we still see, unfortunately, there are a lot of enterprises who don't know the SaaS applications they're using. That's number one. Now, let's assume you figure out all the SaaS applications. When you turn on the AI functionality in those SaaS applications, do you really know what data they're touching? Are they touching sensitive data? Are they touching biometric data of your employees which you have stored? Without naming any vendor, let's say you use a communication app. There's a recent AI-enabled communication app which really nicely brings out all your meeting minutes once your meeting is done. It's lovely. I would love to use it. But I'd really want to understand which data or which model this is using.
Accessing.
Yes. So, and that kind of knowledge CISO should have to understand future implications externally and internally.
What about larger enterprises and companies themselves? You're talking about specific individuals and what they must keep in mind. But are there strategies you could outline for enterprises to be aware of these new kind of threats that are emerging and how they could counter it?
So I'll focus again, I'll try to answer your question from a cybersecurity perspective, right? We do a lot of black hatting in Palo Alto. And I'm calling it black hatting because we always have to stay ahead of adversaries. So we build malware, we try to break that malware, we test it on our products, and we are constantly building those antidotes, or medicine, if you will, to fix and prevent that malware from getting in. Yeah, detect, exactly. So all cybersecurity companies have to really up their game on black hatting, because with generative AI, there are more people who are going to be perpetrating attacks. Now, for enterprises who choose cybersecurity vendors, have to make decisions on building that layered security model in their environment, they really need to choose companies which have 3 very important things. One is the right data, and historically the right data. So these models, to become more precise and to get to the point of precision AI, really need volumes of good quality data. So is your vendor having that? Have they been enough around to have that kind of data, right? Number one. Number two, does the vendor have a good of the data lineage? Do they know how that data is coming? Do they have the ability to bring varied data together? The previous speaker also mentioned about how silos need to be removed, right? A variety of data has to be brought in to really get the most out of the data. So that's something enterprises should do. Now, this applies to both cybersecurity or not, right? And third is, it's very important point that you bring in AI experts, which we have been doing in Palo Alto as a best practice and has really given us good results. We bring the vertical experts. So in our case, the cybersecurity experts, who might not necessarily be AI experts, to work with the AI experts. So any industry, and I've in my previous roles where I've worked with data analytics, people who are good data scientists might not understand how a bank transaction works. So an expert from the bank married to the expert who's a data scientist together would give you the best results. So these three things, I think whether you're a cybersecurity company or any other enterprise, to use AI and to get it to its maximum impact, these three things should be done.
Well, Swapna, thanks for sharing the tricks of the trade and the secrets, if you will. But then, in that case, that brings me to the next question. How do you stand out as, as a leader in the cybersecurity space? How do you differentiate one company from another? How would you respond to that? For instance, what can one company do to stay ahead? That's something we were talking about earlier outside. For some of the players here, what would your advice be?
For cybersecurity players, right?
Yes. So if they implement all of that you were saying, now what distinguishes one from the next?
See, what's really going to be distinguishing in cybersecurity is obviously your effectiveness of security. That's going to be number one. And the effectiveness is really governed by the data you have. So models, machine learning has been used, and machine learning will get easier, will get more ubiquitous. You need to have access to the right holistic data. When I say holistic, across disciplines, right? So you can really analyze it together and make sense out of it better. So that's going to be one. You should be able to track the data lineage. We spoke about that earlier. But now think about the way LLMs are helping interact with the digital way of life much easier. So cybersecurity vendors are really going to differentiate themselves when they make using their products easier.
Okay, we're running out of time. So a final question to you on, what are some of the future technologies that will shape how cybersecurity evolves?
See, AI has been used in cybersecurity for some time, right? What's really going to change how cybersecurity, I would say how people interact with cybersecurity is how easy you make these products to use, right? That's really going to be the bottom line. Because if these products are able to use AI to monitor your landscape, to give you the awareness of what you have in your environment, to allow you to interact with it in such a way that if something bad is happening, first of all, prevent anything bad from happening. And if something bad is happening, help you solve it in a very easy way. Really give you the exact steps to the solution. And the only way you can do this, if you remove silos between data producing elements and get a platform approach.
All right, a platform approach then. On that note, thanks very much, Swapna, for sharing your thoughts here. And thank you all for your time and for being a wonderful audience. Thank you.
Thanks, Ritu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Swapna and Ritu, for that insightful conversation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to bring up our next global guest. The co-founder and CEO of Cerebras, a startup that is making next-generation AI chips. Cerebras, as we know, is building the world's largest computer chip optimized for AI workloads. And we have joining us virtually all the way from Sunnyvale, California, Andrew Feldman. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having us. It's a pleasure to be here.
It's great to have you at the Global AI Conclave. I request Chandra to please join me on stage and take this conversation forward. Over to you, Chandra.
Thank you, Ritika. We promise you this is the final virtual guest for the day. All the others are attending in person, including Chris Miller, so don't be disappointed. Andrew, but next time you're in India, please come for our event in person. Thank you for joining us at the Global AI Conclave.
What a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me, and I'm so sorry I couldn't join you in person.
Right. Andrew, you are building, your claim to fame rather, is that you're building the biggest chips for AI. Normally, an AI chip would be the size of a fingernail or a postal stamp, but you've decided to make one the size of a dinner plate. And this is, at a time when people are talking about Moore's law and so on. So tell us about, what drove that thinking and how you're standing out in a world dominated by NVIDIA.
Well, thank you. We saw in late 2015 the rise of AI. And we asked ourselves a very simple question, and that was, why would a machine, a processor that was built and optimized over 20 years for graphics work, why would it be good at AI? And from there, we asked the simple question, what's hard about AI? And what turns out to be really hard about AI is the movement of information, of data. The actual mathematics done in a processor for AI is not very hard, but you need a huge amount of it. And so the hard part, the challenge for any processor maker is how are you going to move the data to memory and from memory? And how are you going to move it across hundreds and now thousands or 10,000s of little processors? And we saw an opportunity to, instead of moving it off a processor across the motherboard to another processor, or off a processor through the motherboard to a NIC, through a switch to another processor, we saw an opportunity to use more silicon to build a wafer scale processor. That means we use the entire wafer. We don't cut the wafer up. Now, our observation that the movement of data was fundamental, wasn't unique to us. NVIDIA saw that problem too, and they bought Mellanox. They bought a switch company and go about tying together thousands of little chips. But if you want to do AI quickly, and you want to do it for less power, you want a bigger chip. And that's what we saw in 2015. And by the early 2016, we'd raised a large Series A, and we were off to the races. And in August of 19, we announced that we had solved the problem, how to build a big chip, that had never been solved in the industry before. And we began shipping this part in 2020. In 2021, we announced we'd shrunk the geometry. We'd gone from 400,000 cores to 850,000 cores, and gone from 17 nanometers to 16 nanometers to 7. And we're now building the fastest processors for AI on Earth. Late last year, we began building these computers that we make. We began tying them together into supercomputers and running the largest AI models on them. And then later in July of this year, we announced that we would build around the world with our strategic partner, G42. We will build a collection of the largest AI supercomputers on Earth. And we would build 9 of them, each with 4 exaflops of compute. We've completed the first one here in California. The second one is underway. The third and fourth ones are in planning. And over the next year, we intend to build more than 36 exaflops of AI compute.
Great.
So that's the journey. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share a little bit about it.
Right. Andrew, something that I've noticed very interesting about your cap table, it has Sam Altman, Greg Brockman, Ilya, and I think D'Angelo of Quora as investors. So what was your vantage when the whole OpenAI crisis was unfolding two of your investors on this side and two of your investors on that side.
So Adam D'Angelo was the first CTO of Facebook. He is among the most brilliant technologists in the Valley. We presented early in 2016 to Adam. He understood exactly the problem, that training takes too long, it's too power hungry, and that GPUs are not the right tool, or not the tool that you would have designed from a clean sheet of paper. So he invested. A little later on, Sam and Ilya and Greg and one of their extraordinary engineers, Scott Gregg, also invested. But we have a who's who in Silicon Valley. Andy Bechtolsheim, probably the greatest angel investor, first money in it at Google. In fact, there's a rumor that Google got a bank account to cash his check. Founder of 5 or 6 companies and currently founder and CTO at Arista. He was an investor. Pradeep Sindhu, founder of Juniper, is an investor. We have an extraordinary collection of wise people who have been available to me to guide me a little bit, to keep me from making simple mistakes.
Right. There's another, bigger versus smaller debate in AI with respect to the size of LLMs. Now, Sam Altman, for example, has said that going forward, the incremental success of LLMs might not come from raising the number of parameters. So while the biggest models today are in the range of 500 billion to 1 trillion, you plan to build a chip that can train 100 trillion parameters.
Correct. I think the question here isn't do we need less compute? Sam is in OpenAI, and I think Mr. Brockman was quoted as saying, "He who has the biggest computer will win in AI." The question is what you point this infinite demand of compute. What do you point it at? You point it at a collection of smaller models in a mixture of experts? Do you point it at one giant model with 1 trillion or 5 trillion or 50 trillion parameters? Do you work on models that are 100 billion parameters but use huge amounts of data? So not a trillion tokens, not 5 trillion, but maybe 20 trillion tokens. I think what everybody's clear on is the approximately infinite demand for compute. What's unclear is which flavor of model is going to be used to consume that compute. And there are a lot of really interesting results, right? Recently, Minstrel put out a model that was a mixture of experts. Microsoft has been doing pioneering research in mixture of expert models for a long time. While Sam has said that the models aren't getting bigger, he has the biggest model. And so I think it's very difficult to tell, and there are lots of different ways to skin this cat. And I think we will see together a tremendous collection of different approaches. What will be the same is the underlying need for unbelievable amounts of compute, vast amounts of compute. And I think that's a tremendous opportunity for those who build compute.
Right. As they say, during a gold rush, the guys who sell the shovels make the most amount of money.
Well, I'm a professional seller of picks and shovels. I think this is our 5th company. Many of the team have been with me along the journey. We very much love the infrastructure industry. We love building things that other people put their ideas on top of. We love it when other people's ideas take flight on our technology. And to build infrastructure, whether you're building switches, whether you're defending people's data like your previous guest at Palo Alto, whether you're building compute for AI or compute for anything else, you have to have a passion for enabling other people's ideas. And at Cerebra Systems, this is our undying passion, is to make other people's ideas, to make their models fly.
Right. You have an office in Bengaluru. Can you tell us about the kind of work that happens here? How many employees do you have? Do you have plans on expanding the center?
We do. There's an extraordinary collection of AI talent in India, and that's, of course, not a surprise. They're a collection of the greatest universities in the world. There are exceptional engineers. We have, I don't know, 37, 38 people, and it will be growing, perhaps doubling next year and doubling the year after. We do AI work. We train models. We do work in frameworks, which is in the compiler tool chain, making it easier for your models to run PyTorch. We do a whole collection of primary work. We also have offices in Toronto. We don't divide up work by region. We find people who have exceptional talents, and they run projects. And those projects are sometimes led out of Bangalore, sometimes led out of Toronto, and sometimes led out of Sunnyvale, California.
Right. So Andrew, if I look at the chip industry today, on the one hand you have Nvidia, Intel, AMD, Google, Amazon, and so on, and then you have startups such as yours, Cerebras, Graphcore, Grokku, Samba Nova, and so on. How do you? Is there going to be consolidation? Is there space for multiple players? At least the internet world is winner takes all. How is it going to work out in the chip industry?
I think there are not so many industries where winner has taken all. I think in the hyperscale world, there are several in the U.S. and several in Europe, and a handful in the Middle East, including our partner G42. There's some in Japan, an entirely different ecosystem in China. So I'm expecting there to be many winners. I think we have differentiated ourselves by building a faster part, by doing more business than all the other startups combined, by making customers extraordinarily successful. And if you look at the work that's been done on our models, we've published the top performing medical assistant called MedLLM. We've published the leading non-English LLM, a model called JACE, which is a native Arabic LLM. We have the leading and published the most downloaded 3 billion parameter network. That one's in English. It's called BTLM, downloaded more than 1 million times. We've put GPT models into the open source community, and we have customers around the world. I think we generally spend our time thinking about how to be better than NVIDIA. They are obviously the market share leader. And that's what we're focused on all day, every day, is how to build the best AI computer for our customers and partners.
Right. I'm going to take one more question, and then if people in the audience have a few questions, please let me know and we'll get a mic. You signed a deal with UAE to supply 3 supercomputers. Have you also had discussions with the government of India, because they're also talking about increasing compute, increasing access to GPU, and they've also said that they will engage with multiple players. I want to understand if you've had any discussions with them.
I have. I was actually in New Delhi 10 days ago, meeting with government officials. We have had discussions. I think India represents a tremendous opportunity for the AI community. I think there are not enough data centers. I think there's not enough supercomputers. There's very few supercomputers for AI. And I think it's a tremendous opportunity. So, of course, we're engaged at all levels. And I hope that we can build extraordinary solutions for the Indian market. I look forward to doing work in Indic languages. I think there aren't good LLMs right now in a collection of the languages that are native in India. And I think we can do better as a community.
Right. Can we get a mic? Andrew, just 10 more minutes. We'll take a few audience questions.
Of course, happy to chat.
We have about 300, 400 people here in Bangalore, so a lot of questions. Yeah.
We're looking for great engineers.
Hello, Andrew.
You should give them an ID they can write to apply for a job at Cerebrus.
You can write to me directly. You can write to jobs@cerebrus.net. You can write to me. I'm Andrew at cerebrus.net. You can also write to our exceptional country manager, Lakshmi. I think she's Lakshmi at cerebrus.net.
Right.
So lots of choices. You'll get to us. Jobs@cerebrus.net.
Yeah. Hello, Andrew. I'm Haris Agrawal. I look at engineering functions for a young AI startup in Roost. And we primarily look at testing as a specialized function, software testing. So my question is, we see a trend where we want business domain-specific or specialized LLMs. And does that still mean that what you're trying to aim here is larger models on a wafer-sized chip? So does that still impact the demand for compute, right? Specialized LLMs versus generic LLMs is my question.
That's a really good question. I mean, we train supersized models for some customers, but we also train domain-specific models in the 3 billion to 7 billion parameter category. That's a model that is extremely inexpensive to do inference on. I think the questions around domain-specific models are entirely around data. Do you have exceptional data? Do you have data that separates you from your competition? And if you do, we can undoubtedly collaborate to build a model, to run a model, to train it, to outperform a general model. And so I think your intuition is spot on. I think many of our customers, one, for example, a large pharmaceutical company based in the UK, GlaxoSmithKline, they have an ensemble of models, and they are smaller. And each one is trained uniquely with special data that is gathered and curated and owned by GSK. And they get extraordinary results. And so I think you're thinking right along the right axis, that if you have really interesting data, a domain-specific model doesn't have to be giant, has to have exceptional data. And if you keep it small, your inference costs are low. And if you're trying to build a production solution, that's really important.
Yeah. Hi. So given that models are now open source, so how do we also...
Sorry,
Hi,
can you
hi.
stand up, please?
Yeah, sure. Given that we are seeing models is also getting open source, but how do we democratize compute for, let's say, a country like India, where every small startup can access it easily and also contribute back to the compute, right? What are your views on that?
Unfortunately, I didn't hear. Could somebody repeat the question?
So he wants to know how one can democratize compute. Was that the question?
Yeah.
Especially for India, because you guys charge too much.
I think he has got an audio problem.
Andrew, can you hear us? Yeah.
Now I can, yeah.
Did you? Yeah. So he wanted to know.
I didn't hear the question, so if somebody could repeat it.
Yeah. So he asked how one can democratize compute for a country like India, unless you're willing to lower your prices.
Sure, to this audience, everybody can have one. No, I think it's a really thoughtful question and a hard question. I think there are lots of vectors to democratize AI. I think we have to find ways to put large amounts of compute in more people's hands, number one. I think we have to write models that aren't just in English or dominated by English, it's number two. We have to enable more than one hardware platform. I think history teaches that if you want a healthy ecosystem, It's never based on a single hardware platform. All three of those have to take place. At Cerebrus, we try and do our part. We have programs with universities, with researchers, with startups. We've partnered with startups to do interesting work together at a fraction of the cost that we charge large companies. We've worked with graduate students. We've worked with the open source community, all to do our part in being good members of the community. It's not easy. You are correct that this problem, this AI challenge, is hugely compute intensive, hugely power intensive. So, it's not just the hardware cost, but it's the operating cost of these clusters. Some of these clusters that we build, these supercomputers, they take megawatts of compute, megawatts of power. They deliver exaflops of compute. These are sort of previously unimaginable amounts of compute and consume huge amounts of power. Still less than if you'd have done the same amount of work on a GPU, but it's still a lot of power. And that converts into real cost. And I think has to be a collaboration between government, academic institutions, startups, and the private sector. Companies like us, companies like NVIDIA and AMD and others, to find ways to try and make available compute to especially startups that are doing innovative work, graduate students, young faculty at research institutions.
Right. I think we have time for 2-3 more questions, guys. Yes.
Hi, Andrew. My name is Ganapati, a startup co-founder in Generative AI space. My question to you is, you have been in the chip industry for 2-3 decades. How is it shaping up for being ready for quantum computing and very specifically quantum machine learning? Are we there yet, or we are still far away with respect to hardware being ready for quantum computing and quantum machine learning?
First, thank you for noticing I'm a grandfather. I appreciate that, and I am a proud grandfather of a 9-year-old granddaughter. I have been in the industry for 30 odd years, and it's been a pleasure and a privilege. I think for production work that you and I want to do every day, we're not close with quantum. And I don't think we're 5 years out. I don't think we're 10 years out of delivering quantum to solve problems that you and I care about today. We are a long way away. And I think there's been a huge amount of hubris in the quantum community. There are a very small number of players who have told their investors and have told the market that the dead truth, that this is hard, they're a long way away. It's a journey that absolutely should be taken, but it takes a huge amount of time and money. And the problems they're well suited to solve aren't the problems that we're working on today. The quantum won't help AI. Quantum won't help databases. Quantum won't help the vast majority of problems that we face today, because it's a machine that's good at something different. And I think, if you want the straight truth, one of the founders of a company, a quantum company, perhaps the leading quantum company is PsiQuantum, and I think that's PSI Quantum, and they've been dead honest with the world. They're doing extraordinary things, and they're many, many years away. And I think you don't have to worry about it eating into your market. We don't ever worry about quantum and AI. It's
right.
In AI, it's 3 decades away.
Right. One last question, please. Yes, please.
Hi, Andrew. Pleasure meeting you actually. So I'm Ganesh from Digital Track. So I closely work with NVIDIA to set up a platform from the R&D divisions actually. So my question is actually, entire ecosystem is trying to help the country to access the AI. So what is your roadmap for the India? Because of amid of NVIDIA domination across the globe, I can say you must be knowing very well than anyone.
Oh,
so what is your road plan for India to, whereas the VAP series chips priced at very high, close to 1 million initially itself. So to enter into the country like India, what is your roadmap, and when do you plan to debut probably with your VAP series in India? I want to know.
Sure. I think the problem of the cost of NVIDIA, the long lead times, the monopolistic behavior is something that many people have commented on. We are today a mid-sized company. We're growing very quickly. We recognize the vast opportunity in India. We've put a team there. I've begun to visit, talk to government officials, to learn. We've met many of India's leading AI thinkers and entrepreneurs. But I think there's a huge amount of work to be done. And I think, getting government pronouncements, getting commitments, signing pieces of paper is the start. The hard work is after that, when you build data centers, when you build modern data centers where you ship gear, where you stand up gear, where you offer it to people like you in a cloud offering, so the cost can be driven down as low as possible. That's the hard work.
Right.
And we have the hard work ahead of us. And so I think the way you drive down the cost is to share the compute resource, right? The compute costs what it costs. There's a huge amount of technology there. There's hundreds of millions of dollars of invested capital. Each generation of chip costs perhaps for a startup $150 to $200 million to develop. There have to be returns on that money. But the way to do that is to be sure that it's always being used, to be sure that it's amortized over many customers and over a long period of time. And those are our plans. And I think you'll be hearing a lot from us in the months and years to come.
On that note, Andrew, thank you very much for joining us at the AI Conclave. A huge round of applause. Thank you, Andrew.
What a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me, and we very much look forward to being in person next time.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I'll hold you to that. On that note, on that note, I have an announcement to make. We will be breaking at lunch now because the minister is expected here at around 1:15. But we have a session at 12:45 with the founders of Sarvam.AI. I think a lot of people want to hear them talk. Vivek and Pratyusha are already here. So I'm going to request you to, grab your lunch and come back here by 12:40 so that we can start on time at 12:45 when the minister comes at 1:15. Oh, sorry, Ritika, 1 second. Sorry, Ritika has something interesting. Yeah.
Thank you, Chandra, for keeping that session very engaging. We're holding you back for lunch for something very worthy. So I request you to please sit back for just 60 seconds. I request all our guests to kindly get seated, please. I'm super excited because for what's coming up next, or should I rather say, who's coming up next? It's a pleasure to introduce to all of you to my co-anchor for the Global AI Conclave, who's cooler than your most favorite sci-fi movie. He's the brainchild of some superhumans and is joining us here on the stage to give you a little glimpse on what the future could look like. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome my co-anchor for the Global AI Conclave, Mitra. All right, Mitra, you're here. Hello. Okay, cool. We shake hands. Mitra says hello, everyone. So Mitra is cool because Mitra is packed with the coolest of tech toys. It's got computer vision, it's got speech synthesis, it's got laser, guided navigation, and a whole lot more. Mitra, thank you for joining me. What do you have next? What do we look forward to?
It's time for a sumptuous lunch, everyone, and a lot of catching up to do over it. We will see you on the other side with a lot more heavy-duty conversations.
Thank you for doing that, Mitra. So Mitra and I will stay right here back for a lot more engaging conversations, but post-lunch. Enjoy your lunch and request you to please be back on time so that we can start the next session on time. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mitra. Let's go back.
Thank you so much.
Conclave. And now moving further into the day, it's time for all founded in July 2023 by Vivek Raghavan and Pratyush Kumar, which bagged $41 million in funding last week, making it the biggest Series A round for any AI startup in the country. Not just that, a few days ago, it also unveiled Open Hathi, the first Hindi large language model. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to learn from the nuggets that will be shared in the upcoming session. Please join me as I welcome onto the stage Sarvam.AI co-founder Vivek Raghavan in conversation with Bala Parthasatri from People Plus AI. Many congratulations to you, Mr. Raghavan, for that. Thank you so much for joining us. Over to you.
Hi, everybody. How are you? Okay, I am not hearing this at all. This is like a post-lunch energy downer or something. Let's hear it. Are you guys awake? All right. You better be, because we have a superstar guest here. You heard the $41 million, and I didn't hear, honestly, anything she said after that. So we're going to ask for about $40 million from him by the end of this conversation, okay? But let's get started. I want to introduce Vivek and Pratyush, his co-founder, who's not here. We wanted to start with playing a video of what Open Hathi does. I encourage all of you to go to the website Sarvam.AI and check it out. But let me start by introducing Vivek. Vivek is a dear friend, and he's very, very modest, one of the most modest guys that I know. But his personal journey, Vivek, you got a PhD from Carnegie Mellon, you started and sold a company to Magma. And Vivek and I moved back to India we were both in the Valley on the same day, actually. And you've been in India for the last 16 years. And what most people don't know is your journey at Aadhaar. He spent 13 years selflessly at Aadhaar. Nobody would have heard of him, but he was a pioneering technology visionary behind Aadhaar, which we all take for granted today. So please give it out. So honestly, when I think of selfless service, truly selfless service, I always think of Vivek. And since then, he also was at AI for Bharat, which we're going to touch on, where he met Pratyush, his other co-founder. Pratyush had a PhD from ETH at Zurich. He was in the IBM research. He was at Microsoft research, playing a key role, and a faculty at IIT Madras and at AI for Bharat. So that's a little brief introduction about them. These guys are modest engineers, so they don't toot their own horn. So forgive me for tooting their horn in this case. But let's jump right in about the money. Funding. 41 million bucks, man. That's a lot of money, right? Every entrepreneur here is saying, what the hell did these guys do? What did the investors see to write such a big check?
No, I think it's a trend of the new trend of what's going on in India. I think that for the very first time, I think the investors have looked at, let's try and build something deep tech out of the country, and let's try to figure out how to build something as a foundational technology out of the country. And that's really what's really exciting, And I think that as Bala was mentioning, for the past 15 years, I've been kind of working in both digital public infrastructure and kind of non-profit kind of things. But when this whole thing of generative AI came about, we said, okay, how can I actually make a difference in this space? And I said, maybe this is the opportunity to actually come out and really build something, and the only way that we realize that you can do it is actually in the private sector. And I think that's that. And then when we went out there and we said, we want to build something which is a continuation, right? I mean, and fundamentally the question is, the reason of what we want to do at Sarvam.AI is we want to basically make generative AI available and accessible to the people in the country. And that's the intent. And when we said that we want to do this, there was a resonance in the investment community. And I think it's a responsibility to really to show that something like this can be built out of India. So we see that as confidence and a responsibility. And I also hope it's a trend that there are many more people like us who are backed. Because if you look at it, maybe it's a large number in in the Indian context, but in the global context, I think there should be many more entrepreneurs who are backed to do things in India.
Yeah, I'm going to come back to the many more entrepreneurs. I'm obviously going to ask you about Bhavesh's Krutrim.
Yeah.
So we're going to come back to that question. But again, $41 million. I mean, all of what you said, $2 million, that's a good amount of money for a startup which has not yet built anything. What are you going to do with all this money? And I can solve the problem. I can have a perfect solution for the problem.
I think in the last week, I've got lots of calls from lots of people telling me how I can do. No, but
I know you first, okay? I'll be landed in the country the same day. I'm in the front of the queue.
No, but honestly, I think the key thing in this is to putting together an amazing team. And we actually have an amazing team, but we believe that it is talent that will drive this kind of thing. And so it is to get key talent. And of course, the other thing is compute. This is extremely expensive compute-wise to actually do these kinds of things. And I think that those are the two primary things that we'd use this for.
Okay. I'm computing in my own head as an entrepreneur. Talent, okay, you have like 20, 15 people. How much are you paying these guys? But okay, well, we won't touch on that.
Yeah, we won't touch on that.
But let's talk about what you guys actually built. What is Open Hathi? How would you explain Open Hathi to many people here who might not have know about it?
So I think Open Hathi is, so first of all, right, I personally come from the open source ecosystem, and also from the DPI ecosystem. So we believe that for this to work, we need the ecosystem to be successful. And as a result of that, one of the first things we did was, hey, there are these open source large language models that exist, right? I mean, everybody knows about the Llama family from Meta. They also, there are others like Mistral. There are a bunch of open source, large language models. And then we said, is there any way that take an existing open source model and teach it language skills, right? I mean, language skills. And that is really the, what we said, that can we do something like that? And is this a, relatively frugal way of actually, making models, work in diverse languages? Because the truth is still today, I mean, if you look at the amount of data and knowledge, it is still English dominates these things. And I think that how do you actually take and make it understand Indian language, understand Indian context, and all of those things in actually in an efficient way? And therefore, this was an attempt to do that. And it's Open Hathi is currently based on the Llama 7 billion model, but we'll be releasing many more models in different languages, different sizes, and things like that as part of this series. And of course, we will be building further models on those and doing other things to actually, and we'll also have endpoints that people can use. So therefore, it's definitely something that people can use to things. And that's the essence of what this Open Hathi is.
So what does it mean to people in the audience here who are either doing their own startups or a business or developers? How should they look at OpenAI? Sorry, Sarvam, not OpenAI.
No. I think the way you look at it is that we are, one of the important things that we are doing is we're not just building models. We are also going to be building a platform for developers where you can actually use a combination of various different kinds of models, some which are from us, some which are open source, some which may not be open source, and actually pull together and figure out how to deploy generative AI applications at scale and understand and evaluate their performance in an efficient manner. And that's something that we're planning to do at this. And this platform is, in the next couple of months will be coming out there. It will be available to developers. But of course, those who want to start with the open source things and hack with that, of course, please go ahead and do that as well.
That's phenomenal. But how does it compare to OpenAI itself or Google?
See, at least the things that we are doing now, right? I mean, one of the things that when we thought about building Sarvam, we said we want to build a full stack generative AI company, and different people have, and our understanding of full stack is that we need to know how to train models from scratch. We need to know how to kind of figure out how to deploy models to solve real world use cases. And we need to play in the ecosystem to make sure that we can actually deploy population scale applications, right? So we were thinking about all of these things. But still the models we were talking about are fairly small models. They are fairly small models, right? In the 7 to maybe up to 70 billion kind of range we're talking about. While these models like OpenAI and Google are obviously much bigger models, right? But we want to, we want to understand the techniques and be able to build that muscle to do all of these things to make it available to people. Now those models are, I mean, as I said, I think that there is space for all of those things. And I think as even Sridhar was talking about earlier in the day, we believe that these smaller models can do many kind of domain specific tasks extremely well, probably even better than the larger models. And that is really one of the key areas. And so therefore the value of these kinds of things, right? We're not aiming in these set of models to build any AGI, right? That's not our goal here. Our goal is to make things that work extremely well for domain-specific use cases or increase accessibility through language and all of those kinds of things.
And obviously all of this unique to India. But what is unique about India? I mean, like is there anything special in our ecosystem that makes small models focused with Indian languages better more suited for our problems?
So I think that, I mean, there are quite a few things that are unique about India, right? The first thing is, I think that we are a voice first nation. So therefore, I think voice has to be the core to doing things. The other thing, of course, India is extremely, it's a cost conscious country from a cost perspective. Now, I would say that there are lots of interesting use cases where you can use OpenAI and the cost structure works that when depending on your application. But when you want to scale things to a massive level and make it work, then you have to figure out how small models work. So that's something that is also specific to India. The third thing which is specific to India is really the success that India has had in building all this digital public infrastructure. When you add the AI layer on top of it, then you can actually get dramatic, I think, multiplicative, combinatorial effects based on doing things like that.
That's a phenomenal point. Like, it's like DPI to the power of AI almost in some ways. And as a part of Aadhaar, building Aadhaar, no better person than you. So in summary, what I'm hearing is small models trained with Indic specific language data, suited for Indian problems at a compelling cost point. Will be suited for us. We're not solving some world autonomous vehicles or some complex problem. We're solving some basic problems, specifically focused on voice with multiple languages. That is what you see as the future. Am I paraphrasing this correctly?
No, yeah. So I think that certainly, I mean, voice and Indian languages are an important part of our strategy. But we will be building, custom models to solve various other kinds of problems as well, right? It's not just limited to, I think, in different domains, working in different domains, building things based on unique data that enterprises have and things like that. So that's something that we'll also look at.
Fair enough. So coming back to the elephant in the room, no pun intended with Open Hathi. What about Bhavesh Agarwal and Krutrim? What is your take on that?
I think it's great. I think it's wonderful, right? I mean, the fact that the technology AI is so important that we need multiple people working on it. The fact that there are other people thinking actually validates that this is an important problem to be solved. And I think that and we need everybody to come together and do that. So I really welcome that. I think it's great. And I think that there'll be different people will have different takes as to how to solve this kind of problem. And hopefully as a result of that, the entire ecosystem benefits.
Yeah. I have one more question, and then I want to talk about some of the predictions that you've boldly made. So Vivek, I usually ask people about what do you think the future will be, and everybody usually hedges. I asked Vivek, what do you think is going to happen by December 2024? What do you think sitting in this room 1 year later we can expect? And he made 3 bold predictions. So I want to talk about that. Before that, I have one last question. What are the top 3 applications that you think are relevant for India? You heard Sridhar talk about medical. Any quick summary? What do you think the top 3 apps are for India for AI?
So, I mean, I think that, as you said, things like education and medical are clearly areas where I think that things can be. The whole idea of kind of the DPI aspect of it is another major application where things can happen. And here I'm talking about country specific. And I think the whole idea, which Sridhar also talked about, was the concept of software, right? And I think that, and clearly we have a very large software industry, and to how to reimagine those things in this context is also something that's going to be.
Okay. Fair enough. Are you guys ready for Vivek Raghavan's bold predictions? Yes? No, I'm not hearing any yes, sir. This is like a big deal. He's like one of the smartest guys that I know. He wants to make 3 predictions. You don't want to hear it? All right. So I asked him, what do you think, year later, what do you think we can expect? And he came up with 3 things. And usually people give very blah answers when you ask a question like this because they don't want to be caught wrong. Not Vivek. Vivek is bold. So he basically said 3 things. And I'm going to list out the 3 things and then ask him about it. So number 1, he says, I will prefer to talk to an automated customer service than a real person because they'll give me a better answer. So that is Vivek Raghavan's prediction number 1. So number 2 is that when everybody is talking about a GPU shortage, Vivek predicts that there'll be a GPU glut in India. He thinks there'll be too much GPU. Okay. So if you want to short NVIDIA stock, this is a good time. And number 3, which was extremely unexpected, he said some companies will suddenly die. Okay, so Vivek, these are not what I expected. So do you want to quickly talk about each of them, why you just came up with these, and then we'll throw the open for audience questions.
So I don't think I quite said it the way that that Bala is
I'm a marketing guy, yes.
But it's interesting. But I think the first thing that we said is I think that. And I don't think that this is. I think there will come a time when in areas of customer service, etc., when you want to do something very specific. Today, when you call some kind of a bot, you actually you mostly try to disconnect the call, or you're extremely upset that you're talking to a bot. But I think that there will come a time, and I'm predicting it is sooner than later, that you will actually get better responses from the bot than what the human representative, that at least the average human representative that you could talk to could give. And I think that that's just so I just said that there will come a time where it's not a human you're talking to, but it's probably more likely to solve your intent than the human person. That's just something that I think that could happen.
Okay, definitely controversial, but we'll let it go. What about the GPU glut?
No. So I don't think that. So I think that the fact that there is a tremendous shortage right now, I think that shortage will ease, because that is how the cycles of things go, right? When I think the fact that there was such a severe shortage last year, basically caused a number of different players to ramp up in various kinds of forms. And I think that will always go in a cycle. But we may find out that there are many more interesting problems that people will be able to solve. I still remember, we were at a Gen AI event in Bangalore, and we were talking to people, and we said, how many people have access to 4 A100s? This was the question that I'd asked, and nobody in the room. And these are all extremely enthusiastic Gen AI people, and nobody had access. And I think that thing is going to change. You will be able to get these kinds of things, and people who want to hack and do things will have access to these things without having to write a major check.
So Vivek is also a semiconductor guy before he went into Aadhaar. So I would take his predictions very seriously. So I don't know what I'm going to sell my NVIDIA stock.
No, I would not do that, but that's not what I said.
I want to blame you for this if it goes up. But the third one is pretty strange. Companies are born, companies die. But you said some companies will suddenly die. What does that mean?
No, I think See, I think the interesting thing is, and I think that if it comes back to the fundamental nature of AI. AI is a tool, right? And you have to use that, and you have to use that within your business process, right? And how AI is being used, and what's going to happen is that, I mean, I think this is true with when someone said in terms of people, they said that the people who leverage AI will be more effective than those who don't leverage AI. And that will true for organizations also. Organizations that leverage AI in fundamentally in their core business processes will be more effective than those who don't, right? And I think that's the thing. And you won't know the difference until one day it becomes too obvious and it will be too late. And I think that's the reason why everybody needs to think about what it means for your business, because everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Then one day somebody in your either your competitor in your space or somebody brand new coming into your space will be reimagining your business process completely. And at that stage, you will find that it's a very big, very tall mountain to climb. And that's why I think it's important for both people and entities to think about how they will they will upgrade themselves, or they will modify their business processes to
That's a very nuanced answer, and everybody here who's running a business should really think about it, because life will be the same, and then suddenly something will, then there'll be a step change. Vivek, I have a few more questions, but I'm sure the audience has a lot of questions for you. So how are we doing on time? Okay. So a lot of questions, so love to, is there a mic that we can pass around?
Thank you. My name is Karthik. I work for IT service industry. So you're saying that you're working on LLM. Sorry, it's a fine-tuned LLM on top of Llama. My basic question, fundamental question is, we don't have a foundational model for India. Most of the models are basically using English or those kind of things. So for example, even Andrew was talking about the tokenizers and things like that. So are you working on anything like that, or do you want to use mostly the existing models and run on top of it? Are you going to?
That's a good question. You asked the cherry question for himself.
No, I think the interesting thing is that if you look at, and then we have actually a blog on this on our website. I think one of the things that we actually built a customized tokenizer, which actually fundamentally changes the cost of some of these generations in Indian languages. And I think that we're not just fine tuning. We're actually we are leveraging the existing pre-training, but we are doing what's known as continual pre-training, which actually. But having said that, I think that when we have to figure out where is the data to train an extremely large model from scratch, and some of those things are things which will happen over time. But I think that yes, I think that we will be doing various kinds of things. But the interesting thing is that if I want to change the accessibility problem with an existing open source model, how do I do that? And that's the problem that we have, that we think we have solved, and is going to be the heart of this Open Bharati series.
It's extremely well explained in the blog. Even I could understand it. So.
Hi, I'm Prashant. I work for a fintech company. My question is, like, unlike China, we never had a consumer-facing application coming out from India, and in Web 1, Web 2, crypto and all. Why do you think it will be different this time in AI? Because will the DPI and other things will serve the same purpose what the Great Firewall did in China? Or do you think, like because AI is a strategic sector, no outside country can work in NASA projects, maybe all government contract will go to them. What exactly is the moat here for an Indian company?
So I think the question is, I don't know the answer to these questions, right? I mean, I think that it's difficult to predict, but I do believe, and I'm repeating, that the combinatorial effect of using Gen AI at a large scale, in addition, along with the DPI work that we've done in India, will have people. And I think that in the end, it is the intent is that people need to be able to use it, and they will vote by things that are useful for them. And if that doesn't happen, you're right. And I think that we have to figure out what is the mechanism of delivery of apps, right? I mean, where do Indians consume content? That's the question.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, but we are out of time. Vivek will be outside.
Yeah.
So he would be able to answer the question. Do we have time for one last question?
Can I just take one last?
One last.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm Manish Kothari. I'm from iSPIRT Business School. Good that I got a chance to ask you this question. During lunchtime, there were a few of our educationists whom we were talking about, and there was one from school, and we are from the MBA institutions. We were thinking of these present generations. How do we get them into what you are doing? There is one thing that they have been regularly, that the concentrations that they're working on, but artificial intelligence and getting into this, getting them into their academics and making them a part of it is very important, including the trainers who train them, making them future ready into what you are doing is amazing. And the speed that with which it is growing, it is calling for a lot of training that needs to be done. Can you, from your angle, throw some light on how we could make them future ready? How these people who are management graduates and from schools who are coming out, how do we get into this part of technology that you spoke about?
No, so this is really a challenge, because I think everyone will need to understand at some level what this technology does. And I think that we have to rethink how we get everyone into these, and that this kind of education has to be at many different levels, right? There are from a core set of having people who are extremely good at some, and there you don't need as many, but then there are basically vast numbers of people who can actually leverage these tools. By the way, the most important thing about, and maybe that's part of what makes an LLM interesting, is that how you use it, your mileage varies by that. And to understand how to actually leverage this in an interesting way is something that we have to widely teach many people, and because asking the things in the right way and having the right kind of applications will make a huge difference to how people can leverage these tools.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vivek. Very good luck to Sarvam and good luck to India. I think it's going to be a lot riding on your shoulders.
Thanks, Bala.
Thank you, Mr. Raghavan and Mr. Parthasarathi, for sharing your invaluable insights on charting the AI course in India further ahead. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've had some superb sessions till now, and the excitement continues. Moving on to the next one. But before that, we would like to remind each one of you to please make sure that you share your learnings, your insights with your network online, and don't forget to use our hashtag, which is hashtag Global AI Conclave. Now, can AI become India's genie in a bottle? That's the question we ask next. Beyond the Riz and the cool apps, can it solve India's population scale problems? Joining us for this very insightful conversations are some of the brightest minds who are working on the cutting edge technology of AI and its applications. Ladies and gentlemen, with a very warm round of applause, let's welcome our panelists for the forthcoming session, starting with CEO of Bhashini, Mr. Amitabh Nag. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Please put your hands together as I invite onto the stage Mr. Sriram Raghavan, Vice President at IBM Research AI. We're very glad to have amongst us Dr. Manish Gupta, Director Research at Google. Please put your hands together for our next panelist, that is Ms. Kalika Bali, Principal Researcher, Microsoft Research India. And they'll be in a very special conversation with Tanuj Bhojwani from People Plus AI. Ladies and gentlemen, when was the last time you had IBM, Google, and Microsoft on the same stage? I think this deserves a good round of applause to warm up to this session, please.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. What an interesting day so far. We've heard people like Andrew Ng, somebody who taught me machine learning, although from behind the screen. We heard Sridhar and Sharad in conversation. Vivek, everybody is talking about Sarvam. And today we actually have four people from four very different professions. But what binds them together is that all of them are really thinking deeply about how AI can work for India. And in this conversation, we hope to extract out of them what are their most interesting projects. And if we have some time, we'll even come around maybe for one or two questions from the audience later. I'm going to start. The introductions have already been done by colleagues from Moneycontrol. I'm going to start with Mr. Amitabh Nag, CEO of Bhashini. Sir, you are leading probably one of the most exciting use cases for an exciting set of use cases for India, which is thinking about our language diversity, right? Instead of doing what Bhashini is up to, what your organization is up to, I actually want to start the question with very specific. What is the use case that excites you the most, that animates you when you're doing your work?
Yeah, language happens to be one of the largest use case of AI, which is more diverse and impacts many people straight away. When at Bhashini, we had actually, done the speech recognition for 12 languages and text to speech for 12 languages. Plus, we had done the 22 machine translation on all the 22 languages which are part of Constitution. We have now embarked into the use cases which will impact the last mile or the last man in the queue in the country. So one of the use cases which we, which I can cite was also mentioned by PM in the GPI event was farmers chatbot. Right? When the PM Kisan Samman Nidhi transfers money and a farmer does not receive, the installment, then he is actually perhaps has to visit multiple offices to figure out why he has not got it. And this chatbot actually takes the input and voice and goes into the database, authenticates him, and then answers to him that whether his, land parcel was not, registered or bank account was not linked with Aadhaar or whatever could be the reason. And there are about 20 such line items which we are handling in that chatbot. So that's impacting about 9 crore farmers on ground, in terms of what is to be taken into.
Yeah, that does deserve a round of applause.
The second use case which we are, again, Reserve Bank Innovation Hub launched was about, the farmers, when they are wanting to get the credit, they get the credit on the land parcels, right? And the land parcels in the state are on vernacular languages. What used to happen is that banks obviously understand English or Hindi more than any other language, and the loan papers are on that. So farmers were asked to actually translate the land records into the language which was understood by the banks, because ultimately they are giving the money. So the RBI tech platform which they have launched, they are using the transliteration services so that you are able to on the fly transliterate the land records and provide the loan. And this reduces the time from about 2 months to literally or theoretically 10 minutes. It can actually do, 4 or 5 days, depending upon how the land records are, and are there some more checks which are supposed to be done. So that's the second use case, again impacting the last mile. Third use case, and I think I can keep talking about it, but I'll just try to take a time, and if things work with the network and all, I'll just try to demo a short use case so that you are...
Okay, that's lovely. Everybody, do you want to see a demo? Yeah? All right.
So let's take a persona who has got a, feature phone. He doesn't have a smartphone. So let's dial a number 080-451-63802. You can note it down and dial it yourself also. So let me dial. तनु को पैसे भेजना चाहते हैं। 10 रुपए।
You want to hold the mic to the speaker, yeah?
ट्रांसफर कर रहे हैं, कृपया अपने ICICI बैंक का UPI पिन दर्ज करें। ट्रांजैक्शन सफल रहा।
So I've transferred money to my daughter using a feature phone, using voice, and I stored my daughter's name as Tanu. Yes, it's for the villages. It could be Papa ko paise bhej do, or bete ko paise bhej do, that could be the last mile discussion. So, and you will see many of these use cases. So as I said, there are multiple of them, but, let me
And for the audience, right, this is not an easy task, as Kalika will also come back and tell you. Mixed coding. Indians don't speak one language at a time, right? We speak Hindi, English, right? And we'll say bank ko paise bhej do or something like that. And to be able to consistently sort of work across languages and get this done is not as easy as you think, right? It's not the same Alexa of the past, etc. So, this is really, really groundbreaking stuff and really exciting. But over to Sriram. Sriram, you have 750 AI engineers working for you all over the globe. What's the most exciting thing, most exciting use case you see from an Indian context that gets you to go and to
Yeah,
work in
thank you, Tanush. Pleasure to be here. So I want to lift us up from ground level now to about 30,000 kilometers or whatever is the height at which satellites operate. I want to open up the possibility of applying that same technology. We've seen it happen in language, in speech. We see it happen in audio. We see it happen in images. I want to open up the possibility for what is doable with geospatial data. We have petabytes of data getting collected every day by satellites that roam. And I want to share with you a few of the use cases that we see working globally that I believe has enormous value for India. So we've been working with NASA in building geospatial foundation models, which we've actually even released in the open and continuing to evolve. And here are some of the use cases so we started that work with two specific use cases: flood modeling and burn fire mapping. Now tell me whether that is unique to the US or to India or to any other part of the world. No. And interestingly, these satellites don't see any national boundaries. So whatever data they collect, they're actually going to collect for the world. So we have the ability to train. We always talk about how data hungry these models are. Here is a domain in which data is not an issue. It's publicly available in plenty. And the models that we're building in geospatial on data are finding enormous applications. So we started with those two. Then our partners in the UAE tuned those same models to do urban heat islands. Because you have urban planning, and if you plan wrongly, you will suddenly have regions of the city having 3-4 degrees higher temperature than everything else. How do you model that? How do you get around that? We have now partners in Kenya. Kenya started a program called, they wanted to plant 15 billion trees in about a decade. Because about 75% of their resources is like water towers, and they need trees there to have those water resources be replenished. They have a program. How do they know how well it's working? How do they know where trees are being planted, where they're not being planted? And again, it's interesting, right? It's harder to walk in the ground and track it. It's easier to go up, use the satellites and figure out where it's working well, where it's not working well. So they tuned a model to drive incentives so that tree planting starts to happen where they want it to happen. And I could keep listing use cases. We have now use cases in the UK around impact of climate risk on every industry. So I wanted to sort of share with you this audience. A lot of this is available online as use cases. And I really hope that we get a chance to apply these in India. I will also give a shout out to my team. Recently at the GPI conference in Delhi, the team showed retrospectively how the model could have been used to do better flood prediction when we had the Chungtang Valley floods recently. A couple of months back, they showed use cases of wildfire tracking using data from the Simlipal wildfires that happened a couple of years back. So I think the possibilities are immense. And this also shows the power of how diverse and powerful this base technology across all of the modalities of data that we all deal with.
So follow-up question to you. Do you see that this changes professions like climate science, or where do you see that in the next 5 years for the audience, what's in it for me? What's changing very rapidly?
So I think I would have said this way. We all know that leapfrogging digitally is actually easier than the physical. It takes longer time. So as a country, we have sort of bypassed certain tech. We all talk about we never bothered with landline, we went directly to. So I feel like this is an era where when you think about the data that you need to do, land resource management, urban planning, climate change, flood modeling, why bother with on-ground instrumentation? If we can do instrumentation from above the sky and apply AI, there's an opportunity to leapfrog how we actually protect and manage the land that we have in this country.
Excellent. So literally a whole new perspective because of AI, right? Perfect. Dr. Manish Gupta, you are obviously director of research at Google. You have teams in India, US, and Australia you're leading, but you're also a scientist, right? You're fundamentally, you've done your PhD and you've been an AI scientist with many citations to your paper. What is exciting you today that you thought even 3 years, 5 years ago, you were like, you didn't think it would happen now?
Yeah, so it's kind of quite brilliantly set up by the two gentlemen who spoke before me. I would say those are the two things that excite me the most. The first is languages. So we have been working on this theme of inclusive AI. How do we develop AI in a manner that brings its benefits to billions of new people? And to us, the biggest change that is needed is language coverage, language inclusivity, because again, I think if you know English, which is all of us in this room, we are the privileged ones for whom we can have information at our fingertips, but it's not so good for whatever that laborer's daughter is Chhattisgarh and so on. So we really find this Bhashini program very, very inspiring, and we are doing our bit. Even before the Bhashini program got started, we started on that journey. So it started with kind of our team 2 years ago building this mural model, which at that time provided the largest coverage of Indian languages, 16 Indian languages and English. And there are different ways. I would have a different demo where people in Marathi or Gujarati, when they say, look, set my alarm, okay, don't forget, set that alarm at 4 a.m. I mean, in various kinds of ways, and it would understand and make a call to that API, set that alarm for such and such time. So I challenge the team to extend the language coverage to at least to all of the 22 scheduled languages. And I was so happy that my team didn't listen to me. They listened to the other part that I keep saying, be ambitious. So they said, look, there are 60 plus languages, more precisely 62 Indian languages, which have over 1 million speakers. And there are 125 languages in India, which have over 1 lakh speakers each. So my team lead, Partha Talukdar, he said, look, I want to build a model that understands at least all of those 125 plus languages. And we began this journey to build this model Morni, but then it's easier said than done because 72 of these 125 languages are so-called zero corpus languages. There is zero known digital data for any of these languages. So good luck trying to get any of your tools, whether it's search or ChatGPT or Bard, right, to understand any of those languages. So we embarked on this journey with ISC on this project Vani, where our goal is to collect speech data from each and every one of the 773 districts in India. We've already completed phase 1, where we've collected data from 85 districts and made all of that data available under the Bhashini program, made it openly available, and excited about what comes next. And of course, in the area of agriculture, what we have been doing is, again, applying analysis over satellite imagery, and our team has produced the first such model that, based on the usage patterns, gives you for the entire country. It gives you the landscape map for that delineates each and every farm in the country based on usage patterns. I mean, we don't know about the ownership, but we've been doing some pilots in the state of Maharashtra and found that often those ownerships correspond quite closely to the usage patterns that our model is showing. And we view this as the foundational layer of the agri stack that the government can now define, just like mobile payments, right, were revolutionized by this Aadhaar stack, where the underlying, the base layer was Aadhaar ID, which uniquely identified each individual. What we have done is we are uniquely identifying each and every farm in the country. So we are assigning a unique farm ID to every farm, and we can start building theirs on top of that.
It's exciting. You have the ability, therefore, to start thinking about digital twins of every farm, and then from there you build up as the information stack builds up, like you said very cleverly. Like Aadhaar helps a person have their foundational identity and move up, can we give every land parcel an entry, and then combined with the demo that sir was showing earlier of Kisan E-Mitra, have these services. It's actually a very interesting way that government is shifting to being personalized. So far AI used to personalize your Twitter feed or your Instagram feed, but can the government itself be able to reach an individual and give them a personalized service? And it brings us to Kalika, who, Kalika, you're at Microsoft Research, you work on language very closely. I'm guessing, I know your work, so I know that a lot of the use cases that are covered, but maybe for the audience, can you give us sort of a specific use case that, or an idea that excites you about why these models need to be more culturally aware, and why it's not just enough that they speak our language, but they also understand more than that?
Yes. Like I said, almost every place that I'm asked to speak, my job is never over till language is no longer the reason why people cannot interact with technology. And all these efforts that are happening are trying to make me redundant. But it's not just language, right? One part is collecting the data, making the applications, making the models aware of all the data, but it's also about the culture. Now, right now, if you go, for example, and ask any of the prevalent models, I'm going for a wedding tomorrow, what should I wear? It'll give me the suggestion on the basis of a white Christian wedding, right? Now, even if I say I'm in India, I'm not in the US or UK or Europe, what should I wear? It'll give me some suggestions on the basis of Karan Johar's weddings. But, in our country, Karan Johar represents a very tiny part of the community that celebrate weddings in that way, right? There are communities where you wear a yellow dress, there are communities where you wear white and gold, and this is just a very simple thing to show you how cultural context is really, really important, especially if you're going down and, like the speakers before me mentioned, Manish and Mr. Nag, that, you have to go down to the district level. You have to understand the culture also at almost that level. So I think that's a use case that excites me right now. Languages, I'm sure we'll get there.
I just wanted to interject. There's no way we'll ever make you redundant. You were doing languages right before any of us. In fact, the person I was talking about, Partha Talukdar, who leads all of these languages work, he was an intern with Kalika long ago. So
I'm very old.
you started it all.
No, and Kalika is very humble. Also, she was featured in the 100 most influential people in AI. I think she deserves a round of applause for that, right? One of the few entries from India. And like everybody on this panel is saying, Kalika has been working on this problem for very long. In fact, the way she explained, or her team explained the problem to me is, imagine if you woke up every day and asked an LLM what to eat, and all it would tell you is sandwiches and burgers. Wouldn't that be a sad life, right? Like, so therefore we need these LLMs to understand specific things like our cuisine, our culture, our, everything that's happening. And therefore this brings us very nicely back to the title of the panel, which is population scale use cases, right? I want to be able to go around to our panelists in their chosen areas of expertise to ask them again, what is that future you see, right? If we were to able to crack this at population scale, in your particular area of domain, I'll come back and ask you specifically, what is that future you see? What are the challenges to get there, right? So my first question again to you, Amitabhji, is that for India to have, where English premium is no longer a thing. So there was a paper in 2008 which said that if you know English in India, your hourly wage is 34% higher. If you know somewhat English, it's 13% higher. So to remove this English premium, for us to be able to talk to each other like Hitchhiker's Guide, Babelfish, how soon can we get there, and what do you think are the obstacles in getting there?
Yeah, so, if you actually look at it on the use cases which I was talking about and impacting the last mile, and that is the population scale which we are talking about, voice becomes an important aspect. And with voice, you are not only, transcending the language barrier, you're also bridging the digital divide as well as the literacy divide, because you're able to speak out and make the machine do what you want to do if you are in a position to actually have those programs put across. So that's extremely important what we see. And I think it's over a period of time when we use speech as a modality, it will become very, very prominent. As far as challenges is concerned, it remains data, and that's what Manish talked about. They are partners to us in many of the programs. We are in the process of collecting data, which will actually take the things out.
We'll have to do this a little faster if you don't mind. Sriram, to you, what will it take for India to have this geospatial ability on the snap of a finger for everybody?
I think
How much is computer challenge is something there?
I think that is it. I think this data is open. There's obviously India-specific data we should add to the mix. But to me, the vision would be that India's approach to addressing climate risk and sustainability is leading edge technology driven. I think we absolutely have the potential to do that, and that's what I would imagine as our future 5 years from now. We take a completely new approach to addressing those challenges powered by AI.
Oh, perfect. Dr. Gupta, to you, is that, you mentioned agriculture, and I also believe you're working on healthcare. That would be something that would be interesting to you. What do you see as an end state where if AI can commoditize healthcare, what does that world look like?
Yeah, so see, to me, of course, we will see uh, agents, right, which are going to be amazing assistants to physicians, and which would be your personal companions, which would be able to kind of observe you while you're living your normal lives and help you kind of lead healthier lives, help you kind of adopt healthier lifestyles, habits, and so on. And ultimately, but what I'm truly excited about, ultimately, maybe the scientists and me, is how we would truly revolutionize kind of discovery of medicine, scientific discovery in general. We've already seen glimpses of that, right? So it used to take about a full PhD, about 5 years, to come up with for the structure of a protein, to uncover the structure of a protein. Uh, uh, so Google DeepMind came up with this AlphaFold technology, which was able to pretty much uncover the structure of protein for all known proteins to humankind, 200 million proteins. So roughly 200 million PhDs equivalent were enabled by this AI. In my view, again, we are going to have enter a future where the AI will become such a powerful, AI models will become such powerful assistant to scientists, because if you're able to really digest all of the scientific literature and combine it with human creativity, I really think you could have, again, tremendously accelerate the pace of scientific discovery at the rate of probably one Nobel Prize winning equivalent kind of invention, right, happening every perhaps minute.
Oh, wow. A Nobel Prize every minute in India. That will be lovely. Kalika, final question to you for the session. How do we teach culture? Right? What is it that you think is missing, or what do we even need to do?
Yeah, so we define culture in different ways, right? There are geographical cultures, there are linguistic cultures, etc., etc. So kind of having a community-based participation in this is very necessary. I have spent most of my lifetime working with communities to understand what their desires are, what their needs are, and now what their cultural practices are, and make sure that these different versions of culture in our country. There is a one tying one, but there are also this diversity in the cultures across this country. They're represented in the models, the technologies, and ultimately the applications that we build to serve them. So that's community-based, participatory, is the way forward as far as I'm concerned.
All right. I'm getting the cue that the minister's here, so I would like to thank all our panelists for, can we have a big round of applause for all our panelists? We'll take questions on the side, but I want to hand it over to Chandra for the next panel, next session.
Thank you so much for that, Tanuj. A huge round of applause for Bhashini. That demo was so cool by Amitabh Nag. And when was the last time you saw IBM, Microsoft, and Google on the same stage without having any differences? Well, it's all happening here. With that, we move on to a session that all of us have been waiting for. We're very privileged to have the Union Minister of State for Electronics and IT, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Mr. Rajeev Chandrasekhar. A huge round of applause, Bangalore. He now has charge of another ministry, Jal Shakti. Mr. Chandrasekhar joins us just days after the government's hugely successful global partnership for AI, artificial intelligence, or the GPACE summit. In fact, 29 GPACE member countries came together to adopt the New Delhi Declaration. The 29 like-minded countries of the grouping and its techno-diplomats are expected to come to an agreement on governing AI within the next 6 to 9 months. Mr. Chandrasekhar has a long and important to-do list when it comes to AI. He's trying to engage with social media platforms to tackle the menace of deepfakes, help Indian startups and innovators to ride the AI wave, help set up large compute facilities locally to train AI models, and draw up new regulations to create a filter to separate the good AI from bad. A huge round of applause for the minister. And joining him on stage to drive this session, Shireen Bam, the managing editor of CNBC TV 18.
Thank you very much, Chandra. Mr. Chandrasekhar, what an absolute pleasure it is to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to say Bangalore is a city with the maximum amount of energy. So big kudos to the Bangalore crowd for being here through the morning. And I have to say the quality of conversations has been absolutely impeccable. I've been soaking in, learning a lot more than I knew when I walked in through this door about AI and about what the future of AI looks like. Mr. Chandrasekhar, without further ado, let's get started. Through the conversations this morning, everybody was, of course, talking about the opportunities, but also talking about some of the crucial challenges that we need to contend with, including some of the key deficits, whether it's capital or it is compute. Let me start by asking you about compute, because the Prime Minister at the successful AI summit recently that concluded spoke about the AI mission that the government intends to launch. If you can lay the roadmap out for us on what we intend to do, how we intend to bridge the compute deficit.
So thank you, Shireen. Thank you for having me. I'm glad I made it. It was touch and go, but I made it for this program. Look, our approach towards AI, I need to first lay out what our government's approach is and what our Prime Minister's vision and expectation of AI is, and then I can tell you some of the other moving parts. We see AI as a very significant bolt-on to this already galloping digital economy. So it is in some ways, we communicate this as a kinetic enabler of our digital economy. So we see a significant amount of growth that we will see come out of AI and the ecosystem that will develop. And while there is a lot of conversation about safety, trust, and the harms of AI, we are very focused on that. For enabling that, we have put together an overall framework that talks about AI compute capacity, the need for the government to deploy resources, financial resources, in creating more foundational models and LLMs and real-life use cases. So there will be, like in the semiconductor model, we will fund startups. We have certainly a very clear focus on building an academic industry startup research ecosystem, which we refer to as the Innovation and Research Center. So we think we will have about 10, 12 of them around the country that will be part funded by the government. And we will have many other adjacent areas, including AI chips, that we are going to have as an intersection between the Semicon program and the India AI mission. So AI compute, clearly, since you asked me that, let me say that we will have two components to it. One is a pure private sector led, very similar to the design in the semiconductor space, where we will incentivize that investment. And then we will have a significant indigenously developed public sector capacity of AI compute coming out of CDAC. So you will have both these. These are going to be available to the Indian ecosystem of both the larger enterprises and the startup ecosystem that are certainly, that our intention is to get them to catalyze and grow the ecosystem. This is broadly, as I say back in Delhi, mota mota. This is the framework that we have. Early in January, hopefully before the second week, we will have what will be, again, I use the semiconductor example, we'll have the first India AI, like a global India AI summit, where every participant, practitioner, stakeholder in the Indian AI ecosystem, including but not limited to the academic network, will be participating. There'll be global, practitioners of AI. And the idea is really to sort of, in a sense, launch it there. And launch it with all of these enabling elements in place, so that nobody then looks back and says, I don't have this or I don't have this. It's just a question of then, meeting some real milestones in the short term and the near term.
Well, thank you very much for laying out mota what the roadmap looks like. I am going to try and get some more granularity from you, but I have to say this: I'm distracted by the 2 pens and a pencil in your pocket. We're talking about AI, Mr. Chandrasekhar. You're actually walking around with a pencil. Why is that?
35 years of tech and living and breathing in the hybrid world of the future and the past. So I've always had a pencil in my pocket. I don't know why, but
a Natraj pencil is always what you walk around with. Yeah. But let me try and pick up on what you said. Like what we saw with the semiconductor program, where the government has actually put an incentive scheme in place, which will run over the next few years. Is that going to be part of the plan? You gave us a broad hint that that is what the government is considering at this point in time. If you can lay out for us what the thinking is and what the quantum of government funding is likely to be.
Shane, we know what it will take to make India AI successful. We also have an ambition that India AI should play, if not the leading role, one of the leading programs that will shape the future of AI. So our ambitions are very clear. Now, to build those ambitions and to realize those ambitions, we understand very clearly that we need to catalyze and create a seriously global standard ecosystem of startups and innovators. And what do they in turn want? They need resources, they need financial resources, they need AI compute resources, they need partnerships with our academic institutions. So we have laid down clearly what, in a sense, is the formula for our innovation ecosystem to succeed and be extremely strong and visible player in the shaping of AI as we are going to see it in the next 2 to 5 years. All of those elements we will put together. So it will be very similar to semiconductor, where there is a lot of public resources, financial and infrastructure that will be made available to startups, large corporates, etc., etc. And clearly for large infrastructure builds like AI compute, there will be an element of public sector incentives or subsidies, as you saw in the semiconductor space.
70,000 crores was the ballpark number as far as the semiconductor mission is concerned. Are we talking about that?
I don't want to get into, be baited into the number, but I can certainly tell you that you don't need that kind of number. You certainly today, we are already at an inflection point, the AI ecosystem in India. To get it really going and fly to the Mars and the Saturn and the moon of AI, we certainly don't need those resources. I can tell you, I can report from GPay in Delhi that what we are seeing in terms of real action, real solutions, real IP that is coming out of the Indian ecosystem without all of this. It tells me clearly that you don't need anything even remotely close to the semiconductor. Semiconductor, the investments are huge. The capital investments are huge, as you know. And you know, a fab costs you $7-8 billion. So it's not in the same ballpark. But like I said, the formula we have designed, we know clearly what is required to really make this a really competitive global standard ecosystem. We want winners. We believe there will be winners out of the India AI ecosystem in the next 1 or 2 years. And we certainly know what it will take to make these winners succeed.
You know, since we're talking about the ingredients of what it will take for us to actually see winners emerge out of the Indian AI ecosystem, let's talk about one of the challenges that people are putting on the table today, and that is procurement as far as GPUs are concerned. The CEO of NVIDIA in September was talking about supercomputers and how India will be one of the beneficiaries of the faster supercomputer that NVIDIA finally puts out into the market. But at this point in time, OpenAI, for instance, in his words, is about 10,000 GPUs. Given the plans that the Indian government has rolled out as part of OpenAI, etc., do you believe that that's going to be a challenge? You know, we have Chris Miller here who will talk about the chip wars in a second. Yeah. Just before this, we had a panel talking about the possibility of a glut versus a shortage. Where does the government come in on this, weigh in on this for us?
I will very confidently tell you with more than a little understanding of the situation, that problem of a shortage is the problem that is going to go away the fastest. What we think is the big problem today of AI compute is not really the challenge that we have. I think that is a challenge. There are many other players that are trying to catch up with NVIDIA. Nobody likes $1 trillion market cap and say, I don't have it. So there are the AMDs of the world and there are Intels of the world who are playing catch up. They're 6-8 months behind. So I don't think, I think if you list out all of the challenges that we have to deal with as government or the ecosystem or startups, that challenge will be the challenge that will vanish the fastest.
So what would you put down as the number one challenge that you're most
I think
concerned about?
there are certainly much more fundamental challenges like talent. This is an industry, this is an ecosystem that is going to need really top-notch capability. We need PhDs, we need postdoctoral, we need masters programs in our academic institution to churn out those real cutting-edge talent. This is not coding. This is no longer walk in the park in terms of the abilities that are called to be brought to bear in this area. So talent, I think, is for me, if something keeps me awake at nights when I talk about semiconductor or AI, it is certainly the challenge of creating a world standard talent. The infra pieces, I can assure you today to all of you here, and you can hold me responsible for the statement, that I think all of these other infra enabler pieces will get solved very quickly. And whether it's an NVIDIA GPU that is going to power it, or whether it's a mix of NVIDIA, AMD, x86, whatever, don't worry about that. I think what we really need to focus is how do we get our academic institutions to really start focusing on the kind of talent that this ecosystem will just sop up in the coming years. And do we have it now or don't we have it? If we have it, how good are they? Can we make them better? So I think those are the areas that I'm focused on, creating these innovation and research centers that are housed as partnerships between startups and academic institutions. It's not something that we have done very well in. IIT, Dr. Junjunwal is here. That is an exception, a very visible exception to the general rule that academic institutions love pushing out degrees. I was in a program recently with a lot of vice chancellors, and I said, 15 years ago, the way you measured an institution was how many of them went and got hired by Google, or how many students went abroad. I know in my generation, the way you measured an institution as being great is 80% of your batch went abroad. Today, it's a different metric that academic institutions have to pivot to, which is how many of my students are really going out there and building world-class platforms and systems. So all of these are real challenges. The obsession with AI compute, I understand. Part of it is fanned by NVIDIA, I think. They love being in a shortage economy. And so that's fine, that's fair. But I think that will be the easiest problem to solve, and it will be the problem that will vanish the fastest.
Okay, the easiest problem to solve, and of course, capability building within organizations and academia, you believe is going to be the top priority and the focus area. Let's now address the issue of regulation, because that, again, perhaps is getting a disproportionate amount of mind space and headline space as well. Let's address that issue in the context of the New Delhi Declaration. You said in a quick conversation with my colleague Ashmit a few days ago that we don't intend to talk in abstracts, and over the next 6 months you intend to actually put down very clearly what the roadmap is going to look like. Now, as we forge consensus between 29 countries on what the road ahead for AI regulation should look like, what is India's own position going to be? The US is taking a position. We've got the Biden administration issuing an executive order. You've got the UK doing its thing with the Bletchley Declaration. You've got the EU moving. What is India's own position going to be on regulation?
So to understand this, Shireen, first of all, we need to understand that in the last 12 to 18 months, the world that talked about AI in very abstract, generic, fuzzy, warm terms 18 months ago has suddenly been catapulted into this totally real AI world where every discourse is not now in the abstract. Now, when you talk about safety and trust of AI, it is no longer about ethics or responsibility or responsible use or some warm and fuzzy concept like that. It is now post ChatGPT. You can see today, I was at the Bletchley Park Safety Summit that was organized by the government of UK, that countries have moved from the abstract of AI to the real granular focus on safety of AI. And I said at Bletchley that I think we are making a mistake by correcting it so much that you are now creating a narrative that is demonizing AI. And I said very clearly, and this is the stand of the government, and you heard the Prime Minister say at GPay inaugural as well, we consider AI as fundamentally an empowering technology. It is the greatest invention of our times. It is the greatest empowering technology of the times. We believe that it can be used to do things in healthcare, disease, agriculture, governance in ways that we would have taken years and decades to do. However, what the world did not notice in 10 years of social media about the safety and harm and user harms and criminality, we should certainly wake up to it now and create not an American framework or a European framework or an Indian framework, a global framework. The nature of the internet and our experiences with social media and the toxicity and the crime and the harms on it have shown us that notwithstanding any country having great rules and laws and regulations, Singapore has great laws, Australia has great laws, China has no laws, but they have a great safe internet. So none of that works because of the ubiquitous nature
You're in a
of the
provocative mood, aren't you?
with China, there's no need to be provoked. It's just stating the fact is enough. No, so the ubiquitous nature of the internet, and therefore the fact that almost 80-90% of cyber crimes, cyber harms are extra jurisdictional. That means the perpetrator is in one jurisdiction, the victim is in a second, and the crime is in a third. So there is no way to avoid creating a global understanding on certain principles. So what GPay has done this year in New Delhi is to say, look, AI should be inclusive. It should certainly not be like the old model where a few countries have it and everybody else is a wannabe and want to have. So it should be inclusive. Second is that we need a global framework, and we need the global framework to be done very quickly, because in the next 6, 8, 10 months, AI is going to come at us, as Mustafa Suleiman says in his book, The Coming Wave, in a way and form and shape that we are not even ready to anticipate or understand. So we need these things in place very quickly, and we need this as a granular set of principles and rules that all countries can follow, not in the abstract. If all of us keep saying AI should be responsible and AI should be ethical, that's certainly not enough, because I can assure you that one person's ethical interpretation of ethics is very different from the other. And then we'll have an ombudsman sitting there and adjudicating your ethics versus mine.
Sure.
So I think we need rules, we need some guidelines, we need principles. India has made some steps since 2021 on talking about openness, safety and trust and accountability, legal accountability of platforms. Our approach today towards AI, and this is for those practitioners in the room today, is through the prism of casting legal accountability on platforms for the safety and trust of that platform. So that is broadly our approach to it at this moment. And like I said, it will evolve. We think between Delhi's India AI launch, then Slovenia, we have a conference in February, and then we will have something in June, July. In the next 6 months, hopefully, fingers crossed, we should have a broad understanding among countries of the world, if not all, but most, about what ought to be the guardrails, what ought to be the legal guardrails and accountability framework for AI platforms.
No, and I agree with you. I think the same debate has happened as far as cryptocurrencies are concerned as well, because it is interjurisdictional, and so it doesn't make sense to have country-specific guardrails being put in place.
The difference there, Shirin, if I may just interrupt, is that in crypto and in social media, the innovation ran so far ahead of regulation that everybody was playing catch up. The opportunity we have in AI now is AI is at an inflection point. If we now agree on what ought to be the rules and guardrails that allow innovation as well as protect citizens and users from the harms, then we'll be at the right time. If you wait for another year, then this thing would have gone ahead again, and we would be playing catch up. Governments would be playing catch up, and people would be playing catch up.
You know, there are 2 points that I want to pick up on. One, of course, is this catch up between innovation and regulation. I'll come to that in just a second. But I want to address the risks issue, because when the Prime Minister spoke, he of course spoke about the fact that AI is the 21st century's greatest development tool, or has the potential to be the 21st century's great development tool. But at the same time, he also said it poses the most significant danger to the 21st century as well. Now, as a government, what are you most concerned about? Because again, disproportionate headlines going into deep fakes, and how the government is most concerned about deep fakes, 7-day deadline given to fix accountability and clean this up, and so on and so forth. But outside of that, what are the risks that you're most concerned about?
There are many risks, and one of the things, Shireen, is to start now and trying to predict all the risks and the whole, the sort of a lay of the land of risks and harms of AI is, I don't think anybody in the room, even if you have a double PhD postdoctoral, will, even try and hazard a guess like that. I think what our approach is, make sure there are some principles. Make sure there's a list of harms and criminality as we see it today. And then keep adding to it as we encounter it. Malicious models, bias built into models and algorithms. There are so many things that can come at us at different ways from an AI model. However, deepfakes certainly is a classic example, because misinformation and patently false information is a disease that social media has spread and is causing, especially in democratic countries, harm to the power of, like almost intolerable. It creates division. So misinformation has been a problem with social media. Now imagine misinformation raised to the power of infinity, powered by AI. And Shireen Bhan is on TV today saying something abusive about Rajeev Chandrasekhar, and that goes viral. Or I am saying something about Moneycontrol, and that goes viral. I'm not being facetious. You get the point.
I know people who know me know that I would never say anything abusive about anybody.
Yeah, exactly. And so people will get a bit agitated if they see you doing it. So that's the point I'm saying, that in a society like ours, we have 850 million Indians on the internet. We are going to be 1.2 billion Indians by 25, 26. There are different types of people: old, young, women, men, rural, urban, highly literate, not so literate. And then if you have this phenomenon of deepfakes, which I have seen today that are going viral at 100x, 150x in terms of the velocity and acceleration of these things vis-a-vis the truth. In a society like ours, it really is a problem. So PM, the Honorable PM raised that as an issue, because in a country like ours, where democracy is sacrosanct, the electoral process should be as unimpacted by these kind of things. Deep fakes have, and AI therefore has, a very, very significant power to alter, distort, disrupt, create problems. And it is an issue that we are very, very serious about. And I think the days when there was a little, please do it if you can. You'll be a good platform if you can. I'll buy you an extra coffee if you do a good job. That is all gone now, because we are now linking almost every one of the safeguards and guardrails to the criminal law. And so the 11 no-go areas for platforms, which includes misinformation and patently false information, so that is what we are saying. We didn't say 7 days, stop it or else. We said 7 days, detail, and on the 8th day, realize what the rules are violated.
And this links back to the question of regulation that we were having, and we had the Coursera in the morning. The challenge perhaps in terms of this catch-up of innovation and regulation, that regulation must not end up stifling innovation. Light touch approach is perhaps needed, warranted at this point in time. How do you view that?
No, Shireen, let's be clear. From light touch, hard touch, that means is it self? When we say accountability, have to be accountable under law. from the platform. Now, light touch as in will people with heavy weaponry? Obviously not. So move away from that problems that we are in, which is to assume that because there are no guardrails required, assume that platforms have a highly developed sense of moral responsibility to the consumers that they serve, that there is no need for the government to intervene, which is the US did it, India did it, all of the countries should not be regulated because seem like contradictory terms. However, we are living in a believed in, certainly does a lot of can be used by bad to dissuade the bad actors from using, dissuade platforms from creating the ability for bad actors to use. I don't want to characterize this as either. I think it is about making sure there is a clear platform, consumers of wherever, and that they have, and the honorable that platforms must also better sense of to the platform they're developing. Can't legislate to the last dot on the I or the across the T. So needs to be an understanding that this harm.
Error.
No, I think that train left the station many months and years ago. Certainly, as a protect 1.2 criminality, we can't just say we'll leave it and outsource it to somebody, and they should not even. There is a by ecosystem that you don't want to be prescribed to have this model tested like this. You need to have this and that. Models should be accountable under law.
Fair enough. One of the comments that I picked up on this morning was that AI as AI nation should be infrastructure and private sector innovation, or led by private sector innovation as conductor. Do you see the government playing in this jugalbandi?
Look, spent over 3.5 decades in tech. Consider myself very fortunate today, because what I see today, and to be able to be an enabler, coach, mentor, sort of cheerleader, whatever you want to call it, is really if there are 100 startups here to say I have pursued my account, not because the government put a model or somebody didn't. Mission that we have been given by our Prime Minister is very clear. There is this huge opportunity of $1 trillion digital economy. We are halfway there. We want to get there by 26. AI, these are all big pieces of that. 7 days a week, 360 was not as implemented by the government, but implemented by hundreds and thousands of startups. You've seen that in fintech, where a government use case is created. I was excited to meet Chris today. the number and designing the next. When I play the role of cheerleader, skirts, and we will play the role of an enabler. And young Indians all around the country is going to take us over the top and make us the third largest economy.
We of that cheerleading, but let me end by asking you. You gave us examples of what the government has been able infrastructure, as far as UPI is concerned, what we're likely to see. The next to envisage at this point in time, given the pipes that have already
a significant acceleration of the digitalization of our economy. MSMEs today that have had a patchy record of digitalization are going to now silos. You will see a very government type of digitalization. And I think the India DPI story is just going to get better, bigger, with more and more opportunities for startups to innovate around that India DPI. It's not a static situation. And smart. I think, look, I say this when I go to any college. This young starting out, this is certainly the most use the opportunity and do good.
In the words of Rajeev Chandrasekhar, so make good use of that opportunity. I'll end by asking you, do you chat GPT or Bard, or I mean, are you using artificial intelligence yourself?
I'm all over the place. I'm on all of me. I'm also on the dark internet, so if you see me in a chat room there and you see somebody who's got a moniker of a
Omnipresent Rajeev Chandrasekhar. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. You to just stay on for a couple of minutes more. We have a big reveal coming up. Chandra, over to you.
Full session. So, Shireen asked about your quirk with pencil. There's a unique clock in your.
It was about 1100 days to elections, and I would have these meetings with my officers, and they would. I mean, there's many days left. Countdown. Before the time runs out, and you guys obviously can stay on and for ever and ever. I can't. I don't even know if I'll have a job.
So hopefully you'll be more years. That's our hope. But sir, please stay on. Palo Alto network. Thank you. I'd like to invite consulting leader EY to join us on stage to present potential to catalyze change.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we have copies of the report that you can go over, read the fine print. At it, I'm going to get very quickly the big reveal, the big numbers.
Thanks, Shireen. So the report will be with you soon. Just 50 execs across where they are on AI and generative AI. And where is going to come from, how the technology will evolve, what are the use cases, but the flip optimism.
Right.
Optimism on how to use this technology.
Right.
Right.
Thank
so
you.
that's
Sorry,
just
continue.
one more.
Yeah.
And then, like Shireen said, the big reveal really is deep dive of this technology of India. Our findings are that by 2030, it will add almost 1.5. So really, do give us feedback after you read it.
Wow. That's one final thing. We have Chris Miller all the way for autographed copy of his book. I know you've read his book, but this is one for keeps at your office, along with so much for applause.
That was one riveting session, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to once again thank the Honorable Minister for being here despite his demanding schedule and taking time out for the Global AI Conclave. Thank you so much, Minister. Can we see the Honorable Minister off with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
and what areas then we need to build guardrails for. So I very much look forward to sharing his perspective back at Microsoft in the United States.
Great. Sindhu?
Yeah, first of all, it's great to be here. And I think everything that we've heard clearly shows that we're right in the midst of forming and norming everything around AI. And India is at the center of everything that we can be driving forward. And I think this conversation on responsible AI nicely builds upon what the minister already talked about. Super excited about the topic and super excited to hear everything what the minister had to say.
Right. I'm going to come to responsible AI in a second. But Mary, I want to ask you for some inside information, nothing to do with your stock price. But, I read a very amusing story. I think it was in a New Yorker, which said that in the midst of all this OpenAI crisis, Satya Nadella was updating you guys about, the World Cup match and scores. Can you tell us a little about that?
Well, I read that New Yorker article too. I'm guessing we might have had a little something to do with that. I was getting ready to go in the United States for the Thanksgiving holiday when I saw the news about Sam Altman, and I immediately said, oh boy, my boss, Brad Smith, just lost his holiday.
There goes my Thanksgiving.
Yes, he lost his holiday, and I immediately started to think, geez, and my background is as a lawyer. I was the deputy general counsel for all the engineers, and I was like, their intellectual property lawyers are probably busy. The merger and acquisition lawyers are probably busy. The antitrust lawyers are probably busy. The HR lawyers are probably busy. So my understanding is that it was a very hectic weekend. And into the first part of the week, I think it is quite true that the Microsoft executive team, including Satya, was as surprised as anyone. And I think the reports that Microsoft learned of this only a few moments before the media were accurate. However, I think, we regrouped very quickly. We reached out to then the interim president, who was president for a weekend, to offer our support, and then immediately worked with Sam as well and his executive team. We were in close touch with their head of global legal policy all throughout the weekend and into the wee hours of the night and the morning to really, broker what we all think is the best approach now, which is the CEO, Sam Altman, back at the helm, a bit of a different role, no longer on the board, but a stronger governance with new board members. And I think this is the best possible outcome. And it really, to me, it strikes me as, we talk about governance and it's the last thing anybody wants to talk about, And I always say governance is quite glamorous, It can be very exciting to think about governance. And this showed you how important good governance is in a company. And good relationships. Good relationships.
Good news is you didn't let journalists sleep either that whole weekend. But moving on, we are having a conversation on responsible AI at a very interesting juncture. The US, of course, released an executive order. You had the Bletchley Park meeting, which the minister spoke about. The EU has released its own regulation, a risks-based approach. And this week, you were in fact at JPay, where 28 countries adopted the New Delhi Declaration, where they said they would come up with an AI governing framework. What, in your mind, constitutes responsible AI? And what kind of responsible data practices can we use to train AI systems? Perhaps Sindhu to start.
Yeah, sure, Chandra. I mean, before we get into responsible AI practices, I just want to take an example, a completely different example than probably anything that's spoken about today morning, right? In the area of science. So let's look at how in the area of science today we've kind of leapfrogged with generative AI in terms of how very quickly you can discover new molecules, in way in which you can discover new drugs. You can really find out how molecules react. You can find out how proteins fold. And today scientists have the possibility to very quickly identify new ways in which they can take drugs to market. Now, what is also happening is, if you just look at things that can happen on the other side, right? I mean, there's the plus side of Gen AI is you can go across various domains. It's not just about one domain that we are talking about. So suddenly a scientist now doesn't have to put on his hat of the usual practice of, okay, here's my hypothesis, here's the data, now let me look at how I'm going to run those experiments and get those analysis. But he's or she is the one who's actually determining and processing and analyzing how those AI models can look at his research hypothesis and drive her analysis for many of those. But the same thing, if applied without the right set of responsibility, could very quickly, those same AI models could be trained to turn medicine now into a bioweapon, right? So that's kind of the importance of why we need to be very clear about how we have the right set of guardrails in place. And to your question on data, having responsible data practices is the foundation when we talk about responsible AI, right? And the way in which we acquire data, ethical access of data, consent-based access of data, anonymizing the data, making sure that the data is clean and completely void of any kind of bias, making sure that the data is a considerable data set. It's not just about having a small data set, right? Because a small data set will have inherent bias built into that data. So having that right governance in place when you talk about access to data and making sure that the data follows that right kind of regulations becomes very important. Then we heard about having guardrails and regulations in place. Today, it's very important that, yes, we need to make sure that there is right kind of regulations, but it also needs to be done in such a way that we're still able to innovate, right? So the EU Data Act, which you just talked about, has a lot of risk-based analysis on how you would classify AI systems along the various risks. So having a very balanced approach in how we make sure that there's a good way in which you get the data, having the right guardrails in place becomes super important when we talk about responsible usage of AI.
Right. Mary, you spoke about governance. Now, what oversight processes, review boards, or other governance mechanisms do companies need to have in place to align AI systems with the broader interests of humanity?
It's really a great question. I'm glad you asked. I think you first start out with principles, and the principles related to fairness, inclusivity, ensuring that the systems are safe, transparency, accountability. Then you click down a layer below that and think about how then you build these systems. And in our case, and I'm sure some of the other companies are doing something similar, we started this work 6 or 7 years ago. We created a committee made up of the highest level of executives in the company to review our use cases of how we were using artificial intelligence. 4 years ago, we then created an office within the legal organization, and we have AI champions throughout our engineering team to, in each case, identify the impact of the use of the artificial intelligence in our product, to identify whether the technology is fit for the purpose that we want it to be, to identify risks, to try to mitigate them. In those cases where the use is sensitive, in other words, if it could cause a harm to the legal rights of an individual, if it could cause physical or psychological harm, if it could cause harm to fundamental human rights, then that particular assessment comes in for a very iterative, manual, side-by-side process with our Office of Responsible AI, which is composed of people from many different backgrounds and many different diverse perspectives in life to ensure that that sensitive use case is actually does what it says it should. From there, we actually have been talking a lot about governance of AI in a regulatory perspective. I don't know if you want me to talk a bit about that right now.
Sure.
But we actually have been strong proponents for regulation, believing that regulation can spark innovation in certain cases, and that regulation can ensure safety. I got on an airplane, obviously, to come here from Seattle, and the thought of just sort of getting on a plane, closing the door, not getting off for 16 hours, ensuring that the pilot was going to be there, that it was going to be automated, but land, that does not come about without some regulation. That comes about with a lot of standards processes internationally, with government working with the private sector to create that. So first and foremost, we believe that humans really need to be in the middle of things that address critical infrastructure. We think it's really important that we look at the standards and frameworks already in existence in India, in the United States, in order to do this. It's important to go granular, as the minister said, and get into some of the regulatory frameworks, potentially sector by sector. We know we need to work with academic institutions and nonprofits, and we know that we need to also focus on societal good. So those are the frameworks, the 5 frameworks that we actually think about on a regular basis, and we were happy to talk about those in the UK, in the Hiroshima process, the G7, here at DPI as well.
Right. Sindhu, how are enterprises working to address, potential biases in training data and building inclusive systems?
If I just put on my SAP hat for a bit, Chandra, I mean, we are running the world's largest enterprises as well as the smallest and the mid-sized enterprises. 87% of the world's business transactions go through an SAP system, right? 99 of the top companies in the world run on SAP. 97 of the greenest companies in the world run on SAP.
How do you know all this by heart?
Because we do that every day, day in, day out, right? I mean, if I just look at the India context, Chandra, 8 out of the 10 cars that are on the India roads, are manufactured by SAP's customers. Now, the reason I'm telling you all these data points is only because the trust that these customers have on SAP to enable them to run at their best, to enable them to deliver at their best, comes with a lot of responsibility for SAP, right? So going back to the point what Mary made as well, right? I mean, every AI process that goes into a lead to cash process or a sourcing process or a procurement process or a design to operate process that enables these customers to run at their best goes through a very well-defined steering committee and AI ethics steering committee. And this was not set up come Gen AI, right? This has been there for several years now. And this is even part of the core development process that we have, right? So it's not nothing out of the usual. Like in the anybody who's in core development knows you have a design principle. You have to follow that design principle. It's part of the core development. And this is very much ingrained into how we develop, build those AI processes, deploy and use those AI processes. And the whole point, what you mentioned as well, Mary, is about the whole interpretability of the data. So for us, it's very important at any point of time, depending on what is the priority of those use cases and the kind of risks that those use cases have, and we categorize them, the level of transparency that we give, having a human in the loop, right? Making those decisions together with the human, where the human and the AI systems are working in tangent with each other, or human on the loop, where you still have control over the AI systems, but the decisions are still driven at runtime, at real time by the AI systems, or AI or humans over the loop, where the complete ownership is with the human. And that depends again on the use cases, the industries, the kind of the target scenarios that we are trying to achieve. And having this part of the core process becomes very important. The second piece that I think is also very important is getting our people, because I mean, of course, we have very diverse set of developers working across different parts of the world, and making sure our developers understand and having a very ingrained process in how we build up the skills of our developers across understanding what does it mean? What does it mean when we decide for a particular scenario and go out with it? And also going back into the basics of what does it mean when you design a prompt like this, right? Or what does it mean when you look at data in a particular way? How do you visualize the data? How do you prepare the data? How do you storytell around the data? And so that education and the change in mindset of how you look at the potential, of course, prowess, but also the impact that these scenarios can have is also very important.
Got it. Do you believe there can be a global consensus on responsible AI and building guardrails? And if yes, can that really translate to an interoperable legislation?
I think we are on the path to do that. I really do. And I think
will that include China?
Sorry?
Will that include China?
You know, this is, we heard the Prime Minister's point of view around China. I guess what I would say is responsible nations need to move forward no matter what. And need to continue to bring others in no matter what. And I think that's how we think about it, and that's why we are very involved in the Hiroshima process, in the Bletchley process. We think that we are getting alignment among these various processes. We do need to go granular, more granular than we are today, but because there may be an outlier does not mean we all need to put our heads in the sand about what we need to do.
Right. This question is for both of you. Are there any learnings that the Indian government can take from, say, the EU Act, the US, or the, what other countries are doing? Because we don't have a regulation as yet, but is there something that the Indian government can learn from? As the government has said, they prefer a light touch approach, but what can they learn from other geographies?
Yeah, if you just look at the EU Act for AI, right? Today, this is the most comprehensive legal framework that we have in place when it comes to AI, right? And when it, like I mentioned earlier on, it's really about looking at it, of course, from a risk-based approach and really looking at risks when it comes to the health, the safety, as well as the fundamental rights of individuals, right? And of course, if you just look at the EU regulation, because I mean, as SAP, German headquarters, we are very much part of those conversations as well. So it's really about not having extremely rigid rules in place as it's sometimes kind of seen. But it's really, again, based on the classification of, again, going back into those very specific use cases. And if the use cases are, of course, going into a risk level where it's unacceptable, then of course you can't deploy those AI use cases in Europe. But if it's going to a moderate or low level risk, the only ask is to give that transparency in terms of an end user who is working with the content has the information that, hey, the content that you're working with is AI generated. And I think that's completely fair. And if you just look at it from if you step back a bit and look at the US regulation, as well as if you look at the EU, I mean, what President Biden passed as the AI order, right?
Executive order.
I think it's the executive order, exactly. Yeah. I think the two differences that strike out is one is very EU-based, is very much focused on the citizens, whereas the American order is very much focused on how do you regulate the markets as well, right? And so for us, it'll be good to, here in India, to strike that right balance, I'd say, a hybrid model. I think Minister Chandrasekhar also alluded to that a couple of days back, where he said that our model will definitely be a hybrid approach between the two. And I think that's right, because it's important to have the guardrails in place, like I mentioned, but it's also important that we want to focus on those very innovative use cases that we want to put in place that's very specific to the cultural needs that we have here in the country, right? And the absolute needs that the citizens here in India have, be it in terms of addressing use cases for agriculture or education, or when we look at language translation or governance. So there's specific, very specific needs that we have, and to have that have that right balance that we can strike between the two would be key.
I have been so impressed with hearing about the focus on small and medium businesses here. So I think, that would be one way in which India might differentiate below the global alignment level in order to continue to incent small and medium business, for example. Yeah.
Absolutely. Great. The other thing that I wanted to, ask you, Mary, was, we had Andrew Ng in the morning speaking to us, the AI pioneer. And if you look at views that people in AI have globally, on one side of the camp, you have people like Andrew Ng and Jan LeCun who feel like the fears about AI are overblown. In fact, Andrew's on record to say that, big tech is pushing for regulation all over the world to stifle innovation so that the government passes norms that, only licensed people can operate, and that kind of cuts out the smaller companies. On the other hand, of course, you have the likes of Jeffrey Hinton and Bengio, who are, who are kind of apocalypse now when it comes to AI. How would you address this criticism that, the big tech companies just want to keep the smaller startups out? That's why they keep pushing for regulation.
Well, I think balance is the key. Always, always balance is the key. Yes, we are a big tech company, but we empower so many other companies through our OpenAI products and services. I mean, we have the notion is that it is a platform where others can come, test their models on our Azure data services, and build their own companies. I mean, we are, at its heart, a company that strives to support others and other enterprises. We are not that, although there were times in our history where we wanted to be a big consumer company, but we are at heart an enterprise company helping other companies.
Right. On that note, I'm afraid we are out of time, but Sindhu and Mary, thank you very much for speaking to us on responsible AI at the Global AI Conclave.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sindhu and Ms. Mary, and also Chandra, for taking us through this session. Clearly embracing the power of AI responsibly is the way to go. Now, moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, our guests are helping us guide through this world of AI with great knowledge and insights. And with that, it's time to move on to our next session, which we're very keen to present before you, because here we take you inside IIT Madras and what makes this institute an ecosystem that they have a deep tech haven. In fact, the IIT Madras Research Park has resulted in the incubation of 200 deep tech companies whose valuation today runs in more than 50,000 crores. Well, to discuss what it takes to build such an ecosystem with such deep tech culture in campuses and transition to an intelligent economy, please join me as I welcome onto the stage Ashok Jhunjhunwala, the founder president of IIT Madras Research Park. And to drive this conversation forward, please join me in inviting onto the stage Umakant Soni, Chairman, AI Foundry. Really looking forward to an interesting conversation here. Over to you.
Thank you.
It has been a long day, but anyway.
Well, with Professor Jhunjhunwala, I mean, he needs no introduction. I mean, he's somebody who guided us into this digital world in some sense with wireless telephony. And we thought that we will actually take a step back. And of course, from morning, we've been talking about LLMs, large language models, AI. Of course, we also have to take a bit of deep dive into this. In that sense, we can remove an extra chair actually. So I actually have spent almost 15 years in AI space. Started building one of very early AI chatbot companies out of India in 2009-10. It was super early. Then I've spent quite a bit of time investing. So I've invested, supported around 19 plus AI companies. And even after 15 years, I just feel that with these LLMs, we're just getting started. By 2030, we are going to have, I mean, each one of us is probably going to have a personalized digital and a physical bot. And that's the kind of change that we are going to undergo. If I were to look back, in 1975, we had connected up to 1 billion places with rail, with road, with flight, with water. And we could sell the excess production of one place to another. And we used to call that industrial economy. When Sir started with the digital telephony, wireless telephony, we got ushered into this era of what we call as the knowledge economy, where we could sell access knowledge of one person to another. And by 2009, we had connected up to 1 billion people with that. By 2030, we will be connecting 7.5 billion people with 30 billion plus machines. And we're going to call that an intelligence economy. And it's going to add $15.7 trillion of new economic value. And I heard today in the morning that India is going to get $1.5 trillion out of that. So it's a large number. So I wanted to actually start by asking Professor Ashok Jhunjhunwala that, when you started, I mean, why did you actually, start on this journey of wireless telephony? I mean, What was the insight? And of course, we were discussing this over dinner yesterday night, and I would love to hear it from you.
Yeah, I'll tell you a couple of stories and how it started. I came back to India. I was in IIT Kanpur, went to US, came back to India 1981, went to IIT Madras, wanted a telephone at my home. My parents were in Calcutta so that I could connect with them. It took me 8 years to get telephone. And that kind of hit me. Most of you won't understand. You ask your parents, they will understand. And basically decided that we'll have to change this. And the reason we found that we could not get telephone was highly subsidized item. We keep talking about farmer subsidy. Huge subsidy was given on a telephone because telephone did not make a business sense. It used to cost 40,000 rupees to install a telephone. And unless our telephone bill was 1,200 rupees per month, it won't pay for depreciation, interest, and operation cost. So forget about profit. And our salary at that time was 1,200 rupees. So that was a total salary. How do we spend 1,200 rupees on a telephone? So we realized that if we can bring this 40,000 rupees to 10,000 rupees, maybe the same token, telephone will make business sense at 250 rupees telephone bill per month. And maybe 250 rupees we could pay. By that time, our salary was also going up. And we started looking at every aspect of telecom. And in fact, the only way to reduce cost was by digitalizing that. Sam Petroda came and digitalized the exchange. An exchange which was costing at one time 11,000, 12,000 rupees started costing 1,000 rupees per line. So that cost had come down. But the copper local loop, the pair of copper wire which came from the exchange to home, the digging and the cost of copper was 25,000 rupees. And unless we figured out a way to get rid of that, there was no way we could bring down the cost. And what we did is that we conceived of the only way to do it is wireless. Though wireless at that time was very expensive, 1 lakh rupees. But you remember, we recognized that if we're changing to wireless, we are replacing copper and digging by integrated circuit and software. Integrated circuit will ride on Moore's law. Software, we can do it in India, and we can bring down the cost by 10,000 rupees. It was a tough thing, but we did this. And the other thing that happened is that we brought in digital telephony. There is no way this wireless would cost less unless we did digital telephony. So we brought in digital telephony, and along with telephony, we could actually provide wireless data. So we could do internet. So we introduced in 1997 at 10,000 rupees wireless telephone with 35 kilobit per second internet. Can you imagine? That was a big thing at that time. That started changing. We suddenly the cost came down all over the world, and we got 100 million telephones, and the GSM came in, and then 3G, and then 4G. And we went on, and we said it is not enough for us to do that. It is important for us to take the technology leadership. And we created Telecom Standard Development Institute organization in India with the help of government. And we created Tejas here in Bangalore. And we initially started with optical fiber, and then we started doing the 4G phone and the 5G phone. And today we are installing that. Tejas is installing all over the country for BSNL, the 4G, 5G phone, and we are ready to move towards the 6G phone when required. And we now own the pipes. So that is the important thing. And we are even thinking of how do you bring in for the remote area where there is no base station, satellite connectivity. Can you use the same telephone? There is a company in Hyderabad called Signa, which is working that using the same telephone, I can talk to the satellite using my standard 4G, 5G mobile phone. All this is likely to happen. And what is important is that India is going to play an important role. India will have IP, and we will create the digital pipes, which are the starting point of much of your internet and computing and AI, etc., etc.
No, absolutely. And I think I would love to actually dig a little deeper and understand from you. I mean, it was such a big leap, and I remember I was studying in IIT Kanpur, and I would actually proudly read about it that such a revolution was happening, and that research is actually getting translated into innovation. And I remember that we actually also shared that with folks in IIT Kanpur that hey, similar stuff needs to happen there as well. And so I would actually love to understand a bit like how did you change that culture? Because I think if you have to build and own the pipes which will take us into this intelligence economy, I mean literally we need to figure out how do we build this AI moonshot in some sense.
I think we should talk about it, but let me tell another story. After this wireless, I was put on the board of State Bank of India. I knew nothing about banking, but I was asked to head the technology committee of the board and digitalize the banking. That was the task that I was given. That more or less things were happening. One day the board had all big people. I mean, people like Vinod Rai, the ex-CAG, and Piyush Goyal was on the board. And one day the board decided that we will have an offsite where we'll talk about future of banking. And they said every board member has to speak. I said, what do I know about banking? What will I speak? The board people said, well, you say whatever you want. I went to the meeting, forced, and asked only 3 questions. If I walk into a bank branch and withdraw 5,000 rupees from my account, how much will it cost the bank? The second question that I asked, if I withdraw the same 5,000 rupees from my account from an ATM, how much will it cost the bank? And the third question, if I use a credit card and spend 5,000 rupees from my account, how much will it cost the bank? Initially, the bank couldn't give me the answer, but with a little bit of digging, it came out, if I walked into the bank, it was 70 rupees. If I, per transaction, if I did an ATM, it was 12 rupees per transaction. And if I did using a credit card, it was 2 rupees per transaction. Well, then I said, well, then you know what the future of the banking is. It is all digital banking. That's what you should move. And I said, why is everybody not given a credit card? The chairman told me, Ashok, you are too young, you don't know banking, you don't know all these things. World over, there is a 4% fraud in a credit card. And so we actually only give it to the HIG, high income group. We can't give it to the ordinary people. That kind of got me going. We had just started getting mobile phones. And I asked them, what if we send an SMS when you do the transaction? And that SMS, some number will be there and we have to punch it. Will that not somehow avoid the frauds? People said it's a very good idea. But the only problem is that the SMS, this was 2006, does not come in real time. And even SMS costs 2 rupees. Well, I was also on the board of Tata Teleservices. I went there and sat with them. What can we do? We found that using 1 bit, spare bit, reserved bit in signaling channel, we can send a real-time SMS or what we today call OTP. And that is what started the starting point. And the whole thing changed. They were youngsters, several of them from Bangalore, some from other parts of the country. They used to come and sort of say, we want to see from mobile phone payment to another mobile. And I was very much for it, except the technology when there was no 3G phone, no 4G phone, no smartphone was very complex. And the 4 or 5 6 companies, all youngsters, were trying to struggle with each other and try to say, my solution is better, my solution is better. I told them that you can fight and nothing will happen. Come together. Let's form a forum. I'll bring in banks. I'll bring in telecom operator. Let's find a solution. 2007 or 6, Mobile Payment Forum of India was formed. I was made the chairman simply because I was the neutral party. And we started. We had a dream. And we created NPCI. We started working on UPI. At that time, it was a dream that can we make 10 rupee payment. And we thought that that dream will probably never be filled. But today, you know what has happened with UPI. So what I am pointing out, that the youngsters, once they are determined, with a little bit of guidance, can do the impossible. Today, we are the leader in UPI. Nobody, no other country, even on OTP, while we are doing OTP world over, they didn't do OTP. So there are things in which we acquired leadership, and the leadership came because the young talent in India really makes a difference. I want to now quickly get onto the topic by just saying that we graduate 1 million engineers from. But the biggest thing that has happened in 83, 84, we used to graduate only 20,000 engineers. The private colleges came up. We started now graduating 1 million plus. Now one can complain about quality, and the quality is uneven. But let me tell you, at least 500,000 of these graduates, if you inspire them, if you push them, you give them the right task, they can do wonders. Our talent, Rajeev Chandrasekhar was talking about talent. That talent is there. It is nascent. It's kind of hidden. It's not ready talent, but within a year, that can become absolutely top-class talent. And this is the basis of all our startups. Our startups have succeeded because this young talent is ready. At the age of 22, 23, they are ready to do pretty much anything. And this is, if we can learn to tap them and encourage them, we'll do absolutely great things.
Fantastic for running through this. And this actually has been very inspirational. I mean, when we were trying to set up Art Park, AI and Robotics Technology Park at Indian Institute of Science, and we were looking at, okay, how do we, I mean, learn from the examples that, IIT Madras Research Park, I mean, the kind of, research translation into innovation that happened there. And we realized, as Sir is pointing out, that the massive number of graduates that are coming out, the intellectual inventory that is actually there in our university ecosystems, if we can then align them to a common goal. And how do we align them to a common goal? By bringing somehow industry, academia, and government together in a forum where they all can collaborate. And as I was pointing out, right, like, OTP happened, UPI happened. I mean, these are the big examples. So if you have to leapfrog in the AI realm, I mean, this is where we need to, take the full advantage. Thankfully, now we have Art Park set up. Along with that, there are 24 other hubs which have been set up along with each of these IITs and triple IITs. There's one in IIT Madras as well, Pravartak. And all of these places have been funded to the tune of, in total, $500 million, which is a large amount to create AI research and innovation ecosystem. And this ecosystem can be a good fulcrum around which we can, gather people. Because, fundamentally speaking, of course, AI right now, everybody's talking about ChatGPT, but it's just the beginning. It's a big technology. It's a horizontal technology. It's a big tool through which we can solve big problems. And there are big problems to be solved. I mean, yesterday we were actually having this conversation, and Sir was pointing out, very interesting story about the climate change, right? I mean, his car was stuck, and he showed me the picture of half-submerged car in Chennai. And it's very real. I mean, I could see it. I could show it to my kids, and they were talking about this in the morning. That how do you solve climate change, because it's very real. So, I mean, let's say if we have, this kind of a problem, and that is where, shall I say, planet scale intelligence tool like AI could be, employed, where we could actually say, okay, these are the human factors. How do we bind them? How do we create, the feedback loops so that we can actually start, conserving energy, or, putting our own efforts, which could be small at once, but could it actually gather a large momentum? And that is where I thought I would actually, pick your brain. I mean, this is a big problem.
So I'm quite a bit older than most of you here, and
doesn't look like.
do not understand AI, etc. as well. But I understand what are the base that has enabled us to get there. First, the whole computers going to supercomputers, getting rid of the fast processors. We are talking about all kinds of processors, cloud. That is the one base. The second very, very important role has been played by the connectivity. The fact that we are today connected completely anywhere, that plays a very important role. Third, the smartphones. I think the smartphone is extremely, extremely important technology, which has enabled on fingertips doing all kinds of things, and we can put all kinds of programs. And fourth is the sensors. All kinds of sensors today exist. The sensors enable us to figure out what's going on, connected to smartphone, can give us all kinds of things. But there are two other important things that we need to leverage to be able to make changes. First, the young talent I talked about. The young talent, the youth of India, most of them come from lower middle class, and they aspire to go. And I think that's a strength. They are ready to work hard as long as they can see that something can happen. And that's our role, to motivate them and give them opportunity. You don't need too much money or anything like that. You just need to guide them. And finally, the citizens. The citizens have to play a role, because now every citizen has a mobile phone. Every citizen is conscious. If there is somewhere some pollution going on, the thing is there, they can easily click a picture and send it up. That, along with the cloud, the whole thing can start playing a role. Now, as far as I'm concerned, therefore, what does the AI give us? As far as I'm concerned, with all the other issues that was being talked about, AI is a very, very good tool. And if there is a very good tool, my question is, what will we do with this tool? How will we service the society? How will we solve our difficult problems? And therefore, we have to talk about our difficult problems and the role that the AI and this whole ecosystem, connectivity and computing and everything, can help the world and India go to. Very simple. Today, the amount of fake news that is there, can AI really help us solve those problems? If it is not, then what is the use of that AI? Can it, the large income differential that is taking place in the country, rich, super rich, and very, very low income people, can AI help us solve that problem? I was talking about just now, can AI help us solve the fact that the whole global warming is taking place and probably the earth is not going to survive 100, 120 years? How can AI be leveraged? AI is a tool. How can AI be leveraged to solve that problem? We need to, there is all the talk about AI is going to destroy employment. The employment that it is going to destroy is very small. But can really AI help us in making our economy work such that everybody gets employed? I think those are the tough challenges. Can AI help us overcome our floods? Can AI help us take care of infrastructure? Today in Chennai, I'm sure in Bangalore, my minister is here, that it takes an hour, hour and a half to go from office to home and home to office. Is 3 hours on the road? Is this the future of India? And this is when 65% of the population is still in rural areas, where, by the way, there is no employment. That are the tough challenges. And I think the focus needs to be, how can AI solve these problems? They look impossible. One will say AI and these problems have nothing to do with it. But I think this is our narrow way of looking at AI. AI, and with the connectivity, and with the sensors, and with the youth and the citizens, I think we can actually solve many of these problems. And this is what we try to do at IIT Madras Research Park. And this is where we try to inspire youngsters. You need to solve this problem, and they will solve these problems.
And I think very aptly put that, AI is a tool. And of course, we hear a lot of interesting news articles that, hey, it's out to destroy us. In some way, all of us agree that there is definitely a higher intelligence running this planet, and they have not destroyed us so far. I don't think AI will destroy us, but we can destroy, it ourselves. That's definitely not artificial intelligence, but natural stupidity can destroy us. For sure. Having said that, I think the point that sir is making, and it's very interesting, and maybe it's a point for us to reflect on, that in some sense we are also talking for a new evolution for our society. So far the tools that we have built, whether it is digital, knowledge economy, of course they have brought prosperity to a significantly large number of people, right? I see that the e-commerce wave or whatever has reached 200 million people who are speaking in English, right? Or understanding English or understanding that interface, right? Now, how do we leverage AI to take that to 1.2 billion people, which is the Bharat?
I think it's high time that we say in 2 years, when I come to Bangalore and I don't know Kannada, but I know Hindi or maybe in Tamil, I will speak in Hindi and Tamil on my phone. The person with a uh, uh, with a earphone will be listening to that in Kannada. The person may be speaking in Kannada. I should be able to hear it in Hindi or Tamil. I think this is something that we should do. We can't just talk about it. And this we should do for every language, not just 18, 19 language, but all the dialects, all the small languages that we have. If we can't connect people, if we can't even communicate, if we leave all these things to English, then how will it work? I think let's hope that in 2 years, people can sit here and listen to a conference like this in whichever language that they choose. And this is something that AI can do. We know it can do. It is up to us to work hard in next 2 years, 3 years to build something like this.
And I think, thankfully, sir is pointing out that, it is very much possible. And I mean, we are seeing that with LLMs, with the continuing evolution of AI tools, that we will actually have greater and greater tools at our disposal to solve this disparity, whether it is about language or, culture. I mean, how do you exist together without having the same kind of culture? I mean, the differentiation that each one of us actually bring is actually a very powerful tool. And in fact, in the morning, Sharad was talking about the data diversity. In fact, when we are trying to train AI, we realize that the huge amount of data diversity that we have, because all of us are very diverse, right? I mean, I remember first time I landed up in Bangalore and I was talking to the auto guy and I could speak to him in Hindi. And he told me that he knows 5 languages. And I was actually under shock, in a big way. It was like, wow, this guy already is intelligent in languages far more than I am. And that is the kind of intelligence that we need to appreciate, that there is human intelligence which is far more diverse. If human intelligence trained in India could work globally, right? I mean, we have Satya Nadella, Sundar Pichai, they're running these big corporations. Definitely AI that could be trained in India could actually run globally as well. So if we can solve the problems that are there within our country, that AI is going to be far more robust. It's going to work in India, work in Southeast Asia, Middle East, Africa. I mean, if the car can work, autonomous car or a guided car could work in the Silk Board Junction, it will definitely work in US and Europe. I'm confident about that. So I think we have this massive opportunity, as sir has pointed out, and my kids were vehemently in agreement that, he's far more younger than me. And I think all of you would concur with that. He doesn't look that he's into his 17th year, 17th year. Yeah. Yeah. And we can all take inspiration from that, if sir is so enthusiastic about this new tool that we have got, maybe all we need to do is go out and build. I mean, if I break it down, I mean, what does it take to build that tool? So we need data. We have spades of data. I mean, in fact, OpenAI is coming to India so that they can get more handle on data, right? They've run out of data to train, right? So, but we have got all the data, unique data, and it's been kept in Shruti and Smriti. So we have very little written down, right? So maybe that's an opportunity for us. Second is talent. And sir pointed out that we have 1 million engineers which are coming out each year. So we definitely have enormous amount of talent. And I think the only 2 other things which are left is compute and capital. And I think today Rajeev ji talked about that, compute, there's going to be democratization of compute, and it will make it, government is taking the steps to make it accessible. And I'm sure there are startups which are coming out which will actually make it even more further accessible. What is left is capital. And I think if you solve the first 3 problems, capital ecosystem will come. I mean, and I think, so if we solve these 4 things, then what is left? What is left is what we call as AI moonshot. What are the big problems that India can take lead in solving? And, as sir pointed out, climate change could be one. I mean, it could be how do we, work and exist as a nation, through languages. That could be another one. Maybe aging could be another one that we could actually pick up, because we're going to be short by 2 billion people. This end of this century, we're going to be close to 6 billion or so. So how do you keep the society running? We need to build something to keep it running in that way. And it could be for what we call as how do we make healthcare accessible, education accessible, financial inclusion accessible to everyone, maybe a new kind of society. We talk about factory 4.0, maybe we should talk about society 4.0. I mean, how do we make birth lottery less of a lottery in that sense?
I will leave you with two problems that we really need to. We today in India, we have 25 million youngsters becoming 21 years every year. How do we gainfully employ them? Employ them, either employment or self-employment. Because if we do not employ them, the only option for them will be to become an obstacle. So I think it's a big problem. And we really need to see, can we use all our brain, all our AI, all our this thing to solve a problem like this? That, I think, is a problem number one. The second equally important problem is our rural India. 65% of people living in rural India, most of them do not. Today, farming is not in Parliament in 2022, December, the Agriculture Minister mentioned that the average household income, today, farming household income has reached 10,000 rupees per month. Can you imagine? 10,000 rupees per month? Virtually, there is no income. Can we really figure out what to do? I think we need to use the tools to solve our real problem. We can go on and on. I've just mentioned the two. I think she's telling us a time.
She is telling us we will part with a note that if we are going to have 900 million people in our demographic potential, what if we can enable each one of them with this massive AI tool? They may not just solve the problem of our country, but they could actually solve it for the whole world. Thank you.
Thank you.
What an insightful exchange of ideas. Thank you so much, Mr. Ashok and Mr. Omakant, for decoding the transition to an intelligent economy. Moving forward to the next session, ladies and gentlemen, now it is not just the private sector that is leveraging artificial intelligence to create impact, but it is also the government. Take the Uttar Pradesh government, for instance, which is revolutionizing education through AI literacy by imparting AI skills to government schools and madrasas. To talk more on that, it's a great pleasure to have with us Ms. Monica S. Garg, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Uttar Pradesh. We welcome her with a huge round of applause, please. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. And I request Ritu Singh from CNBC TV 18 to please join us to take the conversation ahead.
Thank you, Ritika. Hello, everyone, again. We've been hearing a lot about the technicalities of AI, but I think what struck a chord was Minister Rajeev Chandrasekhar earlier saying, there's no problem with AI, but the only thing that keeps him awake at night is the challenge of talent. And that's exactly what you're addressing at the Uttar Pradesh government with your UPAI, which is the solution for AI, literacy for all. So, Ms. Garg, if you could start by telling us about what this initiative is all about and how you're going about implementing it.
Thank you, Ritu. Pleasure to be here. I can see a house full of technocrats and AI-powered companies and startups. And I have been hearing lots of technical talk since the morning. My talk and my effort is on a very simple line which Vivek Raghavan referred to, that we have to, which an ISP student also asked about, that we have to educate our masses at different levels. So this team UPAI has been constituted and it has taken up the campaign of AI literacy for all. Team UPAI is UPAI, that is Uttar Pradesh Artificial Intelligence, and when translated to English, it means a cure or a solution, Ritu. And it consists of policymakers, administrators, creative experts, subject experts, and even the stakeholders. So it is a very unique kind of a forum which has all the stakeholders in it. And we released a series of 22 videos in the month of October this year. These videos talk about what is AI, what is IoT, ML. They also talk about the uses of AI in our daily lives, how Alexa listens to you, how smart gadgets operate, how Google Maps work, how you get to see your preferences on the screen when you are shopping online. They also talk about ethics and biases of AI. They are all in very simple language, very easy to understand. These video lectures are, and complex concepts have been explained in very simple
No,
words.
it is a wonderful initiative, and introducing the concept of AI at a very young age in primary, middle school schools, like you're talking about as well. That's a wonderful thing to do. But how are you going about implementing it to ensure that it reaches the far-flung areas, it reaches all sections of society, and it's AI literacy for all, beyond just school students?
Okay. So what we have done is, I'll first tell you about the journey of Team Upai, how it was constituted. And we formed a group, as I told you. We held virtual meetings for a period of about 5 to 6 months, held a virtual meeting almost every day. And we, the content creation, the idea generation, the PowerPoint presentation, the storyboard, everything was done online. And we involved the school teachers also in it as our partners and as the stakeholders. Now, when these videos were launched, I'm myself fascinated by the journey, because the viewership is increasing by the day. As on date, we have the number of hits and views on our website. The website is teamupai.org, www.teamupai.org. The number of hits is more than 500,000 in 2 months. And we are getting repeated hits from different states and even from other countries like the US, the UK, UAE, Norway, Netherlands, Australia, and even China and Japan. And they are, the feedback received on the site, you can see, is very encouraging. It says that these video lectures have added a new dimension to AI education. Now, taking it forward has been a challenge, but the response has been very good. It has been overwhelming. We have declared these as open educational resources. Civil society has taken upon itself to translate them into other languages, and work has already commenced for Urdu and Punjabi. And Department of Technical Education has included these as the extracurricular activities, as their internal assessment, and they are emphasizing its importance by assigning credits to it. Uttarakhand Academy of Administration, Nainital, has decided to include these video lectures as a part of their training curriculum for the administrative officers, for the PCS and IAS officers, and so has the UP Academy, UPAM, Lucknow. And going to the teachers, the SCERT, UP, has introduced a qualifying test from 10th of November for the teachers. Thousands of teachers and other professionals have registered on the website for the online qualifying test, and about 800 have already obtained the completion certificate.
So you're training teachers to be able to impart this education. I mean, we all wish we had a Professor Ashok Jhunjhunwala with us, but tell us if you're also looking at volunteers. I mean, how are you ensuring that you have the right talent to impart this, education to the students? How are you attracting teachers in this area?
As I told you, we are already, the newspapers have carried the story over and over and again, for which I thank them. And as the word spread, the many schools, colleges, and universities have downloaded these videos and are playing them in their smart classrooms, which are benefiting numerous teachers and students. And by word of mouth, and it has traveled. Now, SCERT has also decided to convert it into a 5-day teachers development program. With inbuilt activities, hands-on activities, and self-assessment and final assessment at the end of it.
For other people in the audience that may want to implement a similar program in their states and respective areas of interest, I wanted to understand, when you were taking this concept of artificial intelligence as part of the curriculum in schools, was there any initial resistance at all? What was the feedback, and how did you overcome if there was any challenge?
Well, resistance happens to any change. But we must understand that technology is not bad. When you know what you want from your life, what you want in your life, technology will get it for you. And when you don't know what you want in your life, then technology will shape your thoughts for you and will take control of your life. So at the moment, the algorithms are all watching you. They are relying on the big data and machine learning to get to know you better and better. So if you want to retain some control of your life, you would need to learn about these algorithms
and not let
about their
technology control
technologies
you.
and
Yeah.
about their technologies. So that is the basic premise on which Team OPI is operating. And Team OPI is carrying AI literacy to the masses, to the common citizen. You are talking about schools. Well, I'll say AI education is more than just computational thinking. It talks about how computers learn, think, perceive, take decisions, and act. So as the Honorable Minister was also saying, there is a need to revamp the educational architecture of our country. Appropriate pedagogies would be required to impart to the students the skills they need in the 21st century. And that is not only computational thinking and computational skills. That includes creativity, that includes decision making, that includes socio-economic awareness. At the moment, AI education, the importance of AI is being highlighted at the secondary and higher education level. Government of UP has already introduced coding and programming in secondary schools.
Okay.
And universities are imparting knowledge in artificial intelligence. But I will take this opportunity because I can see many startups here, and I would seize this opportunity to give you an idea to go into an area in which not much work has been done so far. I'm talking of the preschool and primary education. Now, recent studies on AI show that, in fact, some studies have been done on early childhood AI education. And they point to the need of starting early, at the kindergarten
How
level.
early? Oh, okay.
At the kindergarten level. That is that early. And they say that kids are inquisitive. They are rapid learners. Now, innovation is the key to making AI a fun experience at the kindergarten level. We tell them stories about from Hindu mythology, which talk about automated servants, which talk about self-moving devices, long before technology made them possible. Pushpak Viman and many other self-driven vehicles, they find mention in Ramayana and Mahabharata, and later on in the dramas of Kalidas. These kind of stories, and these Vimans, they are actually depicted as possessing amazing
Magical
capabilities,
powers.
amazing powers, like viewing remote scenes,
Yeah.
generating terrifying sounds, and sometimes even disguising as clouds. So these kind of stories will ignite the children's mind. You can relate it to the current technologies, say to the Tesla's self-driving car and the drones. These will ignite children's mind to explore the untrodden realms of technology, like the Transformers universe, where cars suddenly change into Autobots with magnificent capabilities of emotion, action, and so now the onus will lie on the content creator and the narrators to give wings to the children's imagination so that they start using AI in their daily lives, apart from looking at AI as a career option.
If you could tell us, you've given us quite the glimpse into what sort of work you're putting into making this interesting for students from a very young age. Are there particular AI-related projects that you've observed that have impressed you, in the program that's taken shape so far?
Okay. Yes. As I said, AI is more than computational thinking. It involves critical thinking also. So I would say that hands-on projects, you must have seen in the early school education, in which students have control over inputs and monitors, like assembling a small toy, like designing their classroom, or like observing the growth of a plant. These kind of projects will actually instill in students the critical thinking and collaborative skills that are required for this century. Then project-based learning is important in the preschool and in lower classes. Problem-based learning can be used in the primary and upper primary classes. Like you can give them problems based on AI applications like Alexa Siri, like smartphones, Fitbits, smartwatches in real world situations. Children can be told about the difference between a machine, an intelligent machine, and a human being. They can be told why a calculator or a camera is, they are not intelligent, but a computer game like Tic-Tac-Toe or Pac-Man are. They are intelligent. They should also be able to appreciate the difference between a computer and a human brain. Uh, a small error in a hardware which changes only one bit can ruin an entire project, an entire computer project. But our brain cells die all the time without any adverse effect on the overall functioning of our body. So this is how we can take the AI education at the early school level. This can be followed up by teaching them the basic concepts of AI, like drawing concept maps, or like writing algorithms, simple algorithms, say for making chai, for making samosa or khichdi. So the idea is to carefully and smoothly integrate AI skills into the existing foundation skills. Early AI education is a very new subject. And I would like some of the minds, some of the youngsters in this house to start thinking on these. Framing AI curriculum for the preschool and primary classes will be a big challenge. The challenge is to embed it into the existing curriculum without any extra burden on the teachers and students. And the objective is to give the children an orientation early on, so that they start using it as a tool.
You know, coming from a generation of people that has not had artificial intelligence as a curriculum in our schools, we appreciate the work that you're doing, and we hope, that other states can emulate the example of the Uttar Pradesh government with its UPAI for artificial intelligence. Ms. Garg, it was a pleasure speaking with you, and we wish you all the very best with this initiative. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ritu. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Monica, for enlightening us how AI can really help break societal problems and find solutions to them effectively. And thank you so much, Ritu, for taking us through the chat. And now that we have already spoken about responsible AI, cybersecurity cannot be far behind. How can enterprises use cybersecurity for threat detection, assessing cyber risk, and cybersecurity? That's going to be the thrust of our next session. Please welcome on stage Ashu Kakkar, Chief Information Officer, L&T Technology Services. We can do better than this, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a round of applause to welcome our panelists on stage, please? We're very glad to have amongst us Kavita Kadambi, VP and Chief Information Security Officer, Infosys. A very warm welcome to you. And we're also being joined by Huzefa Motiwala, Director Systems Engineering India and SAC, Palo Alto Networks. A big thank you to all the panelists for joining us. To moderate this session, please welcome Ehik Sur from Moneycontrol. Over to you, Ehik.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So it's been a long day, and we've talked about cybersecurity. We talked about artificial intelligence and governance, regulation, and now we have to talk about cybersecurity because every day there are a lot of data breaches happening, and there are ransomware attacks, and we can use artificial intelligence, and we've been seeing that artificial intelligence can be used for both, for defending your company, and also it's being used for scanning and vectoring vector attacks and everything. So I just like to, you know, I just want to first open up the conversation to all the panelists and start with Kavita over here. And so we've been hearing about AI in cybersecurity space for a few years now. With the advent of new generative AI, what are your thoughts on how AI is going to change cybersecurity? If you could talk about that.
Thanks. It's been a pleasure being here. And of course, after so many eminent speakers, coming later on in the day is always different. However, I think AI has, it's not about what AI is going to do for cybersecurity, but what it's already doing for it. AI has changed the face of cybersecurity significantly. And not just recently, since the advent of ChatGPT with its new avatar of generative AI, but what it has been over several years. AI has changed how we operate at scale and speed. And that really is the challenge of cybersecurity, of any cybersecurity professional over the years. With the advent of AI, what has happened to cybersecurity is it is available as a tool for protection. On the other hand, it is also available for the bad guys to come back and go ahead and launch attacks. What at one point in time used to be a cybersecurity specialized criminal to come out there and go ahead and attack organizations or societies on a whole is now potentially available with relatively limited skills as capabilities for ordinary people to go ahead and launch attacks. Now that's a threat. On the other hand, we also have this as a tool to be able to go ahead and protect, which is significantly more than what we used to have in the past in terms of how we can shape cybersecurity for organizations, societies, and countries as a whole in terms of what is possible with AI. That's broadly how it is. However, there's a lot more and a lot of devil in the details. I'm sure my other panelists can add.
Ashu, do you want to take that forward, and do you want to get your opening
I
thoughts?
think I will cover in two aspects. Both what Kavita talked about in continuation with that. See, every tool has got both plus and minus side. If you start with the minus, the power is now with the cyber criminals has got multifold. From the speed standpoint as well, because now they can attacks. They can stimulate the attacks, whether it is the generating phishing, emails, or generating fake websites, or creating a vulnerabilities to the systems. They can do it at a lightning speed. So that's a way now the safeguard, and it is very difficult to defend against sometimes, because they have got the power, they have got the speed as well right now. Now we as an organization right now, we need to come with the different mindsets. How do we safeguard all these attacks? We have a broader ways to apply this tool to train our manpower, to do the training using this GenAI tools, do the synthetic transactions on that. How do we improve or maybe modernize our cybersecurity tools over there to defend these attacks on that? How can we stop the supply chain management attacks? How can we overall increase the resilience of the organization? I think that's the way we need to use the power of this GenAI tool, and it has just started right now. So we need to ensure that our all ecosystems and systems are being integrated to this tool right now, where we can maximum tap in the power of this new GenAI.
Husefa, you want to chime in?
Yeah, I know it's post-lunch session. Hello, everyone. And I want to shake up the room a bit. So I'm going to throw in a lot of statistics to just liven it up. You asked a question that is it worrisome? Absolutely. You know why? The average cost of a breach, can anybody guess? It's $4.5 million. If I total up all the cost of breaches in the world, in 2025, it is slated to reach $10 trillion. If cyber breach costs were a country, it would be the third biggest country in the world in terms of GDP. So that's what we are up against. And I'm just going to put my thoughts in three areas, and I pretty much with what Kavita and Ashu said. The first is, how is AI coming and changing the threat landscape? So the three parameters, right? One is the speed of attack. In the good old days, the time it took for a hacker to infiltrate, move around, take data and move out was an average of 44 days. Some days back, a customer got breached, and obviously I'm not going to say that, not here, thankfully in India. You know, the time taken to get in, recognize, get the data out was 13 hours. That's what we are up against. That's only possible by these. The scale has differed. Anybody heard about Warm GPT? Yeah, that's actually a tool out there using LLM languages where you can define and attack. The nature of vector of attack has changed. You know, voice impersonation, deep fake videos. So many times husband call wife and wife call husband, "Yaar, OTP de do." Can you guarantee that it's that person calling? So it's changing the game in terms of attack. In terms of the defense side, as Kavita said, right? Harnessing AI primarily falls into three areas. How can I prevent the attack? If I cannot prevent, can I detect it soon? And if I have detected it, can I remediate it faster, right? So those are the second harnessing. And the third area, which is garnering a lot of thoughts and efforts, is in terms of the secure usage, especially after the chat GPT thing came in. Every organization worth its salt is trying things around. How do you secure? How do you put guardrails around that? I think the minister also spoke very briefly around that. So that's the third area I would probably look at.
Right. I think I'll move across to the stages of securing infrastructure right now. And, from prevention to detection, remediation, and automation. Again, Kavita, how can organizations utilize AI in their cybersecurity strategy to not only detect threats, but also, assessing and managing cyber risks effectively?
Sure. So as Josefa said, it starts with the changed threat landscape itself. Threat hunting as a process is now vastly different with the advent of AI. Of course, there are the aspects of making sure that you're able to go ahead and have talent who can now leverage AI to go ahead and do threat hunting at the scale and speed that is required. But the good part is you can use generative AI to also skill your talent. So you can have AI for good even out there. As our predecessing panelists just spoke, there is a lot of AI that can be used for skilling. And that skilling can then be leveraged for cybersecurity. Our cybersecurity analysts can be vastly empowered with AI. Threat hunting is one aspect, and that's really, really a lot more of a specialized area, if you will. But even otherwise, over and above and beyond, if you go into the detection space itself, while detection capabilities are available with tools, and a lot of tools and tool suites go ahead and have inbuilt AI into them, it is also about how best you can amplify human potential, and you can go ahead and leverage the tools to be able to go ahead and protect with the kind of scale and with a lot more efficiencies that you can go ahead and derive on cybersecurity. If we want to go into the respond part of the ecosystem itself, the response can be much faster than what it used to be in the past, because aspects of containment, aspects of going ahead and making sure that your remediation is in place need not be much longer. It can be much faster now because of AI. Now, with all of these, your risk itself is completely different. You will be able to go ahead and categorize risk. You will be able to go ahead and both broad-based risk as well as go and define them much sharper to be able to go ahead and treat them, eliminate them to the extent of what the organization or what societies and countries, as I say, would be able to go ahead and do because of the capabilities that you're going to get out of AI.
Right. Ashu, as a CIO with years of experience, what recommendations do you have for using AI for mitigating attacks, cybersecurity attacks? If you could,
So just give you light, on the perspective of most of the organizations, were using signature-based detection system in their environment to to safeguard their environment. And it was very good for the known threats or known, they were complying with the known databases and all. It was not really catching up with the unknown threats or maybe the new threats and all. Now, with the advent of AI, probably we can solve this problem, and we can handle both known and unknown as well as the new threats. The new zero-day attack threats are also coming in. We can handle it. My view is that all these organizations should review their deployment across the environment and enterprise. Whatever is traditional lacking, they should be all AI powered, integrated, and having trained with the machine learning algos, with your environment, with your networks, how you can enrich the database and models and all, whereby you can safeguard your network in for both unknown threats and all. That's the way you should be looking into the environment as well as. I see that when you create a model, it's not going to stop here. You will continuously training your model, and and it is not possible with the humans. The kind of a speed you need to attack, you need to safeguard your environment. So with the Gen AI power, if all these enterprises can double click on the deployments and environment, move to AI powered enabled tools and systems and modernize their deployments and all, it is a way to go.
Right. Coming to Josefa, right? Palo Alto has been working in this sector for very widely,
Yeah.
and you have a lot of customers across in India and across. What new capabilities are you delivering to your customers? In prevention and everything.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Yeah, let's take prevention, and I'll take where Ashu left. How many of you are from cybersecurity world? Show of hands. Good. For the rest of you, as a quick summary, cybersecurity is all about if there is any vulnerability, any hole, any gaping thing in your environment, the attacker tries to exploit that. And there are only two ways to do that, right? He uses any known attacks or an unknown attacks. It's very simple. I'm oversimplifying things, right? Now, how do you take these whole set of known attacks, and try and prevent things? And if you don't know, if it's an unknown thing, how do you detect and response? Now take this to those 10,000 servers, 50,000 endpoints, employees, 800 apps, and try doing this, stopping the known attacks, detecting the unknown attacks. Absolutely not possible using the normal means of thing, right? What we said, Ashu. So what is giving us that positive or optimism is three things, right? One is this entire prevention mechanism. The security is being delivered via cloud, and cloud has these architectures which are unlimited bandwidth, unlimited compute available for vendors like us to ensure that those last known billion attacks, whatever it is, we can come at the right time and stop it. So cloud delivery or cloud model is number one, which is playing a lot of role. So once you do that, the second thing obviously which starts happening is you start collecting telemetry data from all of these preventive things, right? Whether it's the endpoint, your network, your cloud. Now this is good data, and this is where what it differentiates a wheat from the chaff. AI is only as good as the data that is. I mean, the good AI, great AI, bad AI. So data is the second thing which is giving us a lot of hope. We are collecting telemetries, and I'll share statistics again. And the last thing is, once you do that, how do you apply those AI ML models that you spoke about, the deep learning ones, to ensure that you're delivering, stopping threats in line as they are happening? Now, let me throw you some stats. Again, as I said, it's post-lunch session. You'll enjoy this. On a daily basis, we are tracking close to 750 million telemetry objects, those files, unique connections, URLs. On a daily basis, we are stopping 1.5 million absolute new attacks, not seen before, 0 day. That's the power. Now, all of these goes into a repository, right, which is the previously known attacks and these new ones. On a daily basis, we are stopping 8.6 billion, that's B, attacks for our customer base. That's more than the human population on Earth. That's the scale we are talking about.
Kavita, my next question is to you. How can organizations strike a balance between AI-driven automation and human intuition, threat detection, and risk assessment? Would you want to take that?
Okay. See, I think I'm going to take off on what Joseph has said. There was a point where it was only cloud. Um, the cloud was ruling, and those were the technologies which were the ones which were thought to be just important. A lot of things changed with the advent of the cloud. Um, experience, experience and experiences changed. A lot of consumerization happened of technology itself. With the advent of AI now, you're having, you're really having a lot of superpowers in your hand. A lot of superpowers. And you can really, really go rule the world, not just this world, but even elsewhere, potentially. With all this, of course, there are apprehensions. But if we go ahead and look at it as AI being able to go ahead and amplify human potential, then we can completely go ahead and change the face of the planet itself. How can we go about doing that? Of course, for that, we first have to secure AI. We have to bring in a level of comfort and reassurance that AI is secure, AI is good. There are various ways to go ahead and do that. If you go into AI itself, a lot more into how it works, you would go ahead and look at it as saying that, hey, based on the access types, based on the model types, based on the attack types, based on the data types, you can go ahead and bring in the level of security which will go ahead and secure AI. And there are definitive proven ways to go ahead and do it. It is not just unfounded paranoia. On the other hand, there are definitive solutions to be able to go ahead and manage AI and hence amplify human potential. To that, if we go ahead and bring in the aspects of talent, the aspects of training, the aspects of skilling, also using AI, we will be able to go ahead and leverage cybersecurity to its fullest and make sure that all organizations are secure. What we also have to be conscious about, of course, is that there are threats out there which are changing, which are evolving. And for that, you have to be one step ahead. But AI can help you over there as well because it's also a lot about prediction.
Ashu, what are your thoughts on this theme? You know, striking a balance between AI-driven, automation and human intuition in cybersecurity. Would you?
See, it has got, humongous space in this area right now. And one of the case, I would like to take in my view right now, it's a automated penetration testing, Today it is all outsourced, manual. How do we do that? So I see this use case by leveraging Gen AI. If we can simulate the attack on APIs, and and spotlighting the vulnerabilities for preventive maintenance or preventive, alerts and all, and thereby, if we do that, this approach will be taking us, this organization, to be a step ahead. Whereby we can take this entire telemetry data to safeguard our environment from this abuse APIs and all, from the hackers community standpoint, well ahead in the time. That's the way I would like to see this is one of the case for automation we can bring in the space right now, and which will be safeguard our organization accordingly. Yeah.
Right. Thanks, Ashu. Josefa, coming to you, Palo Alto has been using AI, for detecting attacks and everything. Could you give us an instance? Could you talk about instances where AI has detected an attack which traditional methods wouldn't be able to?
Yeah, that's interesting, right? On one hand, we are fighting adversaries who are infiltrating and exfiltrating in hours. And on the other hand, if you look at, and this is the statistics, you can look it up, the average time for, you can look it up, the average time for a company to detect the attacks is 220 days. To response is another 50, 55 days. Now look at the gap, right? That gap cannot be done or filled with the traditional means of ways. And what is at the heart of all this, is your security operations center. How many of you seen these glorified screens in movies which things are happening, things going up and down and stuff? Yeah, that's your SOC. Now, SOC is currently inundated because you know what? We've done a good job of putting security tools, preventive tools everywhere, trying to protect things, and all of them are sending millions, if not billions, of alerts to this poor SOC. And what does this SOC analyst do? Sit there trying to make sense out of things. Clearly, he's going to miss out on some threats. Clearly, that's going to impact on his company's brand or whatever you want to call it when it attacks, right? All of these, it comes down to two parameters: the mean time to detect and the mean time to, I would say, remediate. Let's not even say respond, right? And I think Swapna talked about this. Now, in the face of this, we're seeing three things which will help. Why does it always have to be three things? I think if people register three things better, I guess. So three things, right? One is how do you drive cybersecurity, AI-driven cybersecurity architecture? What it means is at every place where you're generating these alerts, whether it's your endpoint, your firewalls and stuff, you try and get everything into a single place and stitch it, right? Because remember, when an attack happens, it leaves traces across. Networks, it could be a phishing attack coming from a network, lying ultimately spying to some endpoint and then trying to get across your data and stuff. So how do you, rather than looking at these incidents separately, how do you stitch this? So correlation and stitching, AI-driven is number one, right? A SOC should have that. Once you've done a good job of that, the next step obviously is automation. Now it's very, very ironic that in the SOC of today, automation happens last. The analyst does the manual part of the job upfront. So, that's where I think we are missing the ball. So automation first, and then the analyst comes in. And once you do these two things, I'm going to now use a third term, which you may have not heard before. You're all used to using the word shift left. I'm going to say shift right. You need to shift right. What do you need to shift right? I think Kavita touched upon it very nicely, is that once you get time and you've done away with these alerts, which have now become incident, and you've taken care of them using automation, you're now shifting right to doing more threat hunting, more proactive stuff, going after and finding stuff and stuff. So this is, I think, the only way, if not, to reduce those mean time to detect and response. And we are prime example, I think, is we are doing that in sub-seconds. Under 10 seconds to detect and 1 minute to remediate.
Right, right. Thanks, Josepha. And last round of questions for our panelists. We have very less time on our hands, so I would request panelists to, keep it a little briefer. Kavita, since you're CISO at Infosys, right? Could you talk about how Infosys has fostered a culture of, innovation and adaptation in the face of rapid advancements in AI-driven cybersecurity solutions? Could you?
Innovation is pretty much at the heart of everything we do at Infosys. Infosys has been a pioneer in some sense. This city is where Infosys has pretty much started and potentially contributed significantly to put it on the global map. Having said that, we do have a capability called Infosys Topaz, which takes up everything from an AI standpoint and looks at it on how best organizations can leverage AI. Organizations, governments, and societies can leverage AI for their benefit across different aspects. It could be to be able to go ahead and transform talent at scale. We as an organization go into hundreds of thousands itself. And when we say that we have to go and train our talent, we want to be able to go ahead and leverage our technologies such as this. Topaz gives us those capabilities to be able to go ahead and use for training and skilling purposes. We are able to go ahead and embed aspects of AI across all aspects of development and engineering life cycles. We're able to go ahead and take it across to be able to say this is how customers can benefit across different domains, whether you're talking financial services, you're talking about telecom, or you're talking about the media, or for that matter, consumer or retail. And of course, we're able to go ahead and leverage the likes of Topaz for everything from a security standpoint, which is at the core of everything you will have to do no matter what. And I think that's where we will see that AI will play a very, very significant part. And in that, we are out there at the forefront with Infosys Topaz.
Right, brilliant. Ashu, could you give me, as a expert in this area, could you give me some advice for organizations who would want to leverage AI for improving their overall cybersecurity defense?
Yeah. Okay. See, one of the use case which I'm just recalling it right now for the faster detection and response. So what I see that any large organization should deploy or using the power of Gen AI, they need to have integrated with the source of data like networks, endpoints, your identity data, your embedded system data, your IoT sensors, and everything. You should be passing this data with the Gen AI tools, whereby it can detect anomaly or maybe faster detection of the malicious content or maybe patterns and all. It will do, unlike humans, it will do very fast on that. Then we as an organization, once you integrated this to AI tools, how we can leverage data, how I can train my security professionals to use this data for training, simulation, attacking, and to safeguard our organization. That's the way I see that organization must be integrating all their sensor or source of a data with the power, AI power enabled tools to safeguard the organization. Not only that, after that you can automate all your security tasks and processes whereby you are there in the cybersecurity space to meeting their needs and minimizing the security risk around.
Thanks, Ashu. Joseph, I mean, it's all generative AI in terms of cybersecurity also. Could you give me an idea about what you foresee in the future in terms of cybersecurity? Now it's Gen AI. What could we see in the future?
I get to say the last word, is it? I prophesize things. No, I don't think I have that depth of knowledge to probably prophesize, but I'll put my thoughts on two aspects, right? It's just not Gen AI, it's the two parts of AI,
right?
Precision AI and generative AI, right? Precision AI, it's not new. It's been around for 8-10 years. We have been using it in our network security, cloud security. It's all about getting in terms of those deep learning models to understand what kind of attacks are coming from behavior perspective, from the attacker's nature of the attack perspective. How do you keep using those models, refine it? That's prescriptive AI. And I see that getting better and better with more rich data coming in. Generative AI, on the other hand, which has caught up fire since the last year or two, is going to be all about how do you make the tools far easier to use. I think Swapna, Anil both talked about it, right? In terms of how do you make this whole thing simplify. Having said that, there is one trend which is going to fuel this, and that's, I think, pockets of it happening, is standardization or platformization in cybersecurity. And let me give you why my thoughts are on that. This is one domain which I've yet to grapple with. I've worked in many domains, but cybersecurity is so cluttered, and I'm sure both the panelists will agree with me. Do you know how many average cybersecurity company exist in the world? Take a shot. No idea? Should we say KBC? Option A, 500. Option B, 500 to 1,000, 1,000 to 2,000, or 2,500 and above. Option D. B, you're wrong. Option D. There are close to 2,500 to 3,000 cybersecurity companies trying to make sense into your environment. In a customer's environment, on an average, there are 30 to 35 different tools. Now, I'm not saying that everything can be consolidated, but you need to look at pockets of consolidation, because it's going to help in terms of how you look at and try solving things from that perspective. So I'm going to make a statement which says, which is the enemy number one of cybersecurity. All of you might feel the adversaries and all, but I personally feel complexity is the biggest enemy of cybersecurity. We've made a sort of museum of sort from an environment perspective. The more we consolidate, the more of power of the data stitching comes in, the more the automation, the more the AI ML models will start working on those, and that's the trend I see going ahead.
Right.
While you do mention that, I must say that organizations will continue to have not a fragmentation of tool landscapes, but really be able to go ahead and get the best of the several tools which are out there and capabilities which are out there, and be able to bring them all together in a consolidated manner to give defense in depth to a certain extent. And by the way, since you are on statistics, Bangalore, unfortunately, seems to be the cybercrime capital of India, as we see in the media. And for that, I think there's an onus on all of us as cybersecurity professionals, as well as technocrats, CIOs, to be able to keep our landscape secure. We must use the best of breed in terms of technology, the newest of capabilities, and make sure that we continue to go ahead and skill ourselves to be keeping ourselves secure.
Thank you, Kavita. Thank you, Ashu. Thank you, Josefa. Big round of applause for them, please. Thank you.
A big thank you to all our panelists for shedding light on the very important topic of cybersecurity, and thank you to you, Ehik, for moderating the panel. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're turning on our focus onto an area which AI has a potential to revolutionize, and this is healthcare. Be it apps, screening, hospitals, there is a lot to unpack on how AI can improve healthcare. To discuss how AI can be injected into healthcare, please welcome first on stage Prashant Nair of CNBC TV 18 to moderate the forthcoming session. Hi, Prashant. And please join me as I welcome our very esteemed panelists for the session, starting with Tathagatu Rai Dastidar, founder and CEO, Sigtupple. A very warm welcome to you. We're very glad to have amongst us Viren Shetty, Vice Chairman, Narayana Health. And let's keep the applause going as I invite onto the stage co-founder and CEO of Health, Arvashish. Thank you for joining us, gentlemen. Over to you, Prashant.
Thanks very much. I think the introduction says it all, and I think I don't need to say very much about healthcare. We all know healthcare is hard. I cover markets and finance in my day job, and I speak with hospital chains all the time. I mean, I know Viren very well, and when he's on the program, on the air, we discuss financials and average revenue per bed and things like that. But we rarely ever get to go behind the scenes and talk about, what goes into sort of increasing profitability and sort of providing better services to sort of patients, etc. So it's an honor for me to be here to be talking to all three of our esteemed panelists. So let me just kick it off with Viren. Viren, AI in healthcare. How does it square? Where does it find? Where does AI find its place first when we talk about hospitals?
How may I help you today?
Hi, Medha. I'm on stage. I don't know what to say.
Are you here for a medical consultation today, or is it something else?
I need some advice. I need to talk very intelligently about AI. I'm got a complete blank. I'm sweating. My palms are shaking. I'm nervous. What should I do? Anyway, it says I'm an administrative AI for the hospital. I can only provide guidance and assistance relating to medical consultations. Therefore, I cannot assist you, but can you confirm if there are healthcare matters?
But I think that was a good way to start the discussion. Go on, Viren.
See, the potential for AI in healthcare, at least the way we think about it as healthcare providers, is of an assistant more than anything else. The promise is that it can revolutionize things. It can, replace the doctor, replace the nurse, replace the hospital, replace drugs, replace everything. Maybe at some indeterminate point in the future. But right now, the way we think about the role is that something that will be useful for all of us for triaging, for taking data and making it structured, for helping remind me that it's time for my medication, for helping the patient think about when their next appointment should be. And that's the role that we think it will have most value for patients in a resource-poor setting like ours.
No, I mean, what I meant is top down when you look at healthcare and when you look at AI. Is it going to be in diagnosis? Is it in data management, patient records, things like that? Is it going to be, the bigger kind of, if you were to talk about one or two areas where this is going to be the most useful, how do you think about that?
Yes to all. There's no part of our health ecosystem, starting from the person giving the medicines to the person who's taking care of hospitals, where they will not use AI. This is it's a foundational technology. It's like internet at this point. It's just going to be embedded into every single aspect of the way in which our modern organizations function.
And at Narayana, how much is it already in use? I mean, across the hospitals that you run, is it deeply embedded?
No, at this point, it'd be premature for us to say that LLMs and generative AI are embedded. It's embedded to the extent that I used an image creator to help me with a PowerPoint last week. So it's embedded into at least my PowerPoint making. It's embedded into a lot of the pilots that the tech team makes. And so it's good for doing demos when they're talking to clients. But at this stage, if you say that is our organization powered by AI, I don't have to run up to VC, so I don't need to say that. But it's something that will definitely be useful in the future.
By the way, the phone app, the lady that you spoke to, who was that? Sorry, that was the Narayana chatbot?
Yeah, so this is, okay, time to make a sales pitch. This is Meda. This is the administrative AI app that we've developed. And this is something that we are using internally as a tool in our hospital to make sense of all the information that we have.
Tushar, I think with your business, I mean, we all know the app and what you're trying to do there. And I think kudos to you. Tell us a little bit about, I mean, your work and where does AI fit in and how does that help you build this business and get it to where it is right now?
We started using AI actually for helping our coaches do their job so much more efficiently back in 2017 and 18. We were using statistical models, LSTM-based systems, sort of bag of words systems to help craft messages for them, build diet plans for them, create, better voice notes-taking protocol. I remember very early days of voice to text transcription and whatnot. That allowed us to be able to handle today almost 250 clients to a coach. Adding a lot of leverage from what was only 40 clients to a coach. In 2019, we had exposed the consumer-first AI product, consumer AI-only product, or I think it was one of the first AI subscriptions for health in the world. Today, half of our 250,000 paying subscribers use that particular SKU. So half of our business today is reliant on an AI-only subscription. So our AI, which we released in 2019, was called RIA, and I was just showing to Viren earlier. So RIA literally is saying today, hey, notice your lunch had teriyaki chicken and chicken momos, while protein-rich, it lacks fiber. Why not add a side of steamed broccoli next time? It's great for controlling your cholesterol and adds less calories. And hey, for this evening, I want to try and get you to, here's what you can have, which is high in fiber, etc. Right? And now that consumer-facing AI solution handles about half our paying subscribers. In fact, earlier this week, we've launched a generative AI version of that. So for us, it's very critical. Obviously, on the consumer side as well as on the coaching side, we've been doing it for 5 years. With generative AI, it's become extremely significant, and we're excited about the possibilities. But reflecting on your earlier question on where it'll help, I think fundamentally in healthcare, there are 3 components as I look at it. There's the input of data, there is the output of that data, and there is the human impact or adherence. The human adherence or accountability that plays a role. The input of data, AI is solving a lot. So how many of you have used Healthify before? If I can just have a raise of hands. So, and I'm sure the most painful point you found must be the calorie tracking, nutrition tracking component. So earlier this week, we released Snap, by which you can just take a photograph and it just captures everything to 90% accuracy. Foods.
But all kinds of food, or I mean, how many different?
1 million plus foods from 50 countries in the world, right? So you can just, thank you. You should check it out. We've opened it up for everybody for free for the next 2 weeks. So, and the best part is you can do it even without opening the app. So as long as you take a photo, we on model narrow LLM detects if it's food or not, zips it up to the cloud and tracks it for you and then gives you insights on WhatsApp, right? So you don't even need to use the Healthify app for us to do that. So it simplifies input taking. I can also track by just my voice in any language I want, right? It also simplifies output. So processes all the information you have, plus your geolocational data, your weather data, your calendar data, your steps data, sleep data, nutrition data, and then makes sense of that and provides you simplified insights from that, right? Like when we were talking, I was showing Viren is asking me to take more steps because I've actually been working all day, so I haven't really stepped out much. And then, but the thing that AI today lacks is providing the human empathy or accountability, right? A lot of what a doctor does or what a nutritionist does is keeps you honest, keeps you accountable, gives you suggestions that goes beyond data input output. So Stanford did a paper on us on our comparing our AI plans with our AI plus human plans, and AI plus humans outperform AI by 70% in terms of impact. And it's not because they have, and then they pari pursued the advice and the quality of advice. So it's not because of the advice, it's because people follow humans more. So in healthcare, it'll have that component will have significant uh, inputs because it'll make the ability of how many patients can a doctor see or how many clients can a nutritionist see. It'll disrupt that whole piece significantly, achieving business models that were not yet possible. I think I'll pause there. Otherwise, I'll just keep talking about AI. But I think AI is going to totally revolutionize and completely change the way we think about health.
I mean, there are these on social media. Sometimes you see these posts, right? I mean, somebody will say, "I had a heart attack, but my phone saved my life." I mean, those are also. I mean, I've seen those for iPhones. In the US, the phone will detect that your heart rate is extremely abnormal or is irregular, and then it'll send a call to the hospital. I mean, those are other ways, and perhaps in which apps and phones and technology and AI perhaps does that.
Yeah, that's a very life-saving case, used literally. But from a technology standpoint, that's not very difficult. That's a very simplistic version. It's just a time series, kind of modeling and looking at outliers there. I think AI can do so much more in terms of coming up to incredible insights and advice. I think humans will be relegated to points of supervisors and points of accountability drivers and emotional movers. I think in terms of processing insights, data, giving great advice, there is no way humans can match to AI, and it is already outperforming. I mean, literally, we have a team of 18 human operators who recognize foods, and AI beats them 9 out of 10 times in terms of what food you're having, right? So that we are seeing that AI being baked advice. When we send AI-oriented advice, it is 30% more likely to drive engagement and retention than if we actually have a human sending in advice. So we recommend our nutritionists to not send advice without looking what the AI is recommending first. Right? So there is real world use case of where AIs will be so much better than humans. I mean, I think the life-saving element is an important one, especially when, I mean, I'm assuming guys, just a quick show of hands that name how many people are wearing any smart ring, smart watch, smart something on top, right? So more than phone, the use of smart gadgets is going to become better. Maybe a different question I'd love to talk. I don't believe we'll have smartphones anymore in 10 years. So I'd love to talk about what that is about and how AI will play a role. We can continue the.
No, absolutely. Tathagat, you've been listening intently. Tell us a little bit about what you are building at Sigtupul. And I mean, where does, again, AI come in? And just talk to us a little bit about the business that you're running.
So we work on applying AI in the diagnosis. So if you look at a clinical laboratory today, most of the processes there are fully automated. I mean, there are machines that takes in a sample, gives out numbers. But there is one area in the lab which is almost completely unautomated. So when a diseased sample is received, that usually requires a pathologist or a qualified reviewer to examine it with a microscope, which could be because of, I mean, say a tissue biopsies. It could be a blood sample for maybe malaria detection or low platelet counts. It could be a sputum sample for TB. All this kind of a job is not automated in more than 90-95% of labs across the world. Not
Should it be automated though, Tathagat?
It should be automated.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. Is that today, since it's a physical analog process, the qualified reviewer needs to be inside the laboratory with the physical microscope and the physical sample in order to diagnose. And being manual, it has its share of errors. It is, I mean, and you cannot imagine one pathologist attending to samples from 10 labs because those 10 labs are geographically separated. Now, where automation comes in is basically through two ways. One is you replace the analog microscope with a digital one. You feed the physical sample into that digital microscope. It takes images and converts it into a virtual slide. that slide can be uploaded to a cloud platform or a cloud server, and a pathologist, irrespective of wherever they are located, can see that sample. So the pathologists could be sitting in Bangalore, but they can be, say, attending to samples from Gulbarga, let's as an example. And that is already happening in radiology today. I mean, most of radiology happens over tele-platform, but not so much for pathology. And then the point that both my co-panelists raise is that there is a limit to the number of patients that a particular pathologist can cater to in a day. And if we have to take quality healthcare to the next billion, the only way we can do it is by making the pathologists or the reviewers more efficient. And that can be done with the help of AI. The AI is going to work on those images, identify what is of importance or what the possible diagnosis or what the possible underlying condition can be, and highlight it to the reviewer before the reviewer has to go through that entire sample to figure out what is wrong. So this can actually make it much more efficient. And so if I am as a pathologist, I can manage maybe 50 samples a day, I should be able to do 500 with the help of AI. That is where AI comes in, and that is exactly what we do today.
So, I mean, so the device that you sell, right? So all that is needed is have these devices in far-flung corners where,
yes,
I mean, great healthcare is not available, and for the data then to be whatever the sample and the slide, etc., to be uploaded into the cloud, and somewhere an expert kind of looks at it and takes a call on what needs to be done.
Exactly. And in fact, that's a good point that you read about far-flung areas. In fact, some of the heaviest usages of our machines come from one town in Himachal Pradesh and one small town in Tamil Nadu. So we have actually one client who works in close association with the government, multiple state governments, and sets up labs in the PPP model. So we have around 30, 35 installations all over Himachal Pradesh. And some of those towns are apparently not even accessible during winter because of snow. But the machine sits there, and the pathologists probably are located either at Shimla or some other relatively larger town. And they look at samples coming from Roru, from, say, some of the far-flung areas of Himachal Pradesh.
Just one more thing, Tathagat. When we say that there's also pattern recognition, right? Which do you help with that as well?
Exactly.
I mean, in Bombay, for example, we say that if you want the best diagnosis, the best doctors who've seen the maximum number of cases, you go to KEM, you go to government hospital. In Delhi, you say they go to AIMS,
right,
where you got the people doctors who've seen hundreds of thousands of cases.
Yes.
So it'll be able to, a diagnosis is important, and it becomes easier then. I mean, is AI able to help with that?
Absolutely, yes. So what the AI will be doing is essentially mimicking what a pathologist would have done while reviewing the sample with a microscope. So if the pathologist, let's take a blood sample, for example, the pathologist's job is to identify the different types of cells, white blood cells, red blood cells, platelets, which are normal, which are abnormal. The AI does exactly that. It classifies them into different classes, points out that, okay, this blood sample has a few malaria parasites sitting inside the red blood cells, or this blood sample has a few cancerous cells which are indicative of some form of leukemia floating around. Please have a look. And the good thing here is that the AI is not a black box AI. Whatever the AI is saying is backed up by visual evidence, because the images are all there. So if the AI says that this is a possible case of leukemia, then actually the AI points out that these are the cells which I think are indicative of leukemia.
In terms of samples, you need the full blood sample, or a drop does, or is that also something that?
Okay, that's I know where that question is leading to. So you see, today we work with the blood slide that is normally made in the laboratory.
Okay.
It is made with a drop of blood, but that drop of blood is usually not from a finger prick. It is from a vial collected through a venous draw.
Okay.
But we are also working on a technology which is upcoming maybe sometime next year, which will actually be able to take a drop of blood from a finger prick and have a microfluidic cartridge do all the processing of the sample by mixing reagents and everything, and a small AI-based microscopic reader which can take in that sample and give out a report.
Right.
And this is supposed to be not for the lab, but for the point of care, which could be public health centers, which could be a doctor's chamber, and things like that.
Viren, you want to come in on what Tathagat has said in terms of diagnosis, is what I started with by asking you. How does this tie into, I mean, your efforts at your hospitals?
See, the first thing you have to realize as a country, as we are poor, yes, we are many, yes, we don't have enough hospitals, yes, we don't have enough doctors, yes, but we can use everything that we have. And the number of people who are hesitant to get checkups done, to get the testing done, because it takes a long time and it takes time to get report, you need to go somewhere. So anything that removes the barriers and removes the hesitation people feel about getting tested is a net positive. And so the AI-enabled, all the lab auto testing, the auto calibration, we are now able to give reports to the patients in less time it takes for them to go to the car park after they finish drawing the blood and giving the sample. That takes away this impression people have about how difficult healthcare can be. And so yes, as a country, more than any other country, I would argue, is where we need to fully commit to investing in large amounts of technology, invest in breakthrough innovation, and dedicate as many resources as possible to build our own tools, because this is something where the tools are so easily available to all of us. A lot of LLMs are open source. A lot of the things can be built by people right out of engineering college.
I'll give you the last word, Tushar. I mean, so talk to us about what else, as you see it. I mean, you said this is just the beginning, and yeah. So, go on.
Yeah, no, I was reminded of this conference I went to about 10 years ago. I mean, Healthify has been around for 12. So when we talked about the role of IT in healthcare, right? So this reminds me of that. I mean, tech in healthcare, and now AI in healthcare, and it's as foundational as electricity, for sure. So many applications will come out of it. I mentioned about the input of data management, output of data management, accountability. Personalization, by the way, is another huge layer. It will take it to another other level. Today, I mean, the world of healthcare 20 years ago certainly was a mass-based system, right? Like one pill for everybody, typically facing that, or one kind of an advice. But I think now it's going to start to get insanely personalized. Already, for example, the stuff that we've announced this week, simple things like earlier we used to suggest what foods you should have. It was obviously based on some heuristics, some information. Now we're able to know what you've logged it in the past. Majority of the audience have tried Healthify. So guys, you have your data on Healthify. You've tracked your foods. Now we know those foods, right? And we can make sense of them. Our recommendations have become hyper-personalized. Now, if you walk into a restaurant, for example, it's also able to analyze it. We now know that what foods exist in that restaurant. So we can actually give you insights on what you should consider having. This is already live. We've also integrated with Swiggy now, for example. So besides just advising what you should have, if it's available around you, you can just press a button and get delivered to you, right? So this is an example of how hyper-personalized advice and insights and how integrated the world can get, where everything is extremely personalized, right? I'm sure the day is not far that can be, that same analogy of us partnering with Swiggy and looking at your past data can be extended to medicine and can be extended to other areas as well, based on what your specific conditions are, what your specific issues are. So both how much data about you you're able to generate and provide AI systems is going to exponentially increase. AI's ability to make sense of that and either provide powerful insights to your doctor or to your nutritionist basis everything you've done in your life so far, and a summary of that will be amazing. And then everything, intervention is going to be super hyper personalized, which is mind blowing. Just the other day, just once, I'd like to end with was an amazing example. I was talking about something in to Ria, our AI coach, and she was able to pick up saying, hey, 8 months ago, you had a bit of a back sprain when you tried to lift your 8-year-old. So, be careful about something. I was like, damn, like I had forgotten that. But, I had talked about it to my coach, and the AI remembers, right? So it's able to be there for you when you need it to be there for you.
I'll tell you, when I moved to Bombay first in 2009, I had I used to go to this Parsi gentleman, a doctor, and I used to go to him, and the first time I went to him, he spent an hour understanding, all the illnesses I had.
All of that is going
and
to
he had this long piece of paper he'd write, and he's, stacked up this high for all his patients. And I would go back to him, and he would pick out exactly my, my piece of paper, and he had everything in front of him. And I think, as you're saying, if AI can do it in a much more efficient way, so absolutely, I think we're all for it. I think we've only barely scratched the surface, but we're completely out of time. So I'm going to thank all of you for being part of this wonderful panel. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
A big thank you to all our panelists for enlightening us on how AI can help better our lives, especially when it comes to healthcare. And thank you so much, Prashant, for leading the session. Ladies and gentlemen, a reminder for all of you to please tweet your experience and share with your network on social media about this conclave. Don't forget to use a hashtag, that is hashtag Global AI Conclave. And just in case you haven't still noticed, we have a digital caricature kiosk, which is just outside this hall. Please make sure you visit that so that we have wonderful memories of this day together. And please liberally use that across social media. But remember our hashtag, that is hashtag Global AI Conclave. And as I checked my phone just backstage a minute back, I realized that the hashtag is actually trending today, #1 on Twitter. So a huge round of applause and a big thank you to all of you for doing that. We can do much better, so keep it on to the end of the day. Thank you so much. And with that, over to you, Chandra. I think you need to put this on.
Thank you so much for that, Ritika. I'm very, very excited about our next session. We are calling it How AI Can Turbocharge India, How India in Startup Inc. can leverage generative AI to race ahead in business. And I am so delighted to welcome Shri Priyank Kharge, the Karnataka Minister for Information Technology and Biotechnology, Rural Development and Panchayat Raj. I'd like to invite Santosh Menon from the Network 18 Group to felicitate Minister Kharge. Bangalore, you can do better. A bigger round of applause for your IT Minister. And keep those hashtags going because I'm sure he will have a lot to say about Bangalore and Karnataka in particular. Joining him on the panel, Mahesh Makija, EY, India Technology Consulting Leader, Dilip Jose, MD and CEO, Manipal Health Enterprises Private Limited, Kevalya Vora, co-founder and CTO, Zepto, Arindam Banerjee, Executive Vice President and Country Head, State Street, India. Thank you so much. Priyank, I'm going to start with you. And you are one of the biggest brand ambassadors for everything Karnataka, everything Bengaluru. And we've had a day of a lot of discussions around AI. Bangalore, Delhi would argue, Bangalore is India's startup capital. Does everyone in the room agree? Yes. Do you think Delhi NCR is a startup capital? Okay. But do you think it can be India's AI capital?
Do you have any 400 of them here? So from a call center of the world, we have moved to R&D. From R&D, now we have moved to being the most disruptive city. In the innovation index, we have been consistently #1. In the World Innovation Index, we are #8, and we are trying for a #5 slot now. And I think in India, in the Indian scenario, the startup valuation, you were saying that Delhi is might be a potential competitor. Hyderabad, I always get a lot of flack from Hyderabad.
I'm going to ask you about
Hyderabad. I'll come back to that
a,
as well.
Yeah.
So $384 billion is the unicorn, is the startup unicorn valuation. Out of that, $186 billion is from Bangalore alone.
Wow.
186, 52%. IT exports, we are #1. Aerospace and defense innovation, 65%. Biotech and bio services export, we are 60%. Manufacturing, innovation in manufacturing, we are #1. And all this is just not my data, it's data by leading research institutes, and more importantly, also from the central government.
Well, we have a unicorn right here, so no doubt.
Yeah, so, and we have 44 unicorns here in Bangalore, and 57 soon-to-be unicorns.
Unicorns.
So
right.
show me any other ecosystem in India which is coming close to me.
Great.
Not a single one. So if you're asking if AI is going to be the next disruptor from Bengaluru, yes, it is. We are going to be the capital to ensure that more disruptions happen. Already we are considered the 5th best city for AI adaptability in the world.
Wow, that's amazing. So we are not only going to be India's Silicon Valley, we will also be India's Cerebral Valley, as the new AI hub in Silicon Valley is called.
Absolutely.
Okay. But I have to ask you, Priyank, what more can the government do in terms of encouraging, this new ecosystem? We have Mahesh on the panel who will take us through how industries also are adopting generative AI significantly. But from a government point of view, what else can be done?
So we are doing 3, 4 very important things, which I think is crucial to the ecosystem. Number one, we are heavily concentrating on skills. The AI adaptability in skilling is highest in the world. So whereas if my data is correct, the AI skills adaptability or the AI adaptability in US is close to around 31% and internationally it is 27%, whereas in India it is 57%. And it is led by Bangalore. So we understand, the government understands that the foundation for any innovation that needs to happen is to happen through skills. So we are heavily focusing on skill development in emerging technologies. We have formed a skill advisory council, which is talking to industry and trying to understand what is it that they require within their sector for us to ensure there is nurturing of talent, leadership, incubation, and also innovations. Number one. Number two, we are coming up with centers of excellence across sectors. So the previous panelists, when they were talking about health, AI in the health sector, we are coming up with a center of excellence in health sciences, life sciences, and medical products, where startups can come and experiment or incubate with us. So irrespective of the sector, whether it's gaming, whether it's AVGC, whether it is wireless technologies, we are game for that. So we have these various centers of excellence that are coming up. Number three, we are also trying to come up with a very disruptive public procurement policy. Sometimes what happens is the startups can be as disruptive as they want to be, but if they don't have a client, it's very difficult. So why can't government be their first customer? And for scaling, if it's going to be, it's going to have a huge social impact, government is the only place where they can scale. So you have a health product that is that needs scaling. So the government is going to play a role in that, wherein in this public procurement policy, we give opportunities to startups to come and pilot with the government. And number four, we have something called the Global Innovation Alliance, where we have partnered with 33 countries. So startups that are disrupting the ecosystem right here in Bengaluru or in the country, we give them networking access, market access to these countries, to our partner countries also. Like I said, the talent is here, the innovations are happening here, the IPs are being generated here, but the market access and adaptability is there as well. So through our Global Innovation Alliance members, we will be ensuring that the startups that are here get networking access, market access, funding access abroad for 33 countries also. So we have kept it very simple. These 4-5 things we are doing, sure that we maintain our leadership position in this sector.
Right. I think the Deputy Chief Minister, D.K. Shivkumar, said day before that you're going to use AI for traffic management.
Yes,
will that really solve Bellandur and OMR and Whitefield? And
it will not solve the infrastructure problems are there everywhere. And every growing city has this problem. Okay, it's not that overnight things will change. I was recently in California. I was in the Silicon Valley of San Francisco. And do you know what happens there? There are more than 60,000 homeless people there out on the streets.
Yeah.
And they have made a rule that you go and steal anything that is below $950, you will not be booked. Wow. So you can actually go to a mall, pick up an iPhone. You can steal an iPhone and not be booked. That's the problem. So groceries are being chained and locked in San Francisco. New York, there was a flood recently, if you read. Melbourne, there was. London has a traffic and a smog problem. As soon as you bring a taxi or you bring in your vehicle to Central Business District of London, you have to pay a congestion tax. Just imagine if Mr. D.K. Shivkumar puts up a congestion tax here, will you be voting for us next time? No way. So it's a problem with every growing city. I'm not trying to say we have, every growing city has their own set of problems, whether it's Paris or whether it is Bengaluru or London, but it's always a constant work in progress. So using of technology will always probably accelerate uh, the, the gap the gap that needs to be filled in. So maybe better mobility management, maybe better traffic management will happen through those things. But of course, infrastructure needs to improve. It will improve. It's a constant work in progress. We are committed to that. And if we intend to be global players, we have to pull up our socks, and we are very much aware of that. So using AI cameras might solve a certain aspect of the problem, but I think using public transport and better common sense will help us more.
Got it. Mahesh, some very interesting data points from the minister on why the city has what it takes to emerge as India's startup AI hub. But you've also released a report today that talks about how AI can turbocharge India, and that was a crazy statistic, right? It can add almost $1 trillion, the application of generative AI by enterprises. If you can quickly tell us, if this is already happening, has it moved from mere proof of concepts to actual application?
Yeah. So I think we've done a deep dive. I think the report is now distributed, so we'll really love all of you to read it and give us feedback. But a few facets of that. One, to your question, Chandra, we did a survey of 200 C-level execs, kind of getting a state of the union of what's happening. I think right now, huge amount of optimism. Almost 82% feel that it will impact their business positively. When I say it, I mean generative AI would impact their business positively. But the flip side is 3 out of 4 are still confused on various things. Where will the value come from? What are the use cases which they should deploy? How should they build it? How should they protect against hallucination and all of the other data privacy, concerns? Also, the cost. It's a very dynamic equation right now. We talked a lot in one of the earlier panels on GPUs and the cost and the changing equation. So should you use OpenAI or should you open source models? What should you do? So there's a lot of thinking in the report, which you'll see about what's happening in India today, where the execs are, where the boardroom is. That's one part of it. Then we conducted what.
Uh, my panelists over here told about putting safe guarding or rails when you're using it for health. You said you got an email, you sent an email to Zepto and they sent you a message. And so how do I play catch up with that? I don't know whether there was a borderline invasion of privacy there. I don't know if there was a complete violation of ethics there, and so on and so forth. So when you speak about mobility, right now, that banned Uber in London. That banned Uber even in, I think, New York or one of the bigger cities in US as well, for whatever reason. Even in India, right now, operating Uber, Ola, Redbus is illegal. Because my policy of the transportation policy or the act of the Carriage Act or the Transport Act does not understand, or there is no provision in it for aggregation. There is no provision in it for seat sharing. There is no provision for it in various things. So many of the telcos telecom companies find it difficult to work in the Indian area because we're still governed by the Telegraph Act. So policies always play catch up. So AI, the European Union is now saying that we will have some kind of safeguards for AI. But where is AI? It's already gone. I mean, deep fakes are coming. Everything is coming up. So governments always play catch up to policy. So what we are trying to do here, of course, with the help of the good folks from the industry, is trying to see if we can come up with a innovation authority. in my previous tenure as a minister, I had done something, come up with a framework which did not take off because, of course, I don't get assured of being elected every 5 years. I have to go back to people and ask for my votes. So in this innovation authority, if there is a technology that we don't understand, or if there is no policy for that technology, it can sit in this innovation authority until and unless a policy is being
That's a
framed.
great idea,
Yeah.
and there are people on this
So
panel who
that
could
they
help you
can,
with
as
that.
long as they're running a legal, ethical business, let them flourish, let them thrive. Instead of governments having the habit of, if you have a cold, you cut the nose. So so we are trying to do something like that, innovation authority where these things can sit. Now look at the gaming thing. Just because we have not understood the difference between a game of skill versus a game of chance, the gaming industry is suffering. 28% tax.
Sir, but there you and your own revenue minister have different views.
That's because he's coming from the GST, I'm coming from the industry. He's the GST council member. If I was the GST council member, I would have batted. And of course, I did raise my concerns even with Mr. Gowda. I did raise concerns even with the financial thing. So because, that's what I'm saying.
Got it.
Because we are not, as governments, we don't understand technology properly. Now, even if I'm playing chess, you're saying I'm gambling online. Even if I'm playing, I mean, of course, I'm against gambling of any kind. But you cannot equate an online chess game, which is a game of skill, to some teen patti or rummy.
Rami, correct.
Now the industry has to pay a retrospective tax of 1 lakh crore. Now already one of the leading gaming companies, as soon as this tax came in, the GST thing
They
came in for
announced
gaming,
layoffs. Yeah.
7,000 people were laid off in a week. Just because somebody in Delhi or somebody in Vidhan Sabha does not understand what they do. So we are trying as a government of Karnataka, we are just trying to understand things. And why do I attend? Conclaves like these? Is so that I can learn from you people. So that I can, if there is a policy course correction that is needed, I will be able to do so. Otherwise, in Vidhan Sabha, I can actually ensure that Manipal closes their division tomorrow. Or Zepto,
Don't scare Mr. Jones. He will not come for our next event.
Zepto will not be delivering in 10 minutes if my traffic cop is going to be with him every time. Am I right? So these are policies we don't understand.
Now you scared Cavalier also.
No. I'm just saying that everywhere the governments are a little are playing catch up. That does not mean that the businesses they run are illegal. We need to interact better. We need to listen more. We need to understand technologies better. And the best way to do that is when we have a mechanism where Zepto can tell the government, look, this is what I'm doing, this is what needs to be done, and the policy course correction is there. And if there it's well within the ambit of law, we should do it.
Got it.
We should do it. Ultimately, they're providing innovations. Ultimately, they're providing jobs. So as a government, it should be my priority to listen and do a course correction for policies.
Got it. On that note, I think we're out of time, but thank you very much, Minister Mahesh, Dilip, Cavalier, and Arindam for this fascinating discussion on how generative AI can turbocharge India Inc., Startup Inc. And clearly, Bangalore is thinking ahead in many ways. I think Innovation Authority is a very good idea, and possibly some policy recommendations related to AI can also reside there. But thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you so much.
So I just have one final question. What happens to the sibling rivalry with Hyderabad? I mean, is it sibling rivalry now? Because earlier you were fighting with KTR, but now can you fight with a Congress IT minister there?
He's a very good friend of mine, by the way.
Okay.
So
when someone says Hyderabad versus Bangalore, what will you
country
say?
cousins. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That was one power pack conversation, ladies and gentlemen. We thank Honorable Minister for shedding more light on the subject of generative AI. And a big thank you to all our esteemed guests for being a part of this panel. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, not a day goes by when you and I don't Google something. But with AI-powered chatbots taking over, how you and I search might change forever. Think voice, think images apart from text. To decode all of this and a whole lot more, we are super stoked to welcome all the way from Mountain View, California, Pandu Nayak, the VP Search for Google. Please join us on stage, Mr. Pandu Nayak, and we have Chanda taking this conversation forward. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure to have you with us, sir.
Okay, a huge round of applause for Pandu Nayak. He leads search for Google globally. I have a lot of questions on search engine optimization, but I will come to that later. But thank you so much for coming all the way from California to Bangalore to the Global AI Conclave. We've had some great conversations during the day. But you were one of the architects of Google search. What was it like to build a search engine in the early 2000s, and how has it changed since then?
First, thank you for having me. It's great to be here with everyone in person like this. Um, you know, I've been at Google now 19 years,
Wow.
and which isn't
And your
quite.
journey started from what, IIT Bombay, Stanford, and then
And then I
NASA?
worked at NASA for many years, where I did one of my most exciting projects. And then I was at a startup for 5 years, and then I joined Google. So
Right.
not too many jobs. So, you say, what was it like then, and how is it different from now? I think the interesting thing is, in some ways, the challenges we faced then and the way it was then are exactly the same ones we face today. And in what sense do I mean that? Google has a mission, which is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. And that mission has remained unchanged through these years. So we're still very motivated to do exactly that. And the way we do that is by surfacing results that have two important characteristics. They're relevant to what you're asking about, and they're preferably from high quality sources. This has been our core since the beginning, and it's exactly what we do today also. So at the very heart of it, it's really the same. But of course, looked at a different way, everything has changed, right? And everything has changed on a number of different fronts. Probably the most important thing that has changed is the technology we use, right? In the early days, it was primarily information retrieval technology. We did use artificial intelligence or machine learning, which was the technology of the day. Even for things like spell correction, we used language models. They looked very different than the ones you see today, but that was the machine learning of the day. And we used to use that. Then that evolved into using the knowledge graph, right? That was the next big technological leap. Because the idea is that words are not just sequences of characters, they actually refer to things. So you need to know what things are out there in the world, and that's what the knowledge graph gave you. And that allowed us to build amazing experience. And then there was the whole technology of deep learning, and we applied it in a variety of different ways to, again, improve our understanding of language and so forth. And now today we have the technology of generative AI. So the technology has sort of dramatically changed in the intervening years. So the core problem that we are trying to solve,
Which is organizing the world's information.
Exactly, that has not
How
changed.
you organize it is changing.
How you do it is changing.
Got
exactly.
it. You spoke about generative AI, and that was actually my next question. It's really disrupted the way people seek and interact with information. So how has that influenced how you build Google search?
Yeah, I mean, I think Google's mission has not changed, right? We still want to help you find the information you need as soon as possible. What is changing here is the technology, right? And generative AI is this really compelling new technology that we have in place. And we're looking to see how we can use that to actually continue to do the same thing. The thing that actually changes search in a much more significant way is sort of what users want and what users need, right? So a really good example of that actually is illustrated in India itself here, where a lot of users, young people with phones, seem to like to search with their voice, right? Like India has the highest voice search sort of fraction of users using voice
In
search.
fact, we had the Bhashini CEO literally issue a voice command and
Exactly.
money got transferred to his daughter.
Exactly. And so we've noticed this, and so voice search is a crucial thing that has helped the evolution of search. Today, you find people take with all these cell phones having cameras and things. Images is another way to search. So Google Lens, for example, was something that was motivated by this desire to search by image, right? You know, you like some shirt that your friend is wearing, and you'd like that, but you want it in maybe, like, at least I would want it in maybe a somewhat a less bright color. And so then how do I search for that? Well, you point at it and you say, I want that shirt, but in maybe a blue rather than the bright red that my friend is wearing, right? And so it's a new way of searching that Google Lens is enabling. And the third great example of how user needs are changing, which is leading to an evolution of search, is people want, what we've noticed is people want to hear from other people, right? That's like this human voice is another very big thing. You're seeing this from forums, you're seeing it from short videos of various sorts. People want to hear from other people, and so we have to evolve search to deal with that.
That actually brings me to my next question. One, I don't want to call it jargon, but one term that you all keep using is multimodal, which basically means you don't just search using text, but you use voice, you use images, and so on. So is that going to be the future of search for Google?
Yeah, I think multimodality is absolutely a future, and there's a good reason for that, right? The good reason being, you know, when we started Google way back 25 years ago now, primarily the content on the web was text content.
Yeah.
Right? Now, over the years, images and videos, so more visual content has become a bigger and bigger part of what you find on the web. Now, today we look back on video. I mean, we think we take videos on the web as completely standard, right? You go to YouTube, you go to your favorite video provider. But in the early days, videos were sort of coming up, and we had to respond by adding videos into search, right? Actually, there's a great little example that my colleague gives me. He used to love to search for the query Tryst with Destiny, which was Pandit Nehru's famous speech on the eve of independence. And so he used to go back and search it regularly to read the speech. And then one day we had launched videos in search, and he happened to search this thing. And lo and behold, he saw that there was a video of Pandit Nehru actually giving the speech. And he was just blown away, right? And so today this might not seem so awesome, but at that time it was just like mind-boggling to him that this was happening.
Got it.
And so that's one aspect of multimodality: text, images. The other aspect of, and being able to understand this content effectively. The other side of multimodality is on the input side, right? Do you just type queries, or do you speak them with audio? Do you give them as images? Do you give them in multiple modalities? Can you give an image and a piece of text that modifies the image in some way, right? Which together captures the intent, sort of like pointing at something and asking another question. So increasingly, we're seeing people wanting to do this because it's a very natural way to ask a bunch of questions. And so the future is absolutely multimodal for all of these reasons.
Got it. For a significant part of this year, it almost seemed like Google was playing catch up in AI tech, despite you guys starting Google Brain so many years ago. In fact, we had Andrew Ng speak about it, earlier this morning. But do you think you have sort of, caught up now with the launch of Gemini, and you've launched Gemini Pro and so on just a few days ago?
So, I guess I take a slightly different view
You don't
of
believe
this,
you were playing catch up.
and I'll explain why, right? Like, I mean, I'm not just saying this, right? Um, so generative AI has a fairly long history now. Uh, the core technology that went into it was this notion of a transformer. It's a little component in a neural network. Like Chat GPT, the T stands for transformer. And the transformer was a piece of technology that Google had developed as a way of really understanding language in context. And that led to a system called BERT, which was one of a very early sort of large language model that did things. And soon after that, Google developed this conversational agent called Lambda. So we've had Lambda now out for several years, right? It was demoed by our CEO, Sundar Pichai, at one of the Google I/O things several years ago. And then one wonders, why didn't we simply launch this Lambda as a consumer product here? And the reason for that is this technology is amazing. This conversational technology is amazing. But it also has challenges. Right? It's got challenges around safety. It's got challenges around factuality and so forth. And core to how Google operates is our motto for generative AI has been to be bold and responsible. Right? So we've advanced the state of the art in very significant ways, but we want to bring it to product in responsible ways also. Right? And so we have spent the time to develop techniques and to make sure that products like Bard and other things reflect the kind of AI principles that we've put forward around developing AI products safely, to make sure we've tested them appropriately, to make sure that we address these problems as effectively as possible. And so that's the reason we've been sort of seemingly slow, because we've taken it sort of more carefully, shall we say, right? Having said that, I think the Gemini launch that you talked about is quite a landmark one for us. I think these models proved to be pretty remarkable. And going back to your earlier question about multimodality, Gemini is not only super capable in all sort of these language understanding, code generation, and all these kinds of things, but it was designed to be multimodal from the start.
Got it.
Right, and so there's a lot of excitement around that. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how we're going to bring it to our users in search.
Got it. When ChatGPT, was launched, one of the first predictions that people made was this will kill Google search as we know it because it offers a more customized experience. Of course, now you have Bard, and Bard is, Bard is also offering that experience. So do you think search will fundamentally change where people want a more customized experience vis-a-vis surfacing the first 10 links that you can find?
No, so I think the search is constantly changing, firstly, right? And it has constantly changed through the 20 years or 19 years that I've been there, right? And I have every reason to believe it will continue changing. So in light of what we have with generative AI, with models like Gemini and so forth, we've been developing a version of that generative AI experience within search. It's called Search Generative Experiences. It's launched as an opt-in experiment right now. We're working out exactly how to make sure we can bring it to all our users, right? And, uh, and that's an example of how we are thinking of bringing this technology to search in a way that allows even more guidance on getting you to the information you need as quickly as possible. And so this is absolutely, we'll continue experimenting with the latest and greatest technology to do the best for our users.
What's the last question you asked Bart?
What was the last question I asked Bard? I think I asked Bard something about a football game that I was interested in.
Okay. The minister today also spoke about deepfakes. In fact, he's been meeting social media platforms on what can be done. And this week we saw Infosys founder Narayan Murthy, who never tweets. He put up 5 tweets clarifying that, this wasn't his video. We saw Zerodha founder, talking about deepfake as well. So it's become all pervasive. Can you technically control this? Is there something you can do with respect to labeling deepfakes? Because I'm sure YouTube, will be one of the means through which this is disseminated apart from Instagram and so on. So is it possible? Is that something that you're seriously looking at?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a number of different things to point out here. This is part of that responsibility
Yeah.
Part that I've been talking about, and the AI principles that sort of guide us in this regard. We've done a bunch of things. Your question is specifically about deepfakes, so let me sort of address that. Part of it, part of the thing that we do in these cases is we want to help people understand the content that they encounter online. We want to give them more context on that so that they can decide for themselves whether something is AI generated, something is fake, or not, right? And so an example of something we've done is recently, as part of Google search, we launched something called About This Image,
Ah.
right? And the idea there is you can give it an image and it'll tell you where and when that image first appeared on the web and where else it appears on a news site or a fact-checking site or on social media or whatever. And the idea is you can use this tool to get more context about where this image came from, right? And learn context about this image. So you can decide, for example, if it's on a fact-checking site, maybe the fact check tells you this is an AI generated, it's a fake image, it's not a real image of a faked moon landing or something like that, right? And so we are very gung-ho about giving you context. On the other side, um, uh, in cases where there is sort of AI generated content coming along, Google DeepMind, for example, has generated this watermarking technology called SynthID, right? That you can add to your AI generated images. And the neat thing about these SynthID watermarks is that they're detectable even after you modify the image in various ways. You add a filter, you change some colors, you save it in some lossy compression format, you can still detect the watermark. We expect to be able to share this with publishers and creators. And the idea is they can add these watermarks to their AI-generated images in this thing, which then will allow labeling of those images in Google search. So there's a number of things like this that we are doing to start addressing these problems.
Got it. You spoke about how India is a very voice-first country. If you can give us a broader sense of what role India will play when it comes to the future of search from Google's vantage.
I mean, I think what is neat about India is uh, it forces us to think about a lot of interesting problems. I think voice first is a great example of it. But another really important problem that India really highlights is language, different languages, right? And so we've done a lot of work, even in search, to use things like Google Translate, for example, right? Like we've been for several years now, we've been trying to improve the search experience for our Hindi users and our local language users, right? And we've done that both by making sure on the input side that the voice recognition for Hindi is improved and becomes improves as good as, say, English voice recognition. But on the other side, to not only just improve the search experience for Hindi users, but in terms of the content sparsity that there is in there compared to, say, our English users, we found ways to automatically translate sort of high quality English documents, locally relevant English documents, ranging from Wikipedia to other local sites, and then surface them on the Hindi search experience in Hindi and give access to users. So there's just a number of things that we're doing around language. I think earlier on there was talk with Manish Gupta from Google where he talked about the Vani project that is part of Bhashini, where they're also very interested in speech recognition for a variety of different languages. So this is a great example of things. And then, of course, there's the multimodality, the image photo first things that are very central to the kinds of things that users do here.
Got it. So, Panu, one last question that I have. Now that 2023 is ending, what's your big prediction for the future of AI in 2024? Apart from multimodality and languages and everything that you've said so far, give me one big prediction.
I'm not a great one for predictions, I have to say. But my hope for AI is think about the following, right? Like computers have completely transformed our lives today, right? But do you see computers everywhere, or do you just take for granted that they are there and you use it? Like the phone, you don't think of your computer in the phone. You think of it as a communication device, as a web device. It's just sort of there. It's sort of like electric motors, right? They've completely transformed everything, but you don't think about them. So my fondest hope for AI is that it sort of fades into the sort of the background, and it comes out as these compelling experiences of one sort or the other that we completely take for granted. We completely think of them as natural. We're not in awe of them. They're working just as you expect them to work. And what AI is doing is it's the technology that is going to make our experiences be seamless, right? And so I don't have a specific prediction for next year or anything, but I see that. I mean, like even when we talk about voice first, why is that compelling? It's because we naturally talk to each other. And so when you talk to your phone, it should appear natural like that, right? And so I think of AI in those terms, that it's going to create for us experiences that are seamless, they'll be natural, we won't think twice about them because they're working the way they should.
Got it. I can't let you go without asking you, how does one crack this search engine optimization or SEO thing? Give me some tips and tricks. We struggle every day. We use Google Analytics and Chartbeat, spend a lot of time on keywords, but give me some tips and tricks.
The single most important tip
Don't tell me create good content.
is serve your users.
Serve your
Serve
users.
your users is the
Give me
single most
something
important thing.
actionable.
That is the most actionable thing. Everything else is not useful. If you serve your users, I guarantee you, you will do well.
Okay. On that note, thank you very much, Pandu, for coming all the way from Mountain View to Bengaluru for Global AI Conclave. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pandu Nayak and Chandra, for that very engaging conversation. Thank you for sparing time from your schedule and being with us. And now moving along, ladies and gentlemen, what will it take to build an AI supercomputer for India? Who better to tell that than the person who is a driving force in India's data industry, even called the data center man of India. Please welcome on stage with a generous round of applause, Sunil Gupta, co-founder, managing director and CEO, Yota Data Services, in conversation with Ganesh Mahabala, director, strategic business, NVIDIA. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Over to you.
Good evening, Sunil.
Good evening.
And first of all, I must congratulate you for your journey to setting up India's largest AI supercomputer, AI supercomputing cloud. And thank you for choosing NVIDIA as your partner, technology partner as well. Having said that, ever since you made the announcement, we are getting loads of people reaching us and asking us, what is this Yota Cloud, Shakti Cloud all about? When can I get it? What it offers? So I thought in the next 10, 12 minutes, I will discuss with you those questions which are coming up and try to get some answers to that.
Sure.
Yeah, so to start with, if you can just give an overview of this AI supercomputing cloud or Shakti Cloud of Yota. And also if you can specifically touch on, there are already GPU cloud services available in the market. And what is that so unique about the AI Shakti Cloud or the Shakti supercomputing cloud? And also if you can touch upon what is that unique offerings which has Shakti Cloud will be offering to the customers in India from various segments.
Sure. Good evening, Bangalore. I think since morning, I was attending all the sessions and you are all attending the sessions. In every session, while we are talking about creating AI modules, talent, education, academia, and many other facets which the minister also touched upon. But one facet which I think is getting discussed most, where are the GPU chips? And that is the answer we have tried to give by creating this cloud called Shakti Cloud. Shakti, as you know, is power, and GPU gives the power to run AI. So we thought it's appropriate that we Indians in India, in Indian data center, controlled by Indians, are creating a cloud for AI. So we gave it name Shakti Cloud. Essentially what we are doing is, thank you. Essentially what we are doing is, I'm a data center company. I run data center campuses in Mumbai and Delhi. In these data centers, I'm giving space, power, and cooling for customers. I'm giving cloud services. By the way, by February, I'll be launching, hoping to have a credible alternative to Amazon, Google, and Azure by launching another cloud called Yantra Cloud, which will be again a cloud completely built, created by, designed by, built by, operated by, controlled by Indians, so that not only your data is localized, but the machinery which is running your data, the cloud, is also owned and controlled by Indians, which I think in the current geopolitical context is very, very important. So that is Yantra Cloud. Now that this opportunity of AI came in, we thought, why not we take the first step? Because all of our efforts which we are taking in creating an orchestration layer to build my cloud possibly can be used to even run on the top of GPUs. So I bring GPUs to India on a very large scale so that this problem gets over, which we all are talking about. And I also make those GPUs available on a self-service model, in a very easy to use model, to everybody who's looking forward to do that. And that is essentially Shakti Cloud. Giving some more details, we have placed the order on NVIDIA for about 16,800 GPUs. Given the overall scarcity, thankfully, Jensen Huang, who came to India, met Prime Minister about 3 months back. He made a commitment to the Prime Minister that if there is a local provider who is willing to take the bait and work with us, we will be supplying GPUs to India, to that provider, come what may. There may be scarcity globally, but we will give it to India. They have kept up their promise. So in February, I will be receiving 4,000 H100 GPUs. I will be receiving about 512 L40S GPUs, which are equivalent of A100. We are putting it on a complete NVIDIA reference architecture, essentially an InfiniBand network, so that if you want to create, if you want to have a one single H100, HGX box and make your model, you can do that. But if you want to have a cluster of hundreds of HGX boxes and make a large AI model, and all these boxes are connected to each other through a high speed, that 400 Gbps InfiniBand network, even that can be done. So that is what Shakti Cloud is. Huge amount of GPUs connected to each other through a fast network, being made available in a high-class data center in India by February 2024, and this 4,000 will be expanding to 16,000 by May 2024. That is what Shakti Cloud is.
Fantastic, Sunil. That is fantastic for India, especially for the people who are looking at adopting AI into their development or deployment cycles. But having said that, I'm sure AI Shakti Cloud, the Yota Shakti Cloud is going to make a very high impact to the AI landscape of India. And if you can throw a little more light on how it is going to accelerate the work which already people are into AI adoption journey, and as well, if you can also throw lights on how it is going to help, how the users from various segments can be deriving the services from this Yota Shakti Cloud, especially from startups, from research organizations, from higher education, the government bodies, the industries, and so on.
Absolutely. So I think there is a whole community out there in this hall and beyond, which is already making a whole lot of AI models, who are doing so much of research and development work on creating use cases for various industries, and that is their job. They are good at doing that. That is not the job I am doing. I'm not going to create models. But what you are all asking for is the underlying GPU capacity, the network capacity, the storage capacity, and possibly the PaaS layer, which helps you in developing your model. And when you are asking for that, you are saying, can I use it possibly for few hours? Because if I try to buy it myself, first of all, I will not get it for possibly 12 months because there is a lot of scarcity. Even if I get it, I have to have a huge data center because the power cooling requirement is humongous. I need to develop all those skill sets. I need to have manpower and skill sets to run that. And I need to spend some good couple of millions of dollars. Now, do you want to do that even while you're experimenting with AI models and you are not sure how successful it would be? Possibly majority of us cannot do that except for some very large corporates who have got tons of money. That is the problem I'm solving. Essentially, that is what is cloud model all about. I am investing into, I already have data centers. I have got those data centers which can handle the type of power and cooling which the HGX boxes, the GPUs require. So once this is available, right, the GPUs and this whole network is available, I'm actually making it available whether it is a small startup needing a HGX one single card possibly, or a large enterprise asking for multiples of them on a usage model. So from my side, it will be, you are taking maybe, if you just want to have it for a couple of hours, it's fine. You want to take it for 1 month, it's fine. You want to take it for 1 year, 3 years, all those commercial models are available, but they are on usage model. You are not getting stuck with a requirement of millions of dollars to be spent. And I think if I make this available, you all are, adept at making great models. The compute was the thing which was not there with you, and that is something which I'm making it available. So that is one part. Let me just also touch upon the second part which I was explaining. Not only just the GPUs, the bare metal layer, I'm also making a complete self-service orchestration layer available and a marketplace layer available. And that's what I was hinting at. When I was building my Yantra cloud, the hyperscale cloud layer, the same orchestration layer, more or less, I'm adapting to run on the top of my Shakti cloud as well. So just imagine, you as a startup are coming, creating your, whichever part of India you are, you're creating your username, password, you're putting a login account into my Shakti cloud. and you are getting an interface. And we, by the way, demonstrated this entire, this is already ready. We demonstrated it in GPay event for 3 days in Delhi just, this week. You actually are getting an interface where already all the, for example, NVIDIA frameworks are already available. Those NVIDIA, GPU containers are already available, carrying various frameworks. Various pre-trained models are already available. There is a complete CI/CD pipeline environment which we have created in this. So you are coming, you are actually ingesting your own model, ingesting your own data into a pre-trained model, creating your own unique model, and just putting it for inferencing. So one is making the GPUs available to you on a very cost-effective usage model. You are not paying a huge capex. You are not getting into the nitty-gritties of running a data center. Second is making it available at a very lower cost. And third is giving you the entire software framework so that you can use it very easily and not getting into a huge complications of software layer which runs between your model and the underlying GPUs. That's what I'm talking.
Yeah, that is very enlightening. So you are saying that it will be available as a completely as a platform, as a service on the AI models.
Yes.
With the complete AI models available there. Before I touch upon to your, ask you more about that platform which you talked about. Um, you know, there are many people out there who wants to build up large GPU data centers themselves. But when they go through that, they come across this one challenge called, hey, legacy data centers are not sufficient to run thousands of GPUs. There is a loads of the sophistication. There is a lots of specialization required instead of power, cooling, data center racks, and so on and so forth. I'm sure you would have gone through that when you thought of this data center building to host thousands of GPUs on that. Starting with whatever you 4,000 to going up to 16,000, and hope wish you that you will go to lakhs on that one day. If you can, I'm sure everybody is curious to know what goes behind that. To set up such a kind of unique data centers or the thousands of GPUs powering data centers. So if you can share some of your experiences on building that data center, what re-engineering you had to do, what innovation solutions you have to bring, what strategies you have to change within your teams and in your execution. That will be quite enlightening.
I think this is a great question, very, very relevant, in today's context when there are thoughts coming in our mind that, let's say, even if the GPU compute, those GPUs are available to us, in which model we take it? Should we go on a hyperscale cloud operator, or I can just purchase it from NVIDIA and possibly run it in my own office, put up a rack, put up those servers in some racks and start doing it, or maybe co-locating into some data center? What is the model I should adopt? I can tell you that I have been into data center for 30 years now. And in the last 7 or 8 years, I might have built some very large scale data centers, which are hosting the hyperscale cloud operators and some of the most mission critical loads of cloud operators and governments and enterprises, all of them. And the data centers which I made in Yotta, the Bombay and Delhi one, I thought they are like the ultimate ones. Any type of use cases coming in, I can handle them. The typical power per rack in those data centers, the most high-end data centers, are 6 to 8 kilowatt per rack, right? Even the hyperscale clouds running on CPUs, it is a good enough environment for 6 to 8 kilowatt power per rack, because you design your data center power distribution, cooling distribution, everything as per that. And most of you are familiar with data center, how air comes from below the rack and cools the racks and all. Now imagine when I got into conversations for the last couple of months with the NVIDIA global team, that now I need to put GPUs. On one side, my IT team was getting into the nitty-gritties of the IT design of the GPU boxes with the networks, the special type of software, special type of storage, everything. In parallel, my facility team was sitting just to understand what it takes to host these GPUs. And now imagine what is the power I'm talking about per rack. It is 48 kilowatt per rack. So compared to 8 kilowatt power per rack, we are talking about 48 kilowatt power per rack, and I'm talking about hundreds of these racks stacked together in a single hall. The moment I'm talking about this type of power handling, even the best of the data centers globally, it is not India, best of the centers globally today are not equipped to handle this type of workload, because not only you cannot get so much of power, but the amount of heat this environment generates, you need some very specialized type of cooling. My top class data center is practically getting re-engineered for the last 2 months, so that before the GPUs come to me by end January, my data center, that particular floor, should be capable to host those GPUs, which essentially means instead of throwing the cool air from below the rack, now I have to take liquid water or a special type of liquid right up to the chip, so that whatever heat the chip, the CPU or the GPU or the memory generates, I'm able to extract that power right from there, then and there from liquid, and take it out. Now, this means huge complex re-engineering. So my message out here is, uh, yes, you can. If you are a very large corporate with millions of dollars of money, yes, you can source GPUs, you can build data centers, but this will be very, very complex process and it will be time consuming process. You'll spend 12 months to source GPUs, but you possibly will spend 24 months in building a type of data center which these GPUs require. So in lieu of that, and that is where the coming back to that, I, as a sort of a specialized DC provider, I'm already able to create that environment. I'm learning through that curve myself, but I'm able to create that because that is my business. I'm learning through the curves of creating this GPU environment with the support of the NVIDIA team. These two put together are ultimately creating GPU as a service, which end to end with a single SLA ownership, I'm able to give to you on a usage hourly model. So it is complete technical deliverable for running your AI model and still on a usage model. That is the proposition which I'm putting in.
Fantastic. You make it to look so simple of, using a complex GPU computing, large number of data center, just available on the tab. Before we conclude, the one last question I have is you mentioned about AI platform as a service, or looking like a software layer which is available as a self-service layer, where AI models, AI development tools, containers, you use those words. Can you throw some more light on that, what this layer means? So as a user, I don't have to bother about setting it up. The moment I pay you, I want to start using it, and I just will bring my data and start using it. How does it help the users on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think all of us are using the current cloud services from either Amazon or Azure or Google, right? Now, just imagine that instead of the underlying CPU-based VMs, now you are getting GPU-based capacity. So that is the underlying compute part. There is a special type of compute, there is a special type of storage, there is a special type of that InfiniBand network. But on the top of that, again, there is a software layer, which Amazon or Google or Azure have put in. So you get a very simple interface and you go create your account on that AWS and start using their variety of compute services, right? You also must have seen a marketplace there. So not only you consume Amazon services, but also you can consume a lot of application services, which are third-party applications, which people have put in Amazon marketplace. So you can consume even those applications. You click on those applications, necessary resources get aligned, and you are able to consume those applications on a usage model right from Amazon Cloud. Now, the same software layer you are putting in on the top of GPUs, and that is what the layer I'm talking about. I created my Yantra cloud, putting that layer. I was developing that layer in-house, again, saying the Indian word again. It is completely developed in India by Indians, will be created by Indians and controlled and operated by Indians. Similar way, I created the same open source based layer for Shakti Cloud as well, right? So that you are coming and you're not being bothered about manually how I will make the GPUs available to you. Even on the day of launch, and I showed you, to the audience on GPay, that even if you are purchasing a pure bare metal from me, you don't need to sign an offline contract with me. You will be able to come on my portal. You will be able to see the selection of the GPUs I have available. You put their operating system, choose some more parameters, and just go to a payment gateway or whatever, pay the whatever charges, and your bare metal is available to you. That is how you do it for cloud as well. And second, as I said, that beyond bare metal, we will be putting in, along with NVIDIA, along with open source community, a whole lot of pre-trained models and the frameworks which help you in creating those AI models. But the models which you create as startups, ultimately you also want the bigger community to start using those models. You also want to market those models. My marketplace also will be inviting all of you to put your models in my marketplace, so that the end users who you are targeting can start consuming your model also from marketplace, my marketplace itself. So in a way, Shakti Cloud is not only giving you the compute and the framework to develop your models, it is also going to help you in marketing your models and the output which you want to give to your end customers. And that's what the layer I'm talking.
So one last question. So when will this be available? When can I start clicking on your portal and start reserving it for me?
So the production environment, which will be commercially available as early as February, we are targeting 15th February. The development environment, the UAT environment is available even now. We have not made it public, but we were demonstrating it in a Delhi event. If the time would have permitted, we would have demonstrated in this event also. So it is, I would say, technically completely ready. We are obviously waiting for the big guys, NVIDIA guys, to give us the chips. The data center is getting ready. By mid-February, we can expect that all the problems which we were talking since morning about whether in India we'll get the GPUs or not on a usage model, on a very cost-effective model, I think very modestly that those problems we are able to overcome. We'll be supplying those GPUs to the entire Indian community right in mid-February.
Thank you, Sunil, and we wish you more Shakti to you to get you more AI computing Shakti to the digital India AI adopters there. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Ganesh. Thank you so much. Thank you, audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunil Gupta and Ganesh Mahabala, for that riveting discussion. It really was a pleasure hearing both of you. Thank you for joining us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Mountain View and data centers, we take a sharp turn to Bharat. And the question that we are asking now is, can AI uplift Bharat? We have with us Manu Chopra, who is the co-founder of Kharge.AI, an AI non-profit that has, ladies and gentlemen, created AI jobs for over 30,000 rural Indians. I think that deserves a round of applause here. And we also have with us Prashant Prakash, founding partner Axel, one of India's most respected investors. And with them, we will unbox how AI can provide societal solutions. I request CNBC TV 18's Prashant Nair to please take this discussion forward along with both of them. Thank you for joining us, gentlemen. Over to you, Prashant.
Check. Thanks very much for that. So where should we start? When we said, can AI uplift Bharat? I thought, top down, when we think from 30,000 feet, the big problems of Bharat, rural India, are jobs, healthcare, education, and access to capital, finance. I think these are, there of course can be many more, and we can go down the list later. But these are the basic fundamental problems or lack of which are there, which needs to be solved. And the question we are asking is, can AI, these new technologies help to get a lot of this faster in a much more efficient way to Bharat? So let me start by asking our esteemed panelists that exact question. To your mind, if I can start with you, Manu, what out of these four, right? You're focused on the jobs piece, but weigh in on all of these and how technology is helping to solve these issues. And we can go into each one of them a little later. Go on.
Absolutely. So lovely to be here. I think it feels slightly wrong to be sharing dice with one of my favorite people in the world. I think goes without saying, everyone in the room deeply looks up to Prashant sir for, I think, the ecosystem that you've built here. So number one, this is super exciting. I'm slightly sick, so I'm usually a lot more energetic than I think I'll come out in this presentation. But I think the question at hand is very important. AI represents a fundamental technological shift. And I think the last one we saw was the internet, right? And I mean, everywhere I go, I talk about this paper Windsurf wrote in late 1990s, talking about how the internet will create this end of information asymmetry, right? That the age of you knowing more than me knowing, than I know because of where we live is over. I think 30 years since he wrote that, that hasn't panned out, right? Even today, 3 billion people have no access to the internet, like zero. and most of the world has intermittent access to the internet. So when I think about AI, and I think about it uplifting Bharat, the first thing that I think is very important is we cannot make that same mistake with AI. We simply cannot afford to repeat that same situation, right? So from day one, we have to think about how AI solutions that we build will serve everyone, not just the few that live in, as Sajid Pai calls it, India 1 or India 1 Alpha, right? I think that's very, very important. I think what we are doing at Karya is using AI to build livelihoods for rural communities. The AI sector has created a lot of new jobs that didn't exist before. Our goal is to train rural communities to do that work. I think we will see a transformative shift in the kind of livelihood opportunities that will be available for people. And I think that will also create knock-on effects on ways we educate our communities, ways we provide healthcare, better healthcare outcomes to them, the way we give them access to financial literacy and stuff like that. So I think very exciting times ahead. And I think from where we sit at Karya, we see a very, very optimistic picture of the future, which is that this could truly be a giant enabler in bringing opportunities that haven't come in the past.
Manu, for the uninitiated, right, somebody looking from the outside, when we talk Bharat, we are talking about low literacy levels. We're talking about access to all of these things being much lower than sort of urban centers, etc. And then we throw in the word artificial intelligence and what it can do, and people are thrown back. Well, but we're talking about using this to solve many of these problems, and I think that is what is remarkable.
And also, I mean, like a mindset shift, right? Talent is equally distributed. Opportunity is not. Just because someone might be low income or low digital literacy doesn't mean that they do not already possess the talent to build AI models, right? So when we started our work, we started as a research project in 2017 in Microsoft Research. The first question we asked was, can communities in rural India do complex, high-paying digital tasks on their smartphones without being explicitly skilled for it? 6 years into this journey, that question sounds funny. Of course they can. Like, why was that ever doubted? But that was a question, right? And what we do is just to put some, give you a real example. We heard from Mr. Amitabh Nag earlier today, who was talking about Bhashini, right? So Bhashini is open sourcing these incredible data sets, building the building blocks for building AI in Indic languages. We employ communities in rural India who sit at their home and read out sentences in their mother tongue, right? So they literally have, 78% of rural Indians now have a smartphone. They just read out sentences in their mother tongue, and they make nearly 20 times the Indian minimum wage for doing that work, because that is the fair price for that data set, right? So that's an entirely new form of work that wasn't there a few years ago, right? And I think rural Indians can both create incredible AI and can also be served by incredible AI, and it's our responsibility to do both of those things. Yeah.
Prashant, if we can come to you. Yeah. Manu here has built a remarkable AI company out of India. But as one of the foremost investors, right, venture capital growth sort of investors, how do you see how companies and the ecosystem is geared towards solving some of these problems that we spoke about for Bharat?
Yeah, so let me kind of frame it a little bit in terms of, where we are after 75 years, right? After 75 years, like Manu was saying, whether it's in our quality of healthcare, quality of education, ability to provide livelihoods for people who are educated and can be contributing citizens, I think we are still not come a long way, right? So we have, and we don't have another 75 years. So in the next 25 years, you got to achieve what we couldn't achieve in 75 years. And while internet was one big promise, and it has, of course, delivered on some of it, I think you need a combination of next level of disruptive thinking. And that disruptive thinking is not, like Manu said, it's about also leveraging our capability to be integrated and serve the rest of the world's progression towards a digital world or an AI world. So I think the aspect that we really need to kind of keep in mind is, one is while we consume for ourselves and while we serve AI to solve for healthcare, education, we also need to figure out how do we participate in this whole global digital AI transformation. And that's where I like what Manu is doing. It's a good example of how you can pull millions of people out of otherwise would have either migrated to the city and would be doing very menial jobs, or would be in rural areas and would not be productive, right? So I think to solve AI for Bharat, I think both are important, is what I'm emphasizing. That your ability to find more Karya-like models for us to be able to serve this global transformation that's happening and participate. And second is in healthcare, in education, in agri-tech, in a lot of these areas where there is a lack of, there's information asymmetry still, and there are interfaces that are not intuitive and are still, not at a place where people can, without, with low friction, consume. I think there's still a lot of work to be done there.
Are you seeing, although companies gearing up, or
Very
not,
much?
not
I think,
yeah.
let me look at education, right? In education, hyper personalization, because that's what you need. Because if the platform is not hyper personalized, it's going to carry over your urban student learning model to somebody in a rural setting, which is going to be just 180 degrees different, right? So how is that hyper personalization? And Arivihan, there's a .ai is a platform. We have Rocket Learning, which both of us know very well, where they're applying a chatbot kind of model to early childhood learning, where parents can participate along with the child.
But in local languages?
In local languages.
Okay.
In local languages. And, capacity building for teachers. I think teachers today need to, be able to, participate in offering some of these capabilities to their children. And there's some of these platforms being able to do that. In healthcare, I think democratizing healthcare.
Sorry, just 1 minute on education. Is it being done at scale? Where are we in the journey?
See, I think AI, you would have different speakers would have told you we're still early in India, right? We are early because understanding how we can cater to market demand, leveraging AI platforms and technologies is still a discovery, iterative process. I think we are in the first 6 months of that. We also have a challenge where the economic model of it, till we figure out, models that can serve. Say, I can have a test prep model that is built on ChatGPT deployed in rural India. But if the cost of that is unviable, I can't take it to population scale, right, outside of urban India. So how do we do that? So some of the Indian model work that's happening, because the first generation of these models had no cap in terms of what you could spend. And I think in the US, the use of these models also have no cap in terms of the economic model today. They're being funded by VCs, like in the early days, and there is no viable model yet. But we can't just bring it to India now and say we're going to deploy it because it democratizes something, whether it's healthcare, education in rural India, and have no economic model for it, or have a cost of serving a token or serving a query be like 10 rupees or 15 rupees. It's just not viable. So I think we are in very early formative days. I'm more talking about the promise of some of this, and I don't want to give an indication that some of it is already at deployment scale. So, but what I have confidence is after what we have gone through in terms of learning what it is to build frugal startups and all the excesses of the last 2 years, I think this generation of entrepreneurs will be more mindful that what they build with these AI models has to make economic sense. And I don't think VCs are willing to also overlook the long-term viability. There could be a short-term, model building phase where you will fund it, right? But the long-term viability of these models has to be very clear. Otherwise, the edtech problems that we have had, you can't just replicate it again with AI. then you've not learned anything.
With EdTech, you would agree the ideas were good. The problem perhaps was just overreach and in terms of no cap
No,
on funding, etc. Or
no. I think with EdTech, I think it was a COVID extrapolation of the need on one dimension. Second dimension is not understanding the Indian parent of what they are willing to pay for. They're willing to pay for where the change, or the meaning of that particular phase of use of EdTech is going to be life-changing for their kid. First to 8th grade, I don't think it really changed anything for them, right? You're going to replace one tuition teacher with another AI or a online tuition teacher. It's not going to materially change anything. But if I am looking at test prep or a government job or any of these areas, then so I think we did not have product fit in terms of where parents were willing to pay for EdTech and where our entrepreneurs thought their
and the new stuff which is coming, it's all in education is.
I think it'll even in rural India, it'll all be catered to 9th to 12th.
Okay.
And all kinds of test prep. I think.
As you say, the phase where it makes
it's
big...
going to change their lives.
Okay. You want to add to that, Manu? Any thoughts? Prashant mentioned a company that both of you know very well, Rocket Learning.
Right.
You can talk about Rocket Learning.
I love Rocket Learning. I don't know how much I should talk about it, but I think the amount of good work that's happening is incredible, right? And I think that what Utsav and team are doing at Rocket Learning, what Amrita Mahale, who's the CTO at Arman, she's building a large language model to train healthcare workers to treat high-risk pregnancies in local Indian languages, right? We just finished building a model with the folks at KHPT, a lovely non-profit here in Karnataka Health Promotion Trust. Their mandate is to tackle tuberculosis, right? And they used to have these books and maintain a call center for people to ask questions about their TB diagnosis, right? So they reached out to us to say, can you build a chatbot where a TB patient can just ask, will I get better? What medicines should I take? Where should I go? Like your basic questions. And to build that model, we employed tuberculosis patients. We employed over 1,000 of them, brought critical supplementary income to them for them to fine tune a model, then built that app for them, which is now serves them, right? And it's all set to serve 1 million plus TB patients in the state, right? So I think you will see some transformative outcomes, right? And I think the way to think about AI, the way I like thinking about AI is of it as a 100x solution, right? Because it has the power to bypass a lot of societal issues we've been tackling. And there's a story that's coming to my mind that I've never said in public, but I would love to share. We've been doing this for 6 years. We knock doors when we go to villages. I get to do less of it because Jivita ma'am, who's our director of operations, now does all of this for me. But back in the early days, where it was just my co-founder and I, we would knock doors. And we found ourselves in rural Rajasthan, in one of the in the most economically constrained district in the state. And this man opened the door, and I don't lose my temper easily. And I said, hey, we have a job, and it would be for your wife because this is for women in the community. Can I please meet your wife? And he said in the most crass Hindi possible, my wife doesn't work, right? And I lost my temper and retorted back and was allowed to then see his wife. And his last words to me was, you can try giving her a job. She can't do it. She's useless, right? Which is, and I told her what the job was, which was recording sentences in Marwari and building a language model in Marwari. In her 2 weeks doing the work, she made a little over 15,000 rupees, which was more money than he had made all of last year, right? So the story gets better. The next time we went to her house, she opened the door, not him. And she was sitting on the sofa, which I love, and both legs up, and she was still doing Karya work. And when I came in, she turned to him and said, chai bana ke aao, right? And he was in the kitchen making chai, right? I'm not trying to suggest that we change someone's patriarchal mindsets in 2 weeks. That's not possible, right? But who you build for, who you give power to, who you give wealth to changes things, right? And AI can help us in that journey, right? Which is we can change and we can be more equitable is what I'm trying to say, right? We need to help work with everyone, right? And I think across education, right? So what Rocket Learning is doing is transformative because they're working with communities we haven't been able to serve before. They're non-profit, so amazing people like Prashant sir fund them to allow them to reach to places where the market hasn't been able to reach, right? If I look at what Arman is doing with healthcare, it's the same thing. They're supporting communities that haven't been supported before, right? And the goal should be to create agency of these communities so they get to a point where they don't need our support, right? They should get to a point where they're now wealthy enough to participate in the market. And we have started seeing, I think, healthy sprouts of that. And I think that's exciting with AI, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think healthcare, I believe, is where you'll see more earlier value than even education in rural settings. It's what you will see with radiology and in some of the areas like TB that he was talking about. I think the whole co-pilot model for a rural worker and new interfaces that you will see. I think the problem with the first gen, whether it is non-voice or whatever the models that have been for in the case of an a farmer in a village, right? For them, I think Google is still intimidating, right? So it's not easy for them to get a real solution. And I think they just have to go through a huge learning process to distill information and synthesize what they get out of the current interfaces. So I think one transformative change that you will see is entirely new interfaces which will increase adoption, both in areas such as healthcare, where the value is high. I mean, just one query in a difficult situation by a doctor or a farmer is, even if it costs 10, 15, 20 rupees for that query, it's still high value. So I think that will probably, you'll see a lot more of that very early. And some of it may be initially grant funded, right? So because there's a lot of philanthropy and so I think early AI adoption in Bharat may require a little bit of philanthropic support and grant-based funding is my conjecture, right? So it might not all come as profit models, but your value of philanthropic money, the leverage on that could be multifold. And you could actually be building what we all talk about as bold philanthropy, where the underlying model that you're building itself is high value, and you're really changing things much faster than if you had done it the old-fashioned way. So this is this whole NGO 2.0 kind of model. Yeah.
I mean, I was reading Mr. Nandan Likani had written a piece recently. I mean, I think the 6th or 7th of December, where he's got an NGO, AI Bharat, I think, and AI for Bharat, which basically, and he gave an example that the PM Kisan site, they had introduced a chatbot, and the first day, I think there was some 500,000 sort of queries from farmers, which, so what you meant, Prashant, so when you said Google is still intimidating for people, so it moves on to local languages. I mean, basically
it's not only local languages. See, if you, I mean, everybody here is use ChatGPT, right? You get to your end, what do I do, much faster with this new paradigm or this new interface. I think that we should not underestimate. It's just a very different way of me getting my solution. Even with a lot less literacy in my ability to query, I think is very powerful.
You know, the other area, before briefly, and we'll get back to some of the other issues, is finance, access to capital, access to finance. And when we speak with banks, NBFCs, everybody is on the AI bandwagon. You know, they're all leveraging AI to lend new models, fintech, you know, customer behavior, credit behavior, etc., etc. Manu, you wanted to, we were talking about this earlier. Is this also going, perhaps could be a game changer, or how do you think about it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. We just wrapped up an exciting project on financial literacy with the incredible folks at Parinam Foundation, which is Ujjivan Bank's foundation, and folks here at Microsoft Research. And I think we are again seeing very early signs of transformative financial outcomes for our workers, right? In our case, we're giving our workers significant amounts of critical supplementary income, and we want them to have high levels of financial literacy, right? So we have started seeing, I think, some healthy sprouts of that, which is very exciting also, right? We see that they are able to, they make, on average, we have a paper coming out about this. I don't want to spoil the paper, but we have like we see 40% increase in people's financial abilities to save better and stuff like that. And I think that is a very exciting start again, right? If we can bridge the information asymmetry gap that exists between what we know and what our communities are now receiving sums of money, that could also be a game changer. Yeah. And I'm sure Prashant has more to add there.
No, this is again a very high value use case, right? So for somebody who does not understand how to save, does not understand what should be their financial planning model, I think there's a faster path to literacy. I think with these new interfaces and leverage of content in a more personalized manner, which has not been possible before. And so while you're serving a lot of this in rural India, I don't think they have the capability to absorb it in the current form that it is being served. So like Manu was saying, I think how we are serving some of these applications and how we are customizing the ability for them to absorb and utilize these applications is, I think, the bigger problem that we got to solve for Bharat.
I'm sure, Prashant, you see so many pitches made to you, AI companies coming asking for money. Where are you seeing the most amount of, which are the most viable? I think you said healthcare perhaps will bloom before, AI in healthcare will bloom before it does so in education. But which are the sectors, subsectors where you're seeing the most amount of activity happening?
See, I think right now there's a lot of effort on building custom models with custom data, right? Proprietary data. And I think the value of those models are all to build co-pilots. And the idea there is if you build for a professional vertical, it could be for the health domain, the legal domain. The idea there is that if you build a custom model that can be leveraged globally, and the value of that custom model is something that is translatable to a good.
So in a way, it's building here, but for the US or wherever. It's not
for wherever.
Okay.
But I'm saying that it can also, like I said, initially a lot of venture funding will not go into funding these for the rural, and this is where I said you need philanthropy, you need grant funding to then take this model, which is what is happening in rocket learning, right? You take what is otherwise built for urban India, built for the global use case, but somebody will give you capital to adapt it to Bharat and fine-tune it for Bharat, and hopefully build over a period of time a viable model there for even